Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, good things come to those who wait. Unfortunately, we did have a slight technical issue at the ground with the power that just forced us to delay the start of this. It's match 16 of Group B between Hungary and the Netherlands 11. This is the last day of group action in Group B before we head to finals day tomorrow. And I can tell you some news from the toss. The Netherlands 11, their captain, Sebastian Brandt, won the toss and elected to bat first. And, interesting, that's the listed batting order with Clayton Floyd and Dutt up the top, with Musa at 3 and Boris Corley at 4. Zulfikar at 5, Klein at 6. I wonder if they may just mess with that a little bit. Have a look at the bat versus ball wall. 11-run favourites, Netherlands 11. A little bit surprising considering these two are polar opposites. Netherlands yet to lose a game, Hungary yet to win one. But Hungary, it's all to do for them. They have a lot to play for here. Can they take a leaf out of Portugal's book from last year, who were in a similar position? They were 0-6 before they defeated Netherlands 11 on a Thursday morning. And that actually started a run that took them to finals day. In fact, it took them to third in the group. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network today, whether you're watching on fan code in the Indian subcontinent or ECN or one of our international broadcast partners. Great to have your company. Joining me in the commentary box to start the day is none other than Rico Full. Rico, bit of a David versus Goliath here, but still the Hungarians, they'll be hoping to put on a much better display than we've seen from them so far.
Yes, good morning cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Yeah, absolutely. Netherlands, 6 out of 6, and they've just got better and better. Whereas we know Hungary, they've had some valiant efforts, haven't they? Played really well, but they just haven't been able to get the win that they've been so close to on a couple of occasions. But can they be the surprise package?
Let's start the day with Prashar. Comes in, bowls big, filthy, 5 wides. And well, if you could sum up Hungary's tournament in one ball, that would probably be it. And that one is going to start the day with a bonus 5 runs, all extras to the Netherlands 11. So Prashar has been probably one of the shining lights for Hungary, but he's been a little bit inconsistent, I suppose. This is not a good start to the day. Next delivery. Chased, called wide. So, again, we've got some ongoing issues with the power here, but hopefully we won't have any interruptions with regards to the broadcast. Of course, we do have a little bit of flexibility on the European Cricket Network to extend things. Of course, we do have the lights as well. So this is one of the things about the summer in Europe. It has been roasting hot. I think there's some of the infrastructure sometimes it's finding it difficult to cope. It is quite unprecedented what we're doing on ECN with the amount of cricket, the amount of different locations that we are going to as well. See, it's out there for Netherlands 11. We have Asad Zulfikar, who'll be behind the stumps for them this morning's game. And out there with him is Philip Boissevac. So obviously, yeah, making quite significant changes to the batting order. Do you think that's smart going into finals day tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it is. I think the Netherlands, they've just been flying so high at the moment. They did the same yesterday, didn't they, in that match against Finland. Netherlands to beat Finland 154 to 62, a 92-run victory, and they've changed the batting order up slightly at the top. That just allowed batters that hadn't had a hit to go out there. But, well, the big guns did come in later and smash the ball around a bit. So they've been playing really well. Asad Zulfikar, 42 of 19 was good, and the captain, Sebastian Brandt, hasn't he been good? This one is an opportunity. It goes down. And one man who's been so good, I mean, talking about Netherlands, one man who's been so good for Hungary is this man doing the bowling here. I mean, he's been sensational for me, Prashar. He's been very, very unlucky, and he's unlucky again there. That's an opportunity. And Stan Ahuja, well, it's one that he has to take. He doesn't. Abhitesh Prashar been good with the bat and with the ball. Mainly the strike bowler, but he's been scoring runs with the bat as well. 25 yesterday in that defeat to Sweden.
That's an opportunity you really shouldn't miss as the keeper. Now, that's one through, but yeah, Hungary, I mean, it's a match where it is all to play for them. There's no other way to say it. They need to pull off a big victory, but you probably get a little bit of a, I don't know about assistance, but you feel Netherlands, they will tinker with their batting order. You're already seeing it here with the openers they put out there. Not that they're not capable. You know, Asad Zulfikar and Philippe Boissevin out there. There's Prashar. Goes for this down the ground. Just get the one here.
Yeah, well, Boissevin certainly has earned the right to go up the order. He batted very well yesterday, didn't he? Scored 30 of just 11 deliveries, and also took 2 for 2 in that match against Finland. He quite rightly, I think, got the Player of the Match award. So he's going to be pretty key in this one.
If Hungary lose this match, there is no way back for them into finals Friday, unfortunately, tomorrow. Ball from Prashar. It's another play and miss. Like I say, though, I mean, the 5 wides first up, just kind of summing it up. We still will hope that some of their big players can click. And so, they've not been afraid to kind of ring the changes last couple of days, haven't they? And like I say, Rico, they've got in winning positions, Hungary, haven't they? But they just haven't quite been able to close one out. Probably last night's game, the match 15, exemplifies that the most. So we see Prashar coming in again. Another swing and a miss. So 8 for no loss off 5 balls here. Yeah, so where did it all go wrong last night? Obviously, we saw Hungary getting, with 3 overs to go in the day, you felt they were going to get their first win last night.
You thought they did. Where did it go wrong? Well, I think you've got to ask the captain of Sweden, Shazad Chowdhury, because he's the one that, well, turned things around. He scored an amazing 36 of just 11 deliveries. And, of course, there was that, the 9th over went magical from Mark Desfontaine. He went for 22. And with that killed the game off. But they were on top all the way through, you'd have to say. But that really, again, just sums up the way Hungary's tournament has gone so far. This is an up and over shot, and well, it was a deploy that's given it some chase. But well, feeling it, Garfi cautious get the Zimmers deploying it, but Joka Lagia 4 runs, nice shot there to end the over. So Prashar, yeah, be disappointed about the wides, the extras, but be more disappointed that he wasn't able to finish the over without conceding a boundary.
Yeah, no doubt. So 12 without loss after the first over. And Prashar, a real bag of all sorts there. The good balls were good, but saw the boundary of the last ball, that hurts. And the 5 wides, of course. Once again, inviting everyone into the comment section as well. We do appreciate your patience this morning. We've been pretty lucky so far on the technical side of things, but this ground looking pretty as a picture. Here's Kalama Kurugoda, who's going to bowl over number 2. He's a player who's come into the setup midweek. Boissevin goes ways and pushes, gets 1 off the first ball.
Yeah, Aaron Crotter, I think I like the way that he bowled the last time we saw him. He just doesn't try to do too much, but most of the time he's just getting the ball in the right areas. And he's hoping that the fielders will be able to support him.
13 without loss after 1.1. Playing a miss. Zulfikar struggling a little bit with that balls in that channel. It's pretty well bowled by Callum.
Yeah, he's targeting the straight men that are inside the 30-yard circle, looking to go for the big shot down the ground. But missed out on it that time.
I want to say a big welcome to everyone in the fan zone, as well as the kids from the La Campina school. So we see this one glanced away, and this one is heading for the fine leg boundary. It is 4 runs, 4 carreras. The second boundary of the day to the Netherlands 11, coming off the bat of Asad Zulfikar.
Yeah, nicely played, just losing his line a little bit there, the bowler. And that was not far away from the ghost cube.
3 ghosts.
3 ghosts. Got the best seat in the house almost, haven't they?
Well, it's not that far away from Halloween. A month and a bit. I'm going to go as one of the 3 ghosts. And that's an interesting take on it.
Kurugoda has got to get this outside the off. He'd be disappointed. That one straight down the leg. Let's see if he can get it right this time.
Goes up and over this time and times it very well. Be 1 bounce 4, so back-to-back boundaries. Kurugoda just kind of rolling the dice with the shortest delivery, but it's pretty well put away. Again, just 2 outfielders allowed in the power play, and Asad Zulfikar has no problems.
Yeah, nicely played shot, isn't it, from him? A man who's in good form. 42 of 19 yesterday against Finland when they put that 154 on the board, and it was a 92-run victory from the Netherlands. They're looking to make it a clean sweep, aren't they, in this in the group stages here. They want to keep that 100% record. Hungary, remember, they need a victory. Their championship depends on this. Bit of an edge on this, but he plays it straight into ground. Good work there from Stanahuja. Now, you know a little bit about Stanahuja. I think he's all over you, isn't he?
Technically, you're right. Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Stanahuja Tailoring for being the official tailor of European cricket, and of course, providing me with the colourful, vibrant, high-quality suits that I get to wear every day at work. So this is up and over, and I think this is going to go the journey. Maximo!
Lovely shot. You beauty! Right out of the middle, and yeah, well, that is sweet. A little bit of rasmalai first thing early in this match. Right out the middle. That was sweet. That was rasmalai side. Lovely shot. Yeah. Just has so much time when he plays that, doesn't he?
Just leaned on that, really timed it down to the ground. 15 off the over from Akurugoda, and after 2, it's 27 without loss. I think now we might see an early injection of Zishan into the attack. Last over the power play. And this is always the debate, I suppose, with your batting order. How much do you tinker and how much do you keep it the same? I think at this stage, Netherlands will probably kind of mess around with it a little bit this game, but then they'll want to be a bit more settled with their lineup in the second match, their final group match today.
Big appeal, but this is going down the leg side, and well, this would have been out. That is not the best bit of running at all from Bosove.
Share Ali from last night about this, wasn't there? Yeah. From Sweden, he got run out coasting.
Just so casual, and wasn't in a hurry to get there, and that wasn't too far off. I think that was Vinod Ravindaran with the throw.
Puts the pace on, and this one disappears out of the ground. Maximo! Zishan getting a little bit too straight, and right now Asad Zulfikar looking pretty good at the top of the order.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, you mentioned about them changing the batting order around, and they might go back to this, that, and the other. But look, you got 2 batters out there that have been in really good form. I've already mentioned Zulfikar, and well, Bosove yesterday, he was in fine form. He hit the ball so well when he made that 30 just of 11 in that player of the match performance. So, you know what, there could be a bit of a headache here for Brat, because this time, once again, the umpire decided no. I think another shot at the stumps from the same man, Ravindaran, but this time, okay, you see there Zulfikar a little bit more sprightly getting himself in. But yeah, a bit of a headache for Sebastian Brat, because if these two continue to perform with the bat, I think he's going to start having to think, well, look, I can't justifiably not open with them.
You probably could. I mean, the thing is, they just got so many options. This is a nice cover drive. Just blast this into the gap, and this will be another boundary. So this power play growing and growing. It's worth 39 now. Still a couple of balls left. Zishan, he went leg side, and now gets hit through the offside. Pretty classical shot there from Bosova.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? I mean, we've seen him. We saw early on he played the miss a few when he's trying to hit big straight down the ground, but now he's changed his tactics a bit. He's sort of playing each ball on merit, but still, that was a classy shot, classical shot, all along the deck. 4 runs. Now,
this is going to get away from the fine legs. More a glove than anything. They're going to take on a bit of a dodgy 2 here, but Marcus Fontaine had to run around the ball. They will get a couple.
Misses out on that one, Vinny. It's down the leg side. It's a bit of a gundy ball from Zishan, but he doesn't get the contact that he desires. He gets 2 and get another chance, Bosove.
Big swing to miss to finish the power play. So a pretty good one here with overs of 12, 15 and 14. The score 41 without loss after 3.
Yeah, going nicely. It's a sort of power play that we've seen in the Netherlands, especially the last few matches they've had, get to fairly easy and comprehensively. Once again in the 40s, 40 to 50s being their mark. No wickets down, so Hungary here, and their captain, Kaiba Dildar, will be thinking what needs to happen, what can they do, what can they change, and it looked like they're going to go with Zimmer's deploy to see if maybe he can add something to the attack, something which breaks this partnership. But the thing is, and this is what not just Hungary, but it's going to be the same for every team that's playing Netherlands, is just one good player follows another. So you might get a breakthrough here now, but you get somebody who comes in who can be even bigger and even better.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Looks like we're going to see some Zemas here. And think a change of pace probably makes a bit of sense considering the start they've had with pace. Mr. Ploy, good young player, representing Hungary for the first time this week. Qualifiers on citizenship. Right now he's going to be bowling to Asad Zulfikar. I'm sure wants to get after him. 5 outfielders allowed now for Hungary. False shot here. Out to the leg side. Give it 2. It's never there, so just a single.
Good start from Deploy. Gets the ball in the right area straight away. Yorker length delivery, which gets dug out by Zulfikar, but goes aerial, but nobody really in that catching position. So it ends up being a straightforward, easy single.
Goes after this and gets it good enough. Flat bat smack down the ground. Maximo. Pretty nicely struck. You see that Boissava, he's no mug with the bat at all. You mentioned his good hitting yesterday. Doesn't matter where he's coming at the moment. He's looking very confident with the stick.
Yeah, thumps this straight down the ground. The difference the length makes. Doesn't get this in the right area. Allows the batter to get under it. 6 runs.
Yeah, got ball here.
Yes. Challenging him outside the off, asking the questions of the umpire as well. Umpire's quite happy with that. Umpires Nilkesh Patel and Arun at the bowler's end at the moment.
Good footwork here. Kurigoda's got a lot to do, but he does it. Make sure it's just a single.
Yeah, nice work there from good patrolling of the boundary.
Deploy though. To Zulfikar. Kind of change delivery there. Comes out the front of the hand. We'll get a single. Brings up the 50 now for the Netherlands. The 50 partnership as well. So certainly these two haven't done much wrong at all, Rico.
Yeah, batting really well together. Putting away the bad ball and taking the singles, putting the pressure on the fielders as well, looking to take the 2s. It's a perfect, ideal batting at the moment. Deploy just wants to make a change in the field there, just wants to tighten up that that corridor around about the point, backward point area. Third man's gone pretty wide. And then he bowls a full toss. Work here to be done by the fielder. Well, he does well. He gets the body behind it. Well, that's what you want the fielders to be doing. And that's Mars Baiji back into the team after being absent for a couple. He's looking to make a big impact in this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good stop. Pretty alert running, wasn't it? To make sure that they got back for 2. And so the score now at the end of the over is 52 for no loss after 4. So a double figure over. We've had 12, 15, 14 and 11 so far. Let's see who they turn to here. Just looking at this lineup, there's no Abhishek Kedapal in the lineup, which is pretty unthinkable. He has just struggled a little bit at times. They're going to go to Harsh Mandian here, which, well, we saw kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly from Mandian yesterday, didn't we? I think he bowled really well in their first match yesterday, but of course, he was the one really that they got after towards the end, Sweden.
Yeah, he's also struggling with a bit of an injury. We found that out. We heard that from Stefan Gut yesterday for the night game, because we were wondering why he didn't come out to bat earlier. And but he is bowling, so obviously, I mean, he's had probably received a little bit of attention to that neck injury overnight. So he's okay to bowl here, and he didn't bowl badly. Hoping that the change of pace here will be to his favour. But for me, though, it's all about taking the pace on, getting this ball outside the off. That's where the Netherlands have not been able to go for it. But this one's just a little bit too wide, and it's right in the slot, and it gets blasted straight over. 6 runs. Boom. Shaka Lagya.
Easy as you like, really, from Asad Zulfikar. Here's the thing with Harsh. I mean, he's a kind of unusual type spin bowler. He's not really orthodox what he does, but he's not a huge turner of the ball. He doesn't bowl a lot of big ripping leggies. And I think that the batter there, Zulfikar, just says, okay, I'm just going to step down. I'm not going to play for too much turn. We hit through the line of the ball, and it works well. Does the same thing again. This time stands, delivers, picks the gap, and 4 more. 6 and 4. and hungry for more. And it's hungry on the receiving end, really, of some treatment from Asad Zulfikar.
Yeah, I think these two batters now will probably decide, look, you know, we're getting to the halfway point of the innings. There is plenty of batting still to come. I mean, they're all waiting patiently to come out there and do their thing. So they're going to go now here. They're going to go ballistic. I think they're going to target harsh here every ball they're looking to hit to the boundary.
Does exactly that. Probably fortunately for Zulfikar, off the end of the bat, so it'll just be a single down to Zishan.
So Zulfikar, after hitting 2 boundaries, 11 off the first 3 deliveries, now hands the strike back to Bosove, who I think is going to have the same mindset, and he'll be looking to hit straight down the ground. Yeah, going at everything now, for sure. That is that rolling leggy, and it might work. It should be out, and it is. It's caught, and a pretty nice catch as well. Zahir Safi that takes the catch over there. It hung in the air a long time. And so probably not the best delivery Manjin's bowled, but it will be effective. It's the first wicket. Man to go is Philip Wasama. The score is 63 for 1. Yeah, I mean, look, I think he knew he was going to go for everything. And that's what I was saying. He's got to get this ball outside the off stump, because that's where both these batters are not going to be able to get the full force off the shot in. It's not in the swing zone, so he's reaching for this. Doesn't get the power into the shot. A nice catch there taken by Safi. So the first wicket goes down, and with that, the players take the opportunity to take on some liquids. It's going to be another hot day here on the Costa del Sol, and the temperatures once more will be reaching around about the 28 to 30 degrees, and yeah, very important to take on those liquids. It's lovely again to have the school here, and the Campina school from Cartama. They've really been enjoying the cricket, and they've been around the ground, and they've really had a wonderful introduction to cricket. A lot of these kids had never played cricket before. Some of them hadn't seen cricket before, and talking to them, they've been and talking to their school teachers. The teachers have been saying they absolutely love it, and now, well, now they want to be playing cricket all the time. So that's good news. And of course, we're seeing the stars at the moment of European cricket out there, and we're going to see that all the way through this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, when we're going to see in total 21 international countries out there playing, European countries playing, and hoping to do pride for their team.
It's a really special tournament, isn't it? In fact, it's grown from 15 to 21 countries in just a year. It just shows you how ambitious it is. And the plans are that it might even go up again with a bit of luck. All right, here we go with new batter out there, and it's going to be reverse Malachi first up. Well, if you don't mind, Manjin gets this treatment from Saqib Zulfikar, who's not afraid to play this shot from ball 1. He's a leg spinner himself. He plays this shot very well. 4 runs, and what a start for Saqib. Yeah,
plays it well, but look, that one's got to be stopped there from the fielder. I'm not sure who that is out there. I think it might be Mars Baiji. He's going to be disappointed, doesn't stop it. He sort of takes his eye off it and hopes the ball just thumps into it, but it doesn't. 4 runs to start.
That's for the over. Good footwork, good shot, good result. Maximo. Saqib Zulfikar goes 4 and 6, pick up sticks, and he's going to pick up the pace, no doubt about that. That over goes magical. 21 come off it, and it's 73 for no loss after 5. What a start this is for the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, 73, the 1 wicket that's gone down, of course, in that over. But, well, Mandian does pick up that wicket, but he also goes magical. And, well, this is what I think Hungary are going to be expecting the next 5 overs. So the halfway point, the 73 on the board. And though many teams haven't been able to maintain that pace, one country that has been Netherlands. And with the batting that they've got, I'm pretty sure, once again here, Vinny, they're eyeing up a 150 score.
Yeah, no doubt. They're 73 for 1. The halfway point, 146 pace. Hungary. It's hard to tell if they're just hanging on or if this ship has sailed already for them, but Zemus Deploy is going to try it. He's going to come back here in over number 6. It's the fall down slog sweep. It's hanging in the air a long time. Fielder comes around, can't quite get there. Marcus Fontaine. It was a good effort from the young man. Tried to go fingers up in the end, but he just couldn't quite get there. It was kind of an awkward attempt in the end. The young man made good ground, but unfortunately, there's a chance that goes down.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity, isn't it? So chance goes.
Yep, moving dangerously. Here's Saqib. Straight and goes long, strong. Maximo. Been a bit of an exhibition, you've got to say, so far. And there's no doubt it's Zulfikar's sure they've batted together before. Right now they're having a bit of fun out there at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, the twins, we saw them yesterday. One was bowling, one was behind the stumps. It was a bit of a mis-stumping, so I think they had to have a talk about that back in the family room. And now they're going to have a talk about this, because that partnership doesn't last too long, does it? It's a nice catch, and looks like it's going to be the end of Saqib Zulfikar, looking to get this one clear over the fielder there on the boundary, but he does really well, doesn't he? That's Kurugora. Gets himself in a good position, takes a good catch, so they take the second wicket.
That's a pretty good catch. Yeah, well, I mean, you said twins. I mean, they're actually triplets, don't forget. And there's 4 Zulfikars from playing the same club side in the Netherlands. This one has struck pretty well, but she didn't have the elevation to get over Kurugora. And so it will be the second wicket to fall. That's, we'll say, that Netherlands still fairly motoring here in match 16 of Group B. Saqib Zulfikar just there for a short time, 16 off 4. He departs at 80 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch taken. And well done to Deploy, gets a wicket. And he's already, you can see, he's very focused, moving these fielders around, saying, hey, this is where I want you, come on, get over there. Said, I'm not bowling till you move. There you go, there he is, saying, yeah, a bit more, bit more. A new batter taking guard.
Deploy picks up the wicket. Quick one first up. Does the batter all ends up there. Got Ryan Klein out there now, number 4. Saying hello to some of our viewers, of course. Phil's watching from the Czech Republic. Good morning to you, Phil. So it looks like another perfect day for cricket in Cartama. It certainly is. Weather looks fantastic at the moment. This time we get the same ball, but different result, and that's gone miles into the jungle. Maximal.
Well, this has been blasted big, hasn't it? I mean, he sees it early, and it's just the timing. Timing is impeccable, and just slightly shorter than where he was before Deploy, and how quickly Klein is onto this. Big hit, 6 runs.
Not a bad shot at all. Deploy, bowled too badly, to be honest. I think he's trying to identify the kind of pace that he won't be punished too badly. I think that time he bowls the same ball to Klein, who was ready for it the second time. Last ball of the over coming up. Goes after this as well, and this is straight down the ground. Maximal! Ryan Klein, he is a strong man, and he's not afraid to back himself to go over the top down the ground. He finishes the 6 with a bang. Deploy goes for 30, and the score is 92 for 2.
Well, they don't get any better than this, do they? I mean, look at the way he waits for it perfectly balanced. And, well, the body posture, absolutely beautiful as he comes through, clean through into the shot, out of the middle. 6 more runs, and looking to put a big score on the board here. And you can see there the bowlers for Deploy, as you mentioned, he's gone for 30. Mandian, he's 1 over, went magical 21. So then opting not to go back to any of the top 3 bowlers there at the moment. They're saying that they want to mark this one to have this one. He's bowled very well yesterday, Fontaine, but of course he did go magical in that the 9th over yesterday. We said it all happened in the 9th, and it did. And it was Sweden that were victorious, and Hungary who really needed that victory last night. It didn't happen. Nice once again to see the kids from the Campina school. And all over this ground, making a lot of noise at the moment.
Really making a lot of noise at the moment, which is good to hear. Mark Desfontaine will be the man who has to bowl over number 7 here. Let's see if he can try and slow things down. Netherlands 11 still on 150 plus pace here.
Getting good support, liking that. Shaba, come on. Yeah, plenty of support for the young man. In he comes.
Here we go with Mark, who bowls a beamer first up. Not ideal. This will be a no ball. Well, almost a run out chance here. I think if that hits, it might be out. It's MDF. Not the greatest start for him, because he's going to have a free hit to deal with after that one was way too high on the full.
Yeah, too high, comes out all wrong. I think that sweaty palms, maybe a little bit of nerves getting that first ball in. But batters, they hesitate a little. I think the 2 was on there, decided not to take it. It might have had something to do with the batter line saying, yeah, I'll take the free hit, thank you very much.
Goes after this, has a bit of length. It's away from the field. There's a lot to do, and he can't do it. Ravindran has to watch this one go over the rope as well. So free hit cashed in. Another boundary to the Netherlands 11 as they climb towards the century.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do better here. That's Ravindran. He's a good fielder. We've seen him make some good stops, take some good catches, but look, he doesn't want to get down, does he? And that's the problem here. Doesn't want to get down, doesn't want to get his trousers dirty. As a result of that, ball goes for 4.
Pitched up and smashed. Maximo! Well, that one's halfway up the hill. Enrico's opened the back door, and he can see it because that's gone miles from Klein. And what a shot that is. Desfontaine just missing his left, and that one went a long way.
Yeah, big hit, halfway up the hill here. And it's just immaculate timing. What else can you say? Great timing, great stroke play. 6 more, and he's hitting the ball straight and big at the moment. It's Ryan Klein, so straight away, I think the news for Desfontaine is don't pitch it up, don't give him that ball to drive, try and get him outside the off stump, try and get him cutting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea was right, but the execution was wrong. It was just half a metre short of the block hole. I think it was a genuine Yorker, that's fine. But it wasn't a genuine Yorker. Turned in rung off volley, a pretty comfortable driving length. And this time he overcooks it the other way, so misses short, misses full. And right now, Klein isn't missing. He's 28 off 6.
Yeah, and just like that, the last 2 shots takes the score to 110. So already it's an intimidating score. And just like that, Hungary once again scratching their heads and saying, okay, what do we do here? Zishan, a few words of advice to Mike Desfont, trying to give him some encouragement.
See if he can pull it back in here. Wow, this is even more emphatic. And another one disappears, this time into the jungle. Maximo! What hitting we're seeing from Ryan Klein.
This is just superb, isn't it? Well, he's a master blaster, isn't he? He's a talented player, we know that. There's a lot of talented batters here in the Netherlands side, and they're starting to turn it on. This is big, smashes into one of those conifers there. But I don't know what it was at the top of the conifer, but it came flying down. Or maybe he's got a bird of prey in the process here. The Kookaburra, victorious once more.
It's hit so hard. Desfontaine's gone for 24 of 4 balls. And now make that 30 as this one goes supersonic. Maximo! And that one might be the biggest of the lot.
That is huge. That is absolutely huge. I think that is the biggest hit that we've seen in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship so far. That has cleared the conifers. I don't know why the ground staff are going after that one. That one is gone. It's disappeared. It is not coming back.
That's a catch a bus to find that one, because that one went absolutely miles. And it goes supersonic. Now, we started with a no ball +1 and then a 4, and since then it's been all 6s. We saw a 36 run over last week. You've got to worry about Desfontaine here. Drags this one, and you see everyone was excited, probably except the Hungarian team out there. That one goes supersonic. 31 come off the 7th. The score is 123 for 2.
Yeah, the hitting has just been absolutely brilliant.
It's been incredible, hasn't it? Well, don't forget, you can get involved with us at the European Cricket Network in our Crickathon powered by HCL Software. The question of the day today is which bowler will have the best bowling figures today? Well, I would gather to say it won't be Mark Desfontaine in this game, but yesterday's winner was Mitesh Patel from India, who correctly predicted the run rate yesterday, which was 11.6, I think, in the end.
Mitesh Patel, no?
Well done, Mitesh. And question of the week, how would you use cricket data to determine your team's batting order? So that's kind of a question where we're asking people if they're interested in this kind of area, maybe as a career, how would they go about solving that problem or potentially finding solutions? So go to crickathon.com to participate. The Crickathon powered by HCL Software in conjunction with our wonderful audience. You can get involved and someone ultimately will win an internship with HCL Software, who employ over 280,000 people all around the world.
Going back to Prashar here, I don't think this was the plan, but I think the captain decided, well, I don't know who else to go to. We need to try and get this breakthrough in pretty quickly, especially that man Ryan Klein. He's 41 of just 9 deliveries, Vinny. We could see a record broken here.
Well, we might, especially after that, because that's gone full toss down the ground, smashes the sight screen. Maximo 47 off 10. The fastest ECC 50 is 12 balls. Right now, Klein, he needs a boundary here to beat that.
Record on for the taking, and he's trying to do it against, well, probably one of the best bowlers that we've had in the group, Prashar. Prashar is under pressure. Klein is eyeing up a 50.
Will he do it or not? Well, this is a hanger. It's hanging, and Zishan will pull down, and a remarkable catch. So he won't get there in the end. And Klein, this is right off the bottom of the bat, really. So credit to Prashar, who forces the miss hit from Klein, who goes for a lightning 47 off 11, and that is the wicket the Hungary needed. To say at the very least, Rico, it's 129 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiba Delta, he went to his main strike bowler a bit earlier than he wanted to, really, in this, the 8th over, and he delivers. But that's a good catch from Zishan. He makes that look easy, but it's not. I mean, remember, he's side on. And Prashar, well, look, yeah, there he is. I like that from Abhitesh Prashar. I've loved what he's done for his team. Look, you can't, there's a couple of players out there maybe for Hungary that you'll have question marks about, but that man, no question marks. It's just applause because he's been superb. We'll talk about superb. Listen to the applause that man gets out there. Ryan Klein, he's got a big smile on his face. I think he must have heard us saying that there's a record here for the taking. He goes for it. Well, he falls just a matter of millimetres short.
Yeah, wasn't holding back at all, was he there, Ryan Klein? So we mentioned that 12 balls is the fastest ECC 50, which is the international T10 here. But the fastest 50 we saw all time on ECN was actually 10 balls. That was Shiraz Ahmed in the ECS in Barcelona for Pakar Care all the way back in late 2020. So Klein was a little bit too slow to challenge that one, if you can believe that. Anyway, what a good knock that was from Ryan. Now here, Prashar gets a crack at new batter, Arnav Giant. Now, he'll have a crack at this, but he tries to throw it left-handed and throws it backwards. 130 up now for the Netherlands 11 with a quarter of the innings still remaining.
Yeah, this ball just a little bit more, little slippery. Reminds me of having my shower in the morning with a slippery bar of soap. Out it comes, and backwards it goes. But I think they were always going to get in. The running has been really good from the Netherlands. 130 on the board already.
You can see there the timer. Thanks to our official timekeeper, Frederic Costa, Geneva. Appreciate that. They need to start the 10th over before that timer runs out. Top ball, that'll help.
Good bowling. You know, just when you want to see the gap in quality between some of the players, well, you can see it here now from somebody like this man, Abhitesh Prashar, comes on to bowl at a time when the batters have been creaming the ball all over the place, and he's well, not only has he got a wicket, but he's got a couple of dot balls in there as well. So quality bowling from Prashar.
Yeah, it is. Again, you just got to try and boil the kind of the whole landscape down to this ball. Try and win this ball if you're Prashar. Oh, but he won't, because it's a really classy shot from Asad Zulfi, who gets a bit funky. Funkifies the Thursday morning here, and that takes him a little bit closer to his half-century.
Well, yeah, well, John, he's appreciating that. Big smile on his face, saying, yeah, hey, what a shot, buddy. It is a good shot. Look, there's one thing that sometimes, I know Corey talks about this when I say, well, look, when the bowler's bowling such a good line full, what do you do? And he said, well, that's what you do. You see if you can get the old scoop in. Well, he does, and that's beautifully played.
Yeah, really, really well played. That's the kind of ball bowler's normally happy delivering. It's almost in the block on that side off, but Zulfi deflects it away expertly for 4. Nice ball of the over. Goes after this, called wide.
Well, bowler not happy. He's trying to suggest that, hang on, didn't the batter make too much movement first? I didn't see it. Let's see if he can catch anything in replay. There's a little shuffle across, but not that much.
That is a wide every day of the week, including Thursdays. A little bit of a movement, but maybe a stump at most, outside off stump with his toes. And that missed the line by a long way.
Yeah, good shot for me, that from the umpires. Being very consistent on that. In comes Prashar again. He's having to bowl this one again.
Oh, there we go. It's such a weird one. I don't know how to describe this one, really.
What is this catch? Is it bat here? If it is, it would go down as a drop catch.
Well, but is it bat into ground or is it bat up? It literally tries to go through his legs. I think
that is... Does it hit the ground first? We might see it side on. I think it goes straight up, you know.
One of the weirdest shots I've ever seen, actually, from Zulfiqar. He had to almost do the splits. It's at the end of the over, 136 for 3. Again, I've looked at that several times. I'm still not quite sure what happened. It did seem to hit something, didn't it? On the first replay, though, we saw. Didn't look like it hit anything, but maybe it did because it slowed down. I don't know, but what I can tell you, Netherlands 11, they are up and away here, 136 with. Yeah.
Well, it was given run, so we know it hit the bat. That's for sure. The question is whether it hit the bat and hit the ground first before the keeper, Stan Ahuja, had an opportunity to take the catch or not. But good over though from Prashad. He does come in all right. First ball was whacked for a big 6, but he came back well. He took the wicket off the hard-hitting Ryan Klein, and wasn't he happy about it as well? He was pumped. So now, Netherlands still eyeing up that 150-plus score. Well, this will help. It's a gundy ball, and it's down the leg side and just helped along. And that's not what you want to be doing after a good over has been bowled by Prashad. They go back to the other opener, Kuru Gora, who gets it wrong down the leg side, and look, it doesn't have to try and do too much here. Just helps this along the way. Saad Zulfikar, 49, and going for his 50 here, and he will get there. Well, he's a little bit slow going. I say he'll get there. He only just gets there. I think he gets a bit stuck on his back foot as he plays his pull shot, and well, then he's got to go some, but he does get there, and well, he will receive the round of applause gracefully from his teammates and the fan zone around the ground. Well batted, 50 of 23 deliveries.
Man, not wasting the opportunity at the top of the order. Asad Zulfikar, 3 6s and 6 4s in that innings. Half century off 24 balls. Now wants to have a bit of fun. Now, got to hit the stumps here. Close, you know, but I think he's just home.
Yeah, he's run pretty quickly. You could hear them saying, hit him, hit him, hit him. But I think this is all going to be down maybe to the technique here of the batter. So many times you see the batters get this wrong, but he's outstretched, sliding the bat in. Going to be close. Let's just have a look here. Does he just get back there? And it's at this point. And
you don't really have a shot with him out there. He's out there and he's in and bails are off, so I don't think you can give that one out. Pretty tight though.
Yeah, good work. Well done again from the keeper, Stan Ahuja. He had to be quick hands, gets it in, but I think you'll see that the third umpires, they'll have a look at that and decide that the batter just makes it in. And that's the picture you're looking at, and the bat looks like it slid in and gone past the line. So again, I think it's all down to the technique. You see a lot of batters would not have slid the bat in that way. They wouldn't have had the same sort of slide in.
Yeah. Again, you try not to slide it off the actual pitch surface here, because it can kind of plug and cause you some difficulties. Kurugoda in the 9th, and you can see the official timekeeper clock there. They need to start the 10th over before.
Well, what's happening here? Are we seeing a retirement?
It might be a retired out situation. That's all I can think, because there's no way he's run out.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's run out. I think because there was no decision, the on-field decision at all. So I think he just decided, well, okay, I've got me 50 here. I've done my bit. I've had a bit of fun. I played some nice shots. So why not give somebody else a go? And it looks like that Arun Dutt is saying, yeah, let me have a go. So
it's pretty selfless, actually, when you think about it.
So big round of applause, and for a man that's batted really well, gets his 50, and he does retire. I think he retires himself.
Yeah, I think he retires out. I mean, you don't say it very often, but obviously Netherlands 11, they're thinking very strategically here. They're thinking, oh, here's a guy, Arun Dutt, we want to get some batting into him, so we're going to get him out there with 8 balls remaining. So, yeah, selfless as well from Asad Zulfikar. He'll be retired out for 50 off 23, and ultimately will be the 4th wicket to fall. 142 for 4, and it's not going to slow them down too much, because a new batter, Arun Dutt, comes out and smacks a 4 here. And they're just going to keep climbing, and now that could be 160s, even 170 here, Rico.
Yeah, I think this is the case of, this is good for Netherlands. I think they've said to Dutt, okay, look, we're going to put you in this match situation. You're going out there to try and get us 20 runs in, I don't know, 6 balls. Go out there and let's see what you can do. I think he's been given a challenge here. They're thinking ahead. Firmly struck. This one will go to Ravindran, who makes the stop, keeps it to 1.
Yes, I mean, yeah, it's good. Not often you actually see that, but I think it is smart. I think he's done his job. He's shown what he can do. He played some nice shots, and strategically, it's going to be good to get some batting here. In Netherlands 11, that just shows me again how much they're thinking about this format and kind of what's required out of your team, not just out of your top 2 or 3 batters, but really your whole unit. And they do have very good depth. So you can see they should just make it time-wise. Oh, maybe not.
Dead ball being signalled
Just
here.
seeing it if it's over, because I actually have 4-1 leg by 4-1-1, so it might be the end of the over here already.
The umpires just checking with the scorers. 2 umpires look at each other, and I think they may just. You may find that was the over. Actually, that's what I was thinking. Actually, looking at the on-screen graphics as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, over has been called. So good work there between the scorers, the umpires, and the third umpire as well. So the score 148 for 4. So you'd expect the 150 to come up. The question is here, I mean, how much further than that 150 they can go? And remember yesterday the Netherlands posted 154 against Finland, which they went on to win by 92 runs. So that's the score I think they will be trying to get past here.
Yeah, I think so. Look, the funny thing is as well, it's not funny I suppose when it happens, but very occasionally if there has been a 7-ball over in the past, just due to human error, but there's new playing condition surrounding that. It's just been brought in. Just wait for the start of the 10th over here. Thinking about 2 there. Pretty well fielded by Mark Desfontaine. I'm sure it's only a single. Yeah, so if there was a 7th ball bowled in error, as long as it's discovered before a new over begins, then the result of that ball is cancelled. So that's a new playing condition that's come in. I think it makes sense in such a short game. It's just unfair if either team gets a different amount of deliveries. Slower ball.
This might be a wide though.
Yeah. So, maybe did pick it, still tried to go after it. This one straight over the line. I think that is a wide. Puts the pace on. It's a Zishan. Will go for the Hollywood shot. Would have been out. Instead, it's a single.
Yeah, nice work from Zishan. He's very quick back onto it. He knows he hasn't got too much time to look and throw, and he's throwing this on the spin. Doesn't miss by too much. I think if he hits, it would have been out. So 150 has been reached. The question of with 4 balls to go, just if they can maybe push on with a couple of boundaries to that 160 score.
This is going to be a wide. Zishan heard an edge, but I think it's an edge that only he hears.
Yeah, the keeper, well, has to catch it as well. Stan Ahuja seems to be standing a fair way back here to Zishan. Another wide, doesn't help. Well bowled.
You can see that the clock stopping, which showed you that they did start the 10th over in time. So what that's all about. It's just flicked away for a single. I think about 2 with a slight fumble. It's not quite there.
Yeah, there's one thing that I would, I mean, okay, look, he's got 150 plus on the board, but there's one thing that I would say about the Netherlands. I don't think they've been as aggressive in their running in the last 5 overs. I think they've left some runs out there which they could have taken, and well, they'll take this one. This is flown past the outstretched hand of Stan Ahuja. It's gone pretty quickly, and that's the reason why I suppose he is standing far back. I thought he was a little bit too far back myself, but well, he's got unlucky here. It's a big swing, gets the hand out there, but it evades it and goes to the boundary 4 runs.
A couple of moments bookending this innings that I think kind of summarise Hungary's experience in this ECC so far. Sharp with big filthy 5 wides to start this little edge. It's not going their way either. Evades the keeper. Last ball of the innings coming up. They may look for 2 here. They will. And they throw. Bit difficult for Kukagel, who has to let that one go. So they do get 2 off the last. Netherlands 11, big score first up here, 159 for 4. But Netherlands 11. Remember, they didn't really start at their best, I think, in the first couple of days. They've been really quite the force over the last couple of days. And Zishan looking a bit like the shrug emoji there, saying, well, what is going on? Well, what is going on with Hungary? We had big wraps on them heading into this series, but right now they're chasing 160 here to have any chance of keeping their tournament alive.
Yeah, once again, is another high score that Hungary have to try and chase down. And the Netherlands, well, we know all about their bowling attack as well. It won't be easy. Not too many teams have been able to get hold of their spinners. So let's have a look at these highlights where it started pretty badly with this one. And the 5 wides. And then Krugota came into the attack, came into the team. And the attack was all coming down from Netherlands. It was playing some lovely shots. South Zufika made a blistering start. And Bosove, he was up to the challenge as well. That was a beauty through the covers all along the deck. The timing was good. And, it was all about attack, and that's what they did. 41 was scored in the power play. And it just didn't stop, did it? They just kept on coming. They just kept on playing their shots. But then there was the false shot. And that was when, at the point where we said, when the 50 was all on the board, that they were going to attack everything. And it was Bosove that was caught well by Zahid Safi. That didn't bought Saqib Zulfikar out there. He played well too. Some very big shots. He didn't waste any time. 16 on the board of the 4 deliveries that he faced. So he was sent out there just to hit big and to trying to get as many runs as quickly as he could. But there was a catch nicely taken. And, but that, though, brought Ryan Klein into the middle. And, well, if you thought the guys before them were batting and hitting hard, well, Klein, well, he accelerated at a pace that we barely see. 47 he got to of just 11 deliveries, and he overtook Zulfikar in no time. Some of the hitting was just pure. It was class, and it was Master Blaster style as the ball was going to all parts of the ground. And the umpires, well, they were getting a little bit tired because they were putting them up in the air. Shaba time, 6 carreras all around the ground. The fireworks starting early here at the Cartama Oval. Cartamania style, but then going for what would have been the quickest 50 scored in the European Cricket Championship. Ryan Klein gets caught well on the boundary there by Zishan, and Prasha, who was brought back to get that wicket. Well, he was pumped, but the only problem was, well, so were the Netherlands batters, because they just continued, and it was a good 50 from Zulfikar, Asad Zulfikar that is, before he retired out, allowing Dutt to come out to join Jan, and between the two of them they did get that score past the 150 mark and almost to the 160. But 160 is a magical number for Hungary. That is what they will need if they are to win this match and keep their dreams of finals day alive. Let's just have a look at that scorecard. So you see there, Asad Zulfikar, he retired out of 50 of 23 deliveries. Felipe Bosove batted very well, 17 of 12, and striking the ball as well as he did yesterday. Saqib Zulfikar, talk about striking the ball well, but didn't he hit it well? 16 of just 4 deliveries. But then Ryan Klein, what a classy innings that was, and some of the shots there were just, they were mouth-watering, weren't they? And he fell for 47, going for another 6 that would have got him to 50 of just 11 balls, which would have been a European Cricket Championship record. And then the 2 not-out batters there, Jane and Dutt, making sure that Netherlands did get to this 159 score. With the bowlers, well, there's some magical ones there, weren't they? You saw Harsh Mandian and also Mark Desfontaine go magical. Fontaine actually went supersonic. 30 is what deploy went for, though he did pick up that 1 wicket. And Prashar, 25 he went for. Bear in mind that 5 of those came from 5 wide. Not bad bowling figures at all from him. He picks up the 1 wicket. He certainly, Abhijitash Prashar, certainly leads the way for Hungary with the ball. I think he's got a big part to play here with the bat as well. The left-hander, he's been playing pretty well, been scoring good scores for his team. But somebody has to go out there from Hungary and do something magical. Maybe the only way to get this win under their bat is somebody has to do what we haven't seen for a while, and that's go out there and score a century. Well, they've got players, and we know it, they've got players that can go out there and do it. Can they shine on a day when really they've got nothing to lose? They've just got to go for this. 159 on the board, as you can see there on the mid-match summary. The Netherlands looking strong as ever. 160 is going to be required for Hungary if they are to avoid being eliminated from this group. Join me, Rico Full, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo for the conclusion of the first match here today on day 9 of this championship, day 4 of Group B. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the middle of the Cartama Oval, which is nestled in between the Sierra de Cartama here in Malaga, in the host Malaga in this beautiful province of Andalusia in Spain, where the sun is shining on the Costa del Sol. And the umpires lead the players out into the middle. Nilkesh and Arun are men in black. Of course, led brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemin. And it's, well, Netherlands that are favourites once more to keep their unbeaten run intact. 6 out of 6 so far going into this match. And they posted a very healthy 159 on the board, losing just 4 wickets getting there. And it was Asad Zulfiqar scored 50 of 23, and then, well, a masterful, classy 47 of just 11 balls from Ryan Klein that helped them to get to that score. Zimmer's deploy goes out there to open the batting, so he's been boosted up the order, the left-hander. And he'll be joined at the non-strikers then by Vinoth Ravindran. Not an easy task at all. We're looking to go at, well, almost 16 and over right from the start against probably one of the best attack in the group, and well, you never know, maybe end up being in the championship, because at the moment you just can't see anybody stopping this Netherlands side. They came into the group as favourites to win it, and the way the cricket that they played and has certainly shown just why. We're going to open up here with Aryan Dutt. Dutt targets the off stump of deploy straight away. I think that's Aryan Dutt has done, which I think is something which surprises a lot of batters that he bowls against, is that quick ball. I mean, it comes really quick. He doesn't really make too much change to his action, and it is quick. It's almost like a short bouncer that comes at you. So the field will change to the right-hander. Ravindaran now to face his first ball. Flicks this away. Bit of work to be done here by the fielder. They take one, think about two. Here comes the throw. It's quite a wild one, which Dutt just gestures to the fielders backing up, saying, "This is yours, boys." Musa Ahmed doing the fielding out there on the leg side boundary to the right-hander. Slightly slower delivery this time from Dutt. Ravindaran gets a bit of bat on this. It's Musa. Does the fielding once more. Keeps it to 1. So a very big hello to a lot of our viewers watching via fan code. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. I'm on 1. And welcome to this, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket happening here in Spain. The magnificent Cartama Oval. That's that quicker ball from Dutt. Ricochets onto the gloves of Asad Zulfikar and onto the stumps. Zulfikar says, "It's okay, umps. I'll sort them out." That's that quicker delivery, and this is quick. Does this take anything on the way through? There's a pre-signal. No, buys is signalled. Well, I tell you what, the Asad Zulfikar is like a sniper's had him. He goes down. Oh, he doesn't look amused. Oh, well, they did a shake of a head here. And that's the quick one. And yeah, it doesn't catch anything on the bat. He catches a bit of the, look at him. He's saying, "Hang on a minute, isn't he supposed to tell me when he's going to fire that one at me?" 4 buys. Guides this to third, takes the single. Yeah, the look on Asad Zulfikar there, he was not impressed, was he? As that one was fired in, almost took his block off, didn't it? And you can see he's lying down on the floor, shaking his head. Of course, the buys will go against him. So he won't like that at all. First over comes to an end, and we know what they need per over. And they get 9 of them there, so they're well short already. 79 matches without a golden ball. And, I think the odds are pretty high on that becoming 80 at the end of this one. Would be something though, wouldn't it? If Hungary could somehow get a response together here. Deploy, gets funky, but gets his wicket. Gives his wicket away, and that's not good. And well, he does the reverse Malachi here, but it's his downfall. He sort of hops, skips, jumps outside the off as he does the reverse, but he puts it straight into the hands of the fielder. Well, it looked good when it comes off, but when it ends up being a result like this, it looks pretty bad, and that's going to be a long, slow walk off the field of play there for Zimmer's deploy. See here, he tries to execute this, but all he does is put it into the safe hands of the fielder. And there's going to be no mistakes there from Asad Zulfikar. It's the man that takes the catch. He's having a pretty good day. And that is the end of deploy. Goes for 2 of the 5 deliveries that he faces. And, well, Mr. Maximo, what's he doing? I'm wondering where he's gone. Well, there he is. He's thinking, well, I need a dance partner. Well, not when you dance like that, Vinny. I think you just need to sit down and take a break. And, I don't know He's with the Victoria Cerveza flag there. I think he needs to stay off those Victoria Cervezas. Remember, they do come in sin alcohol as well, Vinny. I think you might be better off with one of those. Oh, this is big, and this will go a long way. What a big hit this is. And Zahir Safi, he says, well, I know we were hit for a few big ones. Well, it's a little bit of payback time here. Well, Ravindran likes that. And he's probably saying to Safi, hey, that is big. Come on, stay here with me. Let's do this together. Well, that's what they've got to be thinking. That's a lovely hit. And goes into the shrubs there at cow corner. This is another one that is destined for the boundary and smashes into the banner. Stronger together. Well, Hungary, they haven't always been stronger together in this championship. Well, if they can get stronger together here, who knows? And that forces a field change straight away. It's it. Arnav Jan. That is getting a bit of treatment here. And he's going to get some more treatment. I think this goes all the way over as well. Balle, balle, balle. In zona Shaka. This is what they want. This is what they've been waiting for. Hungary, they need to be happy about something. They need something to cheer. And they've certainly had something to cheer about here. First 3 deliveries here, being smashed to the boundary. And he goes for another one here, but straight to the fielder, who'll have a shy and asking the question here, and this is going to be out. This is not good running, though. You have to say, he's shown us how to hit the ball pretty well, but not how to run. And Safi will run himself out here. Just have a look at the running. All right, I know he has to start probably in the back foot, but he's got to run straight and hard. Look at the one we said with the earlier one. It was actually Saad Zulfikar that was close to being run out. He did retire out on 50 in the end, but we saw the technique. Look at the technique here. Is not good. I mean, look, he's late to go, ball watching. He's not running hard to start with, and then just there, you see, he doesn't even try to reach and slide the bat down, and you see there, bats in the air. That's lazy. That's not good at all. And it's little things like that. You know, people say, well, where did Hungary go wrong? What would you improve? And I think you'd have to say that in a lot of cases, it's all about going back to the basics. It's doing those things, those little things that you're trained and taught to do or coached to do when you start playing the game. It's not forgetting those. And Safi, well, he entertained. He got them on their feet. He got them singing and dancing, and then it's all gone flat again because he runs himself out. He goes for 17 off the 5 deliveries that he faced, and that is the second wicket that goes. So at the end of 2 overs, 25 for 2, and a fine time to welcome back into the man who was doing the dancing himself a moment ago. Maxie, what are you at? I told you, leave the cervezas alone. Go and stick to the sin alcohol.
Yeah, well, trying to do a bit of a rain dance for Hungary, maybe. Maybe I could rain out the last 3.5 days in a
You keep getting it wrong. You keep getting it wrong. What colours have you worn here today? They don't look like Hungarian colours to me.
You know,
bit of Netherlands more like.
It's time to go a bit orange. I'm on board. But I tell you what, this one could be out. It's a tough one, and it's a really good catch. Very, very good catch by Boris Corley. And so, unfortunately, there's nothing happening at all for Hungary. You can see Zishan, he's the next man to go. So, the 2 big hitters gone in 2 balls. And so, Hungary, they are just a little bit helter-skelter at the moment. The score with that will be 25.
3 down now.
3 down now, yeah. So 3 in the power play, that hurts. No matter what you're chasing right now, Hungary has got a feeling that they know as well. Their final chances are now pretty much dead and buried.
Well, when one of your top players and one of the top performers in Hungary goes for a golden duck, then you know things aren't going your way. And that is Zishan that has to depart. And he goes without scoring, so he goes for a duck. But that then brings an exciting young player out to the middle, Mars Baji. I just hope that Mars Baji here, along with Ravindran, just the two of them just decide, hey, look, it's 17, almost 18 per over that's required. Let's take this opportunity and bat well, bat deep, get a respectable score on the board, and you know, don't make this look like a real hiding.
I think you kind of got to do that now. I don't see the option, any other option really. Of course, Hungary will have another game later on, which they'll want to win. They don't want to go away winless. I mean, that'd be unthinkable for them at the start of this week.
Baji faces his first ball. And asking the question, I think this one is probably just going on, probably to miss. Looked like the angle of it was going to take the ball outside the off stump. But Baji, he does get a habit of planting that foot. And what I like to see him do here is play straight. I don't want to see him play too many of these slog sweeps. He can hit the ball really well straight. Yeah. We know that.
I remember that from ECS last year, 2021. Gets a quicker one, which he just keeps out. So Netherlands 11. No Kingma in their lineup today. I know that he had a slight concern about his knee, so precautionary to keep him out. Not even sure we'll see him for the rest of the week, just as a precaution. Tossed up. Baji will get a run here. So Hungary. Again, it's a tough one. I mean, there's a lot of buzz about them going into this week. They picked a T10 specialist side. They had Zemus Deploy come in for the first time. Leas Deploy was listed just in case, I think, but he hasn't been able to get out of his first class commitments. Ravindran's had enough. Thick under edge. Oh, this almost is a run out at the bowler's end. So right now, you can see that Hungary just trying to pretty much play for pride in this game, and I suppose even if they can finish with a win in the third game of the day, and we see them taking on Sweden, I think they'll feel that kind of they sort something out after they lost to Swedes last night, and they shouldn't really have. 2 to come though. Dutt, very good defensive spinner, isn't he? So he's only gone for 7 here in his 11 balls. Again, tries to hit across this one. This is going nowhere into the power play. Some big hits, but also some big wickets. And Hungary are 27 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, 27 for 3. But you're right, there have been some good shots. Once again, you know, every time we've seen Hungary, there have been highlights. There's been positives. But also there's been the downside of it as well. There's been the negatives. And, you know, the run out there of Safi, that was just criminal, wasn't it? It just shouldn't be happening at this level. A little bit like what we saw last night with Sherali from Sweden, and that's maybe where, you know, the likes of not just Hungary but Sweden and 1 or 2 of the other countries that are starting to up the level of the cricket and the standard that they're playing at. They've got to iron out those basic errors that sometimes creep into their game.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 3 nights ago that we were saying this could be the biggest day in Hungary's cricketing history, because they were 5 runs away from beating the Netherlands and were in a winning position on Monday night.
Yeah, they were.
Monday night cricket at its best, but unfortunately for them, they just fell off the pace, and it's been all downhill from there, hasn't it? Here's Clayton Floyd in over number 4.
Well, he tosses this up. Work to be done out on the field, and nicely done. And there's little things like that, the standards, you know, once again, this is what a lot of these teams will be watching and wanting to replicate themselves. Felipe Bossoé there. Hands in front, body behind, sliding, getting low, getting down, getting dirty. Up in the air, but he doesn't get this, I don't think. It's going to be Sebastian Bratt, who does not drop him. And that is the end of Mars Baji. He'll go for just the 1 of the 5 balls that he faces. And Sebastian Bratt takes another catch. I think that's probably the 8th that he's taken in this championship. He's got a safe pair of hands, and of course we've seen him take some humdingers as well. Well, this one was straightforward. I think he could have taken this with his eyes closed, but yeah, slices it up in the air, but he plants. You see, that's what he does. He likes to get down and get low, this Baji, even with that one. So he puts his knee right down, and he's hitting this whereas I think he would have been far better off just taking a couple of steps down the ground, down the pitch and hitting it standing upright on the full. So it's disappointment for Baji as well. Got another opportunity, but not able to make the most of it as Stan Ahuja comes out into the middle.
Yeah, so he'll get a chance to try and move the game forward. But yeah, Hungary, I don't really know how much more we can say about it really, except that we've really enjoyed when we go to Hungary, because we've had a couple of one-week series there. They've been, and 3 now in fact. They have been super exciting. I mean, there's a lot of talent there, a lot of raw talent. I think, I suppose what we're finding out is slightly higher caliber of opposition. They haven't really been able to replicate that form.
I think the other thing here is Vinny, and I don't want to sound negative, but I just want to put some things into perspective here. What you have to remember is that Hungary, like a lot of these teams that we're seeing here, they're in the process of change. They're in the process where cricket is starting to develop, it's starting to be seen more. Carrying on after this ball, this is played out. Yes, it's starting to be seen more, starting to be liked more by the locals. So it's on the up, but it's going to take a while for the infrastructure to change. Yeah. For example, Hungary, they only play cricket on that one ground.
Yeah, that's right.
So can you imagine if you're only, so these teams playing at the national level, you're only playing and practicing on one ground. And the problem with that is this is a chance and it's taken. And once again, this is the standards we're talking about. And this is maybe the difference between a team like Netherlands out there in the field and a team like, I mean, we're talking about Hungary here. It could be Hungary, it could be Sweden, it could be Finland. But that's the difference here between the Netherlands and these teams. Is the standards are higher. But also, just to finish off what I'm talking about there, is that the likes of Hungary, when they then go on a tour, when they go into a championship like this, they haven't played on this sort of surface before. We've seen the ground in Hungary, and it's a really nice ground. But if that is all they play on, when they then come to a championship like this, they've got a lot of getting used to. You know, I mean, the outfield is different, as we know. The pitch is different. So it's always going to be hard. And I think until the infrastructure slowly starts to change in these countries as well, and more pitches become available, and they get a little bit more variation, and maybe in time to come, you know, we'll go from artificial pitches to turf pitches. There's always going to be that slight difference. But it will happen. It will come.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make. And, you know, it's just a sign that cricket is developing in different rates in different places, but I know there's no lack of enthusiasm around cricket in Hungary. You could kind of feel that enthusiasm going into this week. They felt this was their chance to really show Europe what they can do. And yeah, I mean, they haven't. They had the odd one where they've been blown away, but I mean, most of the games they've been really competitive and just not put away winning positions, or just gone down in really narrow ones. Right now, a little bit ugly. 29 for 5. Prashant comes in, and he tries to smash it straight away. That's the way he plays his cricket. Will just be a single though, and he'll retain the strike. 4 overs down. Hungary are 30 for 5.
Yeah, 30 for 5. Another very good over bowled there by Clayton Floyd. Five wickets down, and I think here Hungary need to be thinking about batting out the 10 overs. I think they won't want, like I said, the key thing for them is here, though the victory is certainly not on, is to try and bat well for one of the batters out there to make a good individual score to help the team to get a reasonable score here as well. But they want to avoid being blown away here. They certainly want to avoid a big loss. They want to go back with obviously some positives from this match as well, going into that last match, which is going to be their last opportunity to get some points on the board when they take on Sweden in match number 18. Down the ground, and this is more like it. Well, this is big because I'm opening the back door again, and I'll tell you where this lands. Well, it's halfway up the hill. That's a nice shot. And, well, it's Indy that does the fielding. Good morning to you, Indy. Big smile on his face. He's quite happy to get his hands on that kookaburra. And passes it back to the captain of the Netherlands, Sebastian Bruck. Well, that's a big hit. And Prashant, well, I've said it before, Abhitash Prashant, he's one man that has impressed me for Hungary. Goes for another one here, and he hits this one big. Lovely jubbly, 6 carreras más. Well, what a hit this is. And no way, he doesn't, does he? There is no, oh my word. Corey Ruckus, he's taken the catch.
But him.
And, well, he's letting everyone know about it. Is it on camera? Let's have a look.
There we go.
And... Oh, he has to milk it as well. Well, he always says he's put a little bit of mayo on that. Well, I'm going to use his own words against him. He does put a little mayo on that as we go back to the live action. Rory Ruckus, there he is, the Spanish coach, and takes the catch, and he's loving that moment. We're going to hear all about that now, Vinny. We're going to hear all about that.
Thing is, he's wearing his good trousers as well, and there's got to be some grass stain issues surrounding those right now. This is the top edge, and this is hanging. This one should be out, actually. Well, this one will be caught. And probably even simpler than the one we saw earlier in the over in the crowd. It's Musa Ahmed out there who removes Stana Huja. The Giant gets the second wicket. So Hungary fighting a few highlights, but also the Dutch bringing their fair share as well. It's 43 for 6 in the fifth.
Yeah, Stana Huja, he doesn't want to hang around, does he? He thinks there's no point me here just stroking the ball around. I want to play a few shots as well. Goes for this. I think it's the right shot to play, but he just doesn't get his body in the right area, does he? And he ends up sort of, doesn't really end up hitting it. Sort of ball sort of hits him high up on the bat. And a simple catch taken by Musa Ahmed. Another one goes. He goes for one.
Yeah, Euphrash saying in the comment section, why has Corey retired? Get in the squad. I think probably was a little bit of an unnecessary one, but we'll let it go.
Well, he's always up here saying when he sees the fielder putting a bit more into it than he thinks, as the players with that wicket going down will start to take some drinks. He always says, well, he's put some mayo on that. Or Corey, I reckon you put a lot of mayo on that. Or mayo, mustard and ketchup as well. He's trying to make it look good. But look, give him his due. We know how many attempts has he had. I mean, is that 1 in 22?
I think he did get one last year. And so I make that 2 out of 11. He dropped 9 in a row. And he's on a streak, though. He has gone 2 for 2 more recently.
Well, he's going to love that moment, isn't he? As we take an opportunity to say a big hello to all of our viewers around the world.
Yeah, it's great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Ford with me. And, yeah, look, it's a really hard place to be if you're Hungary. Yeah. All you have to do, this game is gone. And now you can't even worry about net run rate. I mean, you're just literally playing for pride and maybe some personal highlights. But they do play match 18 against Sweden here. Sweden did beat them last night from a position that you felt that Hungary shouldn't have let them get back into the game. So at least that way they can maybe take something away from this week. Otherwise, look, they're definitely going to take away a lot of learnings from this week, right?
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, that's the thing here. We've said this all the way along. We're talking about it in Group A and we talk about it in Group B as well. Yeah, the teams will take a lot away from it. It will help them improve. It will hurt at the moment, and Hungary, they will be hurting. But they will take away a lot of positives and things they can work on.
Yeah, I think you're right. So it's great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Whether you're watching on Fangode in the Indian subcontinent or on ECN or one of our international broadcast partners. We certainly appreciate your company. It should be a big day. Not just today, but tomorrow being finals day for Group B. We'll find out exactly which team will join Spain and the England 11. This one could be another one. Brutt doesn't drop catches, and he's not going to drop this. So Hungary, 7 wickets down in the first half of the innings. Giant cleaning up as well. Kai Bedelda didn't want to wait, and he will have to go early. He's going to go for a duck. So, I mean, the intent's there from the captain. Brave enough to take the game on, but doesn't get it out of the middle. Giant will finish with 3 for 29 after 5 overs. It's 43 for 7.
Yeah, 43 for 7, and my concern at the end of the fourth when they were 5 down, saying, well, one thing they don't want to be is all out for a few. When it looks like it's going that way, the captain there, you said it, he didn't want to wait around. And again, what frustrates me more than anything else, I mean, I've only been to Hungary on the one occasion, and that was earlier this year. And I have to say, the cricket that I saw out there was astonishing. The fielding was, I still maintain in all the European cricket series have been to the fielding, particularly the catching, probably was the best that I've seen, and we saw some good batting as well. And I'm looking at a lot of these players that I saw out there, and I was so excited to see them playing here. And me, like a lot of people, are probably a little bit disappointed with what we've seen here. And Deldar there, I think the captain sums it up. He's a much better player than that, and he goes with 0 of just 2 deliveries.
Yeah, it's almost like you're willing a quick 3 wickets here, aren't you? Just to everyone to walk away from this game and Hungary to have the maximum time to reassess and try and find some mental resolve to come back in their last game. This is going to be another one that's going, and gone. Well, I've got to say, Prashar, through all of it, he stood up for Hungary. He's had a very good summer domestically. Sakib Zulfikar, pretty good leg spinner. And this one, down the ground, Maximal gets Hungary close to that 50.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take a leaf out of Prashar's book. I mean, he's, I think this is all about the frame of mind that he's in. He's always been positive. He's determined. He wants to do well for his team. We've seen that even with the ball. And what summed it up for me is even when they were being thumped all over the place, I mean, just how pumped he was to get the wicket of Ryan Klein. I mean, by then, I mean, the game was probably already lost, and Klein had just clubbed 47 off 10 deliveries before he was out. But he was still pumped. It still meant a lot to him to get that wicket, and he's out there now. And even though he knows that this match is gone, he's still playing positive, hitting shots, and he's raced on to, well, that's now 21 of just 6 deliveries. So, I mean, he certainly, if you're talking about Hungary, their player of the championship has been that man out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Anything I'm, I suppose, worried about is the time factor. 15 minutes left, you can see, to bowl pretty much 4 overs. Might not need 4 overs the way things are going. Well, there's a rare error from Netherlands 11, and that's going to be 4. So they'll take it. Arakura Goda will get 4. That brings up the 50 for Hungary. This is just a little push. The spin does the fielder on the second bounce. So Hungary get a little bit of something going their way.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. It's not often that we see an error or a mistake. Well, we see one there. It just goes to show, you know, they're like everybody else. They're just human. You're going to get, every so often, things will go not their way. But this one has not gone their way either. It's a good shot.
Look who it is. Oh, nice. Well, the real entertainment is coming. It takes it on the one bounce. But just have a look about the quick flick away and hurdle of the fence. The only thing this could have been better is if he hadn't quite made it over the fence. I don't know if we'll have time to get all this.
Oh, well.
Just one this time. Netherlands 11, don't forget we'll see them later in the day as well. They are going to be taking on Finland in a return clash of, I suppose it was a top of the table clash yesterday. We'll have to see if it still is that way. It does seem like Netherlands 11 daylight second in this Group B at the moment. And then, I don't know, about another galaxy. And then Hungary, unfortunately, because they are just out of the mix as things have worked out. Here's the end of the over here. After 6 overs, the score is 61 for 7.
So this is something that Corey was calling for yesterday. He was talking about 1 or 2 players out there that could also bowl, and he mentioned Musa Ahmed, and he was trying to convince Sebastian Bright to give Musa and maybe also Boris Gawley an opportunity. Well, Musa does get an opportunity, and let's see if he makes it count.
Yuvra saying in the chat, it's maybe you could get Corey as fielding coach for PNG. There's the.
Now we got high standards at PNG. Yeah.
2 out of 11 doesn't cut it. Sometimes, yeah, you're going to see a situation like now with slightly more occasional bowler in Musa Ahmed having a go. Very capable though as a part-timer.
Well, he does something. Corey did say he's a regular bowler for when he's playing for his club. So I think you'd be a bit harsh on him being a part-time bowler, Musa.
Part-timer.
Well, weight is the call.
And also I remember seeing this on the Cricket Australia social media. The question is bowling finger spin a cop-out? Because anyone can do it. And most of the I know a lot of them said yes.
Better shot.
Think about all these, the fast bowlers, all the conditioning, all the stuff they do to, running in bowling thunderbolts, to stressing their body, and normally they're getting smashed everywhere, and someone comes on and just flicks the arm over.
I hated it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people tuning in now probably saying, yeah, I know what you're talking about. How many times does that happen? You're bending your bat, you're giving it everything, you're beating the bat, nothing's going your way. LBW decisions being turned down, and then if you bowled a A good spell of bowling. You bowled your 10 overs or whatever it is for very few runs. Well, they've taken the overthrows here. That's good running, good alertness from Prashar. And well, with the two opening bowlers here, actually, Prashar and Akugora out there in the middle. And then, well, you come off, somebody comes on, just tosses them up and ends up with a Michelle Pfeiffer.
It's a tale as old as cricket itself, that one. Around the wicket now, Musa. Gets hit straight, gets hit pretty well. This is out of the ground. Maximo. Consolation runs for Hungary. I've got to say, it's pretty well hit by Callum Kurigoda, who we have seen opening the batting for his club side, the Budapest Blinders. When he hits them, they look really good. I mean, that's a classical shot straight down the ground.
It's a great hit. I mean, he goes under 20 here now in no time at all. And all of a sudden, it's a partnership. And that's the thing here, partnerships. It's about partnership. It's about belief, about being positive. I mean, not long ago, it was 43 for 7 at the end of that 5th over, and we're thinking, well, they're going to maybe struggle to bat out the 10. And now these two have come together, and they played some really nice shots. That's the end of Musa's over. It ends up going for 11, and the score moves on to 72 for 7.
Not the worst over at all. Well, okay, with Hungary out of the picture, and Netherlands, I think, running away with the top. For me, the middle positions are super important now. And you can see it's now pretty much a 3-way battle for second place, which will be the double chance. And that could be really important come tomorrow. So coming up next, we have a clash between Finland and Denmark. Finland 4 wins down to 6, Denmark only 2 wins. But I mean, they could switch positions by the end of the day. That's the situation we're in here. So news from the toss that Denmark, their captain Taranjit Barrage, has won the toss and elected to bat first. Interestingly, he's gone for Musa Mahmood at the top of the order, it looks like. Musa Mahmood has been in the middle, hasn't really clicked with a bat yet, and I think he wants to give him a bit of an opportunity, maybe at the expense of the captain himself, but that game is coming up, and I'll give you a definite start time. It is meant to be in around about 15 minutes, but we have had some technical delays this morning, so we'll keep you up to date if there's any change to that start time.
Survey into bowl here now. He's bowled very well. In fact, he's played a good all-rounder role, hasn't he, with bat and with ball. Looking to pick up a few more wickets, but Prashar is probably looking to pick up a few more boundaries. Maximos if he can. And he has a go, but I don't think he's got this right. Ball is there in the act. Oh, this is a clanger. This is an absolute clanger. I think he's trying to get a little bit too clever here, Boris Gourlay. And I think, well, I'm not sure what he's trying to do here.
I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to catch it low down and flick it to Brat, but he just forgets to catch it, which is kind of the important bit. And it ends up just kind of slewing off his fingertips over the line for 6.
Yeah, I think he just tried to be a bit too casual there, and it cost him 6 runs though to Bashar. He's happy about it. And now he carves this out onto the offside.
Tell you who's not thrilled about that is Philip Wasava, who really should have had a wicket.
Yeah.
I say should. I mean, I think more often than not, Netherlands pull that off. I think that's also a concentration thing from Boris.
I think
it goes both ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? You know, you've got the game in the bag. So maybe you just switch off a little bit. Maybe you just get a little bit overconfident, over-cocky. And what should have been a catch ends up not being. But yeah, I think you're probably right. I think he could have taken the catch himself. But he's thinking, well, you know what? I'll flick it back to me captain. Oh, this is the Sanders. This is what you're talking about. Well, we've talked about an error. And there have been a couple of errors in this match from the Netherlands, especially in the last few overs, but there's no error there.
Well, here's the thing. Clyde's got a dodgy hip. So I don't know. I mean, I'm all for 100% effort all the time. But, I mean, spectacular, but dangerous. Because he lands right on it.
But not on this surface. Come on, you know it. This is a big green mattress here. Well, this one's going to beat Sebastian Brat. It's a nice shot, firmly hit. Liking this. A little bit of rear guard action. Positive batting from Abhitash Prashar and Callum Akugora. This is what I like to see. And, it's what we haven't seen too much from Hungary. And I said they need to try and finish the day on a high and get as many positives as they can. Well, this is some positives from them. Firmly down the ground.
Yeah, it should just be 1 to Brat here. This will take us to the end of another over. Hungary has some respectability to the scoreline, I suppose. That maybe they can bring up the 3 figures here. After 8 overs, the score is 86 for 7.
86 for 7. Boss of 8 is making no eye contact at all with Boris Gourlay as he walks back to his mark. He doesn't want to know.
Like that. The Netherlands 11 having a bit of fun out there with us. Frisbee of the orange hat towards the camera. But anyway, now we're going to see last year's MVP, Clayton Floyd. He's going to bowl over number 9. Pretty good partnership, this. But like I say, only playing for pride. But Sweden, again, they'll be the ones to take on Hungary in what will be Sweden's first match of the day. It will be Hungary's second match of the day, and it will be the third match of the whole day. Coming up in match 18. This is driven down towards Corley. It's funny, I actually don't think he... Well, now they're going to take a second. That's a bit of a lapse by the Netherlands. Well picked up on by Prashar. Yeah, that catch he took, I don't think he was trying to take it easy, so to speak. He was trying to catch it low down, slightly over the boundary, because he couldn't really take a step back. And they wanted to flick it to Brat, but the main thing was he didn't catch the ball in the first place.
Yeah, you can see that some of the Netherlands guys say, come on, stay awake, finish strong. I think they're sensing themselves that they're just letting their standards drop a little bit here.
Well, Floyd's now rocked out the leg spin, so you know this is an over where they're trying absolutely everything. Well, you'll never know if that ball would have turned because it never bounced.
Never pitches.
Let's see if he tries it again here, Clayton.
I think that was one he was specifically saving for the left-handed Prashar.
Yeah, perhaps. It's got a good bounce out of this pitch, Clayton Floyd. Back to orthodox this time. This is hanging in the air. Klein's going back, and he'll take a very good catch. Brace for impact. And so the partnership is broken. It will be Floyd that gets the wicket. Akuragoda, I thought he looked good while he was there, but he goes for 23 off 10. Ryan Klein, top-class fielding from him. And Hungary, 89 for 8 in the 9th.
Yeah, he wanted it, didn't he? I mean, you mentioned that you know that he's carrying a little bit of a niggle, so he's not going to be throwing himself around too much, and that's why I think the captain, Sebastian Brat, has been sort of protecting him as much as he can. But he wants this one. He's got fielders that could come in from behind him to take it, but he said, no, it's mine, I want it. And he takes it and finishes with a little bit of a backward roll as well. Well, that's a good partnership there, and you see there that Akuragoda, 23 of the, and a partnership of 45. So well done to him, and he'll get a good round of applause there. And that's a positive, that's a plus, that's what they need to do. Just 10 deliveries in getting to that 23 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly someone that is always looking for positives. I had to look pretty hard in this game, though, for Hungary, but I mean, that is one of them. Maybe he'll get an opportunity maybe towards the top of the order in the last game, who knows. Anyway, back to Floyd. New batter out there, Marcus Fontaine, who's going to just whip this one away. This will be a single to get him started. Nice opportunity for Mark to have a bat as well and see if he can have some success against this pretty strong Netherlands 11 attack.
He batted well yesterday, you know. He came in under immense pressure. It was a hat-trick ball. He wasn't ready for it. And I think he rushed out there. This is hit beautifully down the ground. What a lovely shot this is. Well, they don't come any better than this, Vinny. And from Prashar, look at the way he uses his feet and he smashes Clayton Floyd straight down the ground. That is a beautiful shot.
Yeah, again, put it in the highlights reel for Prashar, which is pretty long in this tournament. Goes with the spin. Let's see what Clayton comes back with here. Last ball of the over. Goes again and goes pretty good. 6 more, Maximo. Prashar moves to 49 with back-to-back Maximos. And Hungary, they do reach that triple figures. It's 102 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, this is such good batting. And look, he takes him on, doesn't he? Just makes room for himself. And it's just clean, crisp hitting. It really is. That's such a good shot. Sweet out of the middle of the bat. Like, well, that one is like a bowl of glove jumbo. It really is. It's sweet and it's beautiful. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, so what made that last shot even better was that was the kind of carom ball from Floyd, which is flicks out of the front of the hands, on the front of the fingers, and so actually kind of, if anything, breaks away from him, but he just played it beautifully straight through the line.
Nice way to bring up the 100 as well. And, well, it's a good effort, this. They were 43 for 7, remember. This one, it doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but he gets lucky. He ends up dropping in no man's land. And just like that, Desfontaine gives the strike straight back to Prashar. Big moment this for Prashar. Well, I really am hoping that he gets this gets his run and gets a 50.
Certainly deserves it, doesn't he? So keeps Zufka. So he tries that top spinner or maybe slight wrong end to the lefty. Goes for this. Well, that's a great way to bring it up as well. Maximo! And Prashant goes to 55. Only 18 balls, Rico. He's played shots all around the ground. It's been a masterclass, really. And a courageous innings, a rearguard action from Prashant. And he's thrilled about it.
Well batted indeed, yeah. I mean, I'm loving this celebration. I'm loving this for this player. I think he's been outstanding for Hungary. Like I said earlier, he is and has been their player of the championship. He's batted so well, and he's not finished yet, maybe. Yeah, this is clean over. Boris Gorley is another 6. And he's having some fun out there at the moment. And you know what? He's sending a message to the batters that came in and went before him and saying, hey, guys, this is the way you do it. You know, you got to believe, you got to be positive, and you got to play with pride when you're wearing that shirt. And that is what he's done.
Keep Zulfika's not thrilled about it. He's going to go again. I don't think they'll get more than the single here. Yeah, I mean, this is where I think Hungary in their last game, let's just throw all the cards on the table. Maybe open with Prashant, see if he can bat through 10 overs. Go with people that are confident, I suppose. This is a little wrong, I think, from Zulfika, at least the top spinner. Goes straight through Marcus Fontaine.
How does this miss the stumps?
Just an extra bounce he gets with that overspin, I think. All right. Last ball coming up. A fairly one-sided opening match of the day. Marcus Fontaine should just get the one here and be happy with that. So, well, some respectability to the scoreboard, but it is Netherlands 11 that run out the big winners on the first match of day 4 here in Group B. The final score, Netherlands 11, 159, Hungary 117. But really, for Hungary, Prashant, without him, I think this would have been a very, very ugly scoreline.
Yeah, it certainly would do. And once again, Abhitar Prashant, well played indeed. It's a fantastic knock from him. He's certainly been the star for Hungary in the championship, and he's looking, I'm sure, to do it all over again when they take on Sweden. And maybe on that occasion, they can finally get some points on the board. That's what they're looking to do. And well, his knock has been well appreciated by all of the guys there in the orange, the Netherlands boys. But it is they that are smiling. There we saw Clayton Floyd pick up 3 wickets once more, 3 for 19 from him, and also 3 for Arnav Jan as well. He took 3 for 29. But as we have a look at these highlights, you see that well, it was all about finding a way to get out for a lot of the batters, and well, Deploy didn't help himself, trying to get funky. There was Maximo. He was looking quite funky. He was dancing under the sunshine. But it's a couple of big shots as well. You have to say that I think Safi, he really plays some really nice shots, but then when he gets himself run out here, I mean, that just, well, that makes your blood boil, doesn't it, if you're the coach? And as the coach, of course, for Hungary, Paul Edgilla, will certainly be having words with the batters there and saying, hey, look, come on, back to the basics, guys. Let's get the basics right. The basics, well, talk about basics. The Netherlands, they did most of those things right. Sebastian Bright, once again, the man taking the catching, and that was a really good catch. Beautifully taken, low down, and Clayton Floyd smile on his face because it's another wicket to him. But Prashant was the one who was hitting the ball big, and well, another man had a smile on his face was Corey Ruckers, because he finally does take a catch. And well, he wore his best gear today as well. Well, that's all pretty badly stained now.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that he actually went for that, and I really couldn't believe that he held it. But I tell you what, there were plenty of kind of catching opportunities around this part of the innings. But yeah, Prashant, he just continued to swing away, didn't he, for the Netherlands 11, and his innings was outstanding. And consider that he actually came out in the number 7 position. He scored 62 of 20 balls with 8 sixes and a 4. And ultimately didn't have a lot of help. Didn't get a little bit from Callum Akuragoda, and maybe a little bit from Boris Gorley as well, who spilt that one over the line. Hungary, well, time to reassess and see if they can at least walk away with something. They'll play Sweden in their final match of ECC 22. Yeah, there was the third match of the day.
There was a low-flying, unidentified object. Part of that highlights as well.
I can identify it. It was those beautiful Dutch cowboy hats. Yeah, but Prashant, he went to the half century with that and wasn't he thrilled about it, but I mean, he'll be equal parts kind of excited but frustrated. Excited that he's shown he can compete at the level, but also frustrated that the team hasn't really been able to play well enough, and not enough guys have stepped up in the big moments. This is what's coming up next is Finland versus Denmark. The Danes, they won the toss, they'll be batting first. I know they've listed Musa Mahmood here as the opener, so I'd like to see him get a bit of an extended run. I think he hasn't quite clicked yet. Got to say, I really like Magnus Christensen, the native-born Danish player who can do a bit of everything, but he hits a long ball. But looking forward to that. Finland, of course, Skaemans has been in really good form. I love the spin bowling of Peter Gallagher as well in the middle of the innings. I think that he's been really useful. And look, Raz Mohammed, he can kind of bowl top and tails, bowls a very slippery Yorker. Just a bit of news with that because of the technical delay this morning. That match will start in around about 13 minutes from now. So it's a 10-minute delay from the original start time. So stay tuned for that. As we look at this beautiful Cartama Oval and the surrounds and the scorecard, not so beautiful for Hungary, especially in the top 6, who combined to only score 25 runs. Prashavo, 62 not out, got them out of the hole, along with Akuragoda, who scored 23. And look, pretty disciplined bowling innings as well. No wides, no balls from the Netherlands 11. They do look like a team that are laser focused on giving themselves the best chance of qualifying. Even the way they kind of retired out Zulfigar for 50, trying to give someone else a bat, trying to kind of manage their squad a little bit. As far as the bowling went, well, plenty of good performers there. Got to say Arian Duck, very economical, 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. Twin 3 for Zoe for Giant, and Floyd wrecked this innings. And that was the tail of the tape here in match 16. So we will be back in about 10 minutes, and when we do, it'll be the second match of the day. Denmark batting first against the Finns. Let's see how that one goes. I think we've got some pretty close contests. The double chance is in play, and 3 teams will be playing for that remaining spot and the double chance. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me. We'll take a quick break, and on the other side of it, we'll be back on ECN with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. I'm here with the kids from the La Campiña School in Cartama, and we are loving having them here as part of the cricket school project. We have different kids every day, and now it's time for the coin toss for the second match of the day. It's match 17. It is Finland taking on Denmark. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Joko. Yes. Frederick Constant. It is Frederick Constant. We will bat first.
On tres. Okay, here we go. So Taranjit of Denmark, he wins the toss. He wants to have a hit. No surprises there. They've got some powerful strikers. Finland, though, they are 4-2. Denmark 2-4. But Denmark, I mean, they're building. They're trying to get something going before the finals. Let's see what happens. Well, kids, you know what? Un, dos, tres. Vamos! Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu and the Campiña School for that lovely introduction to this match that's coming up here now between Finland and Denmark. You take the aerial view there of the magnificent Cartama Oval. I tell you what, the cricket that we've seen here, well, of course we're sort of halfway through the Group B here, so we've seen a week and a half, has been absolutely scintillating. And just to remind you, the Group A was won by Spain. They won the final against Ireland, so they booked their place in the championship week starting on the 10th of October, where they will join the reigning champions England. They're already there, and now we're looking to see who will join them from Group B. Well, after that result from the first match here this morning, we know that Hungary will play no further part in finals. They've got one more match against Sweden, but they can't make it into the group final stage tomorrow, so they're the team that's been eliminated. Netherlands look like they're going to finish top of the pack, but who's going to finish second? Second is key because the top two always have double chance to make it into the group final. Can it be Finland or Denmark? Finland are looking good at the moment. They've really been the surprise package, and they're pipped here also by the bat versus ball war to do this one, 108 to 100. And that's probably based on their record so far, 4 wins and 2 losses. Denmark just the 2 wins, but they have played some good cricket. And I think, well, all of us here, myself, Corey and Vinny, we've been saying that they're a team that have played good cricket, but probably haven't got the results that they deserve. But they put some good results together, haven't they, in the last 2 matches? And one of the things that certainly has improved is their batting, and I think that's just because of the way that they've gone out there. I mean, they got blown away by Netherlands yesterday, didn't they, in the first match, but they did come back strong against Hungary, chasing down the 118 they required with 8 balls to go. And their captain Taranjit Faraj has certainly been leading the way, as long as also as Magnus Kirstensen. He was 42 not out of 13 in that player of the match performance, so he's been pretty key. Denmark electing to bat first here, so they're looking to, I think, knowing what Finland have been able to do. And also they'll think back to a match that they had with Finland where, well, they put a very healthy score on the board, did Denmark, 132, but Finland got them. So they're looking to get revenge over that one. That was a bit of a surprise really for most people. So once again, they'll be hoping to try and get around about that 130 score. It's going to be a man who's been bowling brilliantly through this championship to start. Raz Mohammed starts well, right into the block hole. That's where he's been at his best. And off the mark straight away. They're giving the chance to Musa Mahmood. I can understand this, Musa. I've heard so many good things about him. I know he's a very talented cricketer. Scored a lot of runs. He's scored big runs in ICC tournaments as well for Denmark. But hasn't quite got down here. Big appeal. And not out is the decision from the umpire. Shane, the man in black out there. It's umpire Suleiman Sahid, the Italian stallion, at the bowler's end. And the man at square leg is from Hungary, Shub Navjot Singh. That one just outside the line, I think. But good length. That Raz Mahmood bowls. Gets this one through. Trying to play this out. The offside Musa. Musa been joined by Aslam. The non-strikers then, both batters off the mark. Aslam, a very good timer at the ball, but seems to prefer pace than spin. That one could be closer, and he's gone. Yeah, I think this is full, it is straight, and Musa Mahmood is trying to work this away on the leg side rather than play straight. And, well, yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about this. It's a good delivery, and this is what Raz Mohammed does. He gets the batters to play everything. He gets the ball right up there in the block hole. And Mahmood trying to work this on the leg side, gets it wrong. And if you miss these, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble. Look at the shuffle that he makes across. I mean, okay, it's a long way forward, but look where that ball hits him, below the knee. And that's a very, well, easy decision to be made there by the umpire. So they're trying out something here, trying to get Musa maybe just in the runs going into a big day coming up tomorrow, finals day for the group. But he's not able to reward his captain with his faith. He goes for 3. He goes for 1, sorry, of the 3 balls that he's faced. LBW to Raz Mohammed. New batter makes his way out. I think it's important here also for, I think, Denmark not to change it around too much. I mean, they're going for Udin, who's played some good innings. And kick good in. He's hit the ball pretty well. Powerful as well. But Taranjit himself doesn't want to put himself too far down the order. Oh, this could be another, you know. Oh, well, is there a bit of bat on this? There was a noise. Let's see. There's no signal from the umpire. So, yeah, that's what saves him. If there's no bat on this, he's gone. I'm telling you that. But again, big shuffle across. And dangerous, but just gets a bit of an inside edge on this, I think. That's what saves him. Otherwise, he's a goner. Very, very fortunate, very lucky. Udin. He could have been back already. Slant firmly struck, once the 1. Peter Gallagher does the fielding. Gallagher, he's been top draw in this position of mid-on and long on. Certainly taking some brilliant catches himself. We've seen some great fielding, in fact, in that area particularly. Speaking about some catches, I mean, Sebastian Bright just now we saw in that area. He's taken some great catches there. Gallagher as well. These are some of the stats for these teams. Let's have a look at the batters there. Well, Sanjeev T, he's been great for Denmark, as has the captain, Taranjit Barraj. Aslam has made a good start, but the last few innings he's been a bit off the ball, so he's looking to come back strong in this one. Across the other side, well, Jonathan Skamans has been brilliant, along with Latif Rashid. This is up in the air, but Shah to catch it, but it ain't going to be caught. This is going all the way. Nice hit, clean out of the middle. Boom. Shaka. Laguea, manos arriba, arbitro, porque es una 6 carreras. Es una grande. Good shot. Nice clean hit through the line, goes all the way. So Saran Aslam gets going. This one is the wide. You can see he's just trying to keep this one out of the out of that swing area of the batter. It just goes too wide. Judge Shirt, the wild thing. Better. That's what he's trying to do here now, saying, well, okay, if that's what the shots you're going to play, well, I'm not going to give you another one there. Going to be another wide. Yes, it is. Wicketkeeper does really well to come across. Jonathan Skamans. Understand the plan, but the execution is a little bit hit and miss at the moment from Amjad Sher. Be another. He's always looking back at the umpire. I'm not sure what the look is for. I mean, these are big wides and easy calls for umpire Shub. Yeah, look. So Aslam, maybe he himself's getting a bit frustrated. I think he wants to get hold of one, wants to hit one. And sees this one go again. Yeah, every time he bowls this one, looks back at the. I'm not sure why he's looking back. I think he might have accepted it's going to be a while. He's going to call it. Looking at the umpire, he's not going to make him not call it. Yeah, just the plan is there, but the execution is not. It's another wide. So well, just wide after wide here at the moment. It's got to try and do something different here. He's trying to do the same thing every ball. And, nobody's going up to him to have a little chat with him either. So I think sometimes this could be a good idea. I mean, he's getting a fair bit of movement, isn't he? But you can see he's pretty short where that ball is being pitched. I think if he goes a bit fuller, he'll get the ball to stay in the right area. Does go fuller, but going full means it's an up and over shot. Fielders should stop this. They do. They're going for two. In comes the throw, and they'll get there. And that's the reason you can see why Amjad Shah, the Wild Thing, is trying to not get the ball in that area, because he knows that's what Islam is waiting for. Doesn't quite get this one right. Bit of work to be done here by the umpires to Sullivan to put the stumps back where they belong. The wicket keeper made a bit of a mess of them. Jonathan Skamans. And hasn't he been in good form? Looking forward to him being out there with the bat again. 172 runs so far in the championship. And he, as his team Finland, have had a pretty good one so far. Well, this is gone. Big Kinnasona. Well, that's why the scorers need headsets on, because this one has smashed the top of their box, and well, it's vibrating pretty sharply. I hope you're all right in there. Smashed one on the top. Big hit. Nice shot. Oh, edge flies away, half a chance. And these are the things that you need to go your way sometimes. And Amjad Shah, the Wild Thing, he can't believe it, finds the edge. And Saran Aslam gets the luck as this one races to the boundary. Yeah, I mean, this goes so quick, doesn't it? No chance for the wicket keeper. I mean, if you've got slips in place, okay, maybe. And, well, it's gone past the third man there, Zahur Rahman, before. I think he's even had a chance to see it and move. Well, this one's, is it going to be more luck here? I think it is. Where's this going to go? I think this goes all the way, you know. And, well, Sullivan side is saying no. It just bounces just before, so 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, well, 2 massive strokes of luck for Aslam here. Hay poquito de suerte ahí. And just see this one here just dropping before the line. And here's the bounce here. Yeah, look, that's very good, tapping it back. The problem is, he's already stepped outside the field of play. So as soon as he makes contact with that ball, because he's already landed outside the field of play, he's going to be 4 runs. So good over that one ends up being. The score moves along into the 30s here now. So that one ends up being an over that goes magical from the Wild Thing. Just couldn't get it right. Too many wides. And, well, when it wasn't a wide, the ball was going to the boundary. 31 for 1. So magical over, 27 off it. Tumbe comes into the attack. Starts with the ball pretty full, smashes it back onto the stumps.
Back it up.
Gallagher is able to change his line of approach to get behind it and keep it just to the 1. So Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. It's the Euros of cricket, and we're certainly having a good time here. Your good time crew, Rico Fulk. Well, Corey Ruckers is having a good time. He's been doing a bit of fielding. And well, Vinny Sandhu as well. The bowler's not, because Vinny, this is too high. This is going to be a free hit.
Well, this one was almost bowled to heaven, wasn't it? And it cost Tumbe 7. It just gets it completely wrong here. It was an attempted slower ball. That one went miles. And, well, it really was a gift, wasn't it, for Denmark?
Yeah, big gift. And you don't bowl those to Aslam. I mean, he's had a bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte para Aslam esta mañana. But you got to ride it. You got to make it. You got to make it count. And that one has been smashed away.
Yeah, so free hit coming up as well. Finland started so strongly. Just looked a little bit like they've come back to the pack over the last couple of days, but still, they'll be really happy with the work they've done so far this week. They're in the box seat for the double chance, but they have to play well. The Danes are a team on the rise, though. I think there's no doubt about that. Free hit. Pretty good ball from Tumbe. Comes back well, just a single.
Yeah, they do back Tumbe a lot, don't they? He normally tends to bowl this over. And then usually they're holding back to bowl the last, which has backfired for them on some occasions. But I think they're relying on his variation. And when he gets it right, he's quite skillful with the slower ball, just bobbles it outside the off stump. This one's the Yorker that he darts in, tries to make the stop himself, not able to. So the batters, they will take the single.
There you go, mate. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, Tumbe, for the most part, his stock ball is normally pretty accurate. I see that variation. It's the one that got away from him, but it was costly, wasn't it? I like the batting of Anikuddin as well. Sometimes coming in when the chips are down, getting an opportunity here in the number 3 position.
Firmly struck. Gets it past the infielder. That's Nathan Collins, the captain.
The other thing is, it's unfortunate for Denmark. They send Musa Mahmood up to open the batting, and he can't do anything. He gets out for just one. He's the guy they certainly wanted to get a bit more batting into. Here's Tumbe.
Hit on the up, and he gets it through the gap. It will be 4 runs. Gets given the width, and he attacks it straight away. That's Udin. That's a nice shot from him. And a little bit uppish, but he gets the placement spot on. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, and it was catchable height really, but found the gap. And so Denmark climbing into a pretty decent power play here. It's worth 46, still with the ball remaining.
Tumbe, ball to go, but 15 off the over already. And this is not a good delivery, and this is another one that's going to go magical. Well, that is in the ice cube, the ghost cube. Well, one of the ghosts is missing because they've taken one chair away from somewhere. But we know what that means. You hit in the ice cube. Well, the batter can, well, once he's done his bit, can go and collect his free ice cream.
What do they call that? Top bin challenge? That was top bins into the cube, wasn't it? And, well, in the end, see a couple of huge overs here. Things not really going to plan at the moment for Finland. At the end of the power play, it's 52 for 1. Denmark up and away. Those overs in the power play go for 4, 27, and 21. So a couple of magic calls, and Raz Mohammed, they like to bring back at the end. But at that time, it kind of backfires. Both Amjad Sher and Tumbe went the journey. Now we'll see a change of pace with Mohammed Asaduzaman. He's going to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, Asaduzaman, you know all about him. It's a hat-trick taker in this championship. Let's see if he can be at his best in this one. Up in the air, and well, this will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And well, it looks like Denmark, well, they're sensing a big score here. And one thing that these batters are not keen to do is, well, let Finland off the hook. They want to keep the pressure on here. They know they've just attacked 2 bowlers. Tumbe, he went magical. And before him, so did Amjad Sher, 2 top bowlers. And now they're going after this man, Asaduzaman, as well. Is it going to be another one? Back-to-back 6s. Balle, Brashaka.
Yeah, what good hitting this is. Consistent hitting, really. It's what I call like a challenge length from Asaduzaman, where he's saying, hey, go after me if you like. If you get it, you'll get 6, but if you don't, I can get you out. But right now, it's just a very good, easy shape of the bat by Aslam. And this time he goes straight out. He might get more runs, and he will get 4 more runs. Moves to 48. This is a very dangerous start. Denmark, who actually came in having won 2 fewer games than Finland, but with a better net run rate. But right now, they're putting their foot down to perhaps a really huge score in the start of match 17.
Yeah, they certainly are. This was hit powerfully. You can see Gallagher not that far away from it. hits it strong and hard. Aslan, well, he wants to bring up a half century with a Maximo there, misses out on this.
Credit to the bowler there. Instead of taking the bait and going faster, he just slows it down even more. And Aslan, for once, I think he plays the wrong shot here.
This one's up there in the slot. It's a chance, and Gallagher takes a very good catch indeed. Well, he gives this one a little cuddle, doesn't he? It's right in the comfy part of the belly, he says. Well, that's why you have to have a little bit of a belly, just to cushion the blow. And takes a good catch, as Gallagher. I said earlier that he's been top draw in that position. And Sohail Aslam, well, he wasn't going to shy away from the big shot, was he? I know he was just too short of his half century. He wanted to bring it up in style. He misses the ball before, but then this one is straight into the gut of Peter Gallagher, and it is Mohamed Asaduzaman who gets the breakthrough.
Well, this is where you've got to be careful, because if you have a big six-pack here, this probably bounces back to the bowler. But I think that Gallagher does everything right, just keeps his composure.
Yeah.
Makes it look a bit tough, but he gets the job done in the end, doesn't drop too many catches. So Denmark lose a second wicket. 68 for 2. Good innings, though, from Aslam.
Yeah, it's a good innings. He does well, but yeah, top player in the right area. And that's when they say in Spain you need a little bit of a barriga, because the barriga there is what helps him take the catch. So good work. And, well, look, also well done to the bowler as well, because he was under attack, but he didn't shy away from what he was trying to do. I mean, again, could have gone for 6, but he's saying to himself, I'll back myself, take the pace off. I've got the men back there. I've got the safe hands of Peter Gallagher. If there's a chance, if there's a sniff, he'll take it, and he did.
And that's the thing, Rico. How often do we see matches that seem really one-sided, but you know, after 4 or 5 overs, they can turn around dramatically? So this is a very good start for Denmark. Still some excellent batters to come, but I think Finland, they can continue to take wickets here as we get to the end of the 4th over. 68 for 2 after 4. So on 170 pace at the moment, but if they get those key wickets, and maybe can keep it down to something chaseable. And we have seen the Finns pull off a big chase before against Denmark, actually.
It was, yeah.
Don't forget when they chased that down. I think it was match number 4, in fact, where they chased down a target of 133. And they did that off the very last ball. So could be another high-scoring thriller here, but plenty of cricket still to play in match 17.
Yeah, I think these two are certainly going to entertain us. They did in that match, and I think this won't be the same. Both have exciting players. You've got both have got good spinners in the side as well. And we've seen, well, Finland sticking to what they do. So Asaduzaman finishes, and Peter Gallagher comes straight on, and his first one is just going to be clipped away to the fielder. Will just be a single. It's normally Raza Mohammed that's fielding out there. He too has got a good, safe pair of hands.
Does. I've got to say, Gallagher's bowling in the middle over has been really effective for Finland. Can't be an easy thing to come on. The batters are trying to go after you all the time, especially after the kind of start Denmark have had today. Not really tossing too many up, Pete, but you see that Lucky Malik just backs away. Can't get any bat on that one.
Yeah, Taranjit Barrage is giving the opportunity to his other batters. So Lucky Malik is the man who comes out at the moment. And I don't mind that at all. I think Taranjit Barrage himself, the captain, is thinking he's in pretty good form. He's made some good knocks already, and he's probably hoping here that he can get 1 or 2 of his batters going as they get ready and get prepared for, well, finals day coming up tomorrow. But of course, at this moment in time, they don't quite know where they're going to finish.
Spin!
Could have gone anywhere, this. Just slices off the blade of the bat and goes in the direction of the 3rd man. I mean, this could quite easily have just gone straight back to Gallagher. Gallagher doing what he's done on a number of occasions. He comes on to bowl and just tidies things up, causes a few errors from the batters, picks up the odd wicket here and there, as does Asaduzaman. The spin of Finland really has been very effective.
Yeah, it really has. This important phase of the game, I mean, just like that, the projected score goes from something 170 odd to 150 at the moment.
Good bowling again, gets past Gallagher, but not past the captain, Nathan. Makes the stop.
You can see the official timekeeper, Frederic Constant, the running clock on the screen. That's the time by which you have to be able to start your 10th over. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Shot. Oh, this is sweet. Out of the middle, like a bowler, Rasmalai. Ginna Sona छक्का लग गया कितना स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं जबरदस्ती batting, lovely shot, 6 runs to end the over, and time for the players to have a few drinks and maybe time for us to have a chat with our viewers. Hey, listen, I've got to say, I'm really liking the colour shirt. That shirt is fantastic. I think you could be sporting all of the teams in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship just with that shirt. It's quite marvellous, actually.
People quite like this one. I'm kind of, I'm very neutral, but I'm neutral by showing support for all the teams. I mean, you might have seen me flying the Finnish flag yesterday, but trust me, I'm just a big fan of cricket spreading to all of these countries that we're seeing. We'll see 21 of them in this year's ECC. Superb. I think it's a really exciting time to get involved with cricket in Europe, and ECN, I suppose, has been a bit of a game changer as far as giving these players a platform to perform. And while some of them performing kind of out of this world, we've seen some incredible hitting, incredible catching, and we're only about a week and a half into 5 weeks in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with it, and I've been impressed with these two teams, actually. I mean, Denmark were a team that I know that we haven't got the first choice team out here because of other duties that they're involved in, but I still was looking forward to seeing them play. There's a couple of players there, like their captain Taranjit and Zons, that I knew were going to be big performers as well, and Saran Aslam as well. These are guys that have scored big runs at a high level. And Finland, I was looking to see just how they were going to improve and what they would have learned from when they were here last year. And, well, they've showed us already. They've learned a lot.
Definitely.
Second at the moment, and it could be. I mean, if things go their way here, they will get the second chance to get in the final.
Well, that's what it basically is up to now. We know that Hungary, they cannot progress to finals day. We know the Netherlands will be top, so we've got 3 teams fighting it out for that second place in the group and that double chance tomorrow. I'm going to stick with Asaduzzaman and the spin in this over. This is good footwork though from Lucky Malik. Turns this into a full toss. Slight fumble down there from Parveen Kumar. We'll only get a single here.
Right hander, let's go.
Yeah, nicely done.
It's a bit of an endurance test as well, this tournament. People don't think that because it's only 10 over cricket, but they're long days. They're quite intense days as well when you're out there. So these guys, see them travelling away from home. Kind of, I suppose, being consumed by the tournament during the week. By the time we get to Thursday, there's a few tired bodies and tired minds, I think. Asaduzzaman, love the way he's used flight and kind of guile. This time, it's not quite out the middle of the bat, and well, this is 3rd time lucky. It is. So they'll get 2. Could have been worse though. Bit of volleyball here. They use all 3 touches and they keep it on the field of play.
Yeah, this is well done in the end. And Raz Mohammed was the one who was able to keep the ball in play. Here he is. And yeah, good from him. Made sure that foot stayed inside. Now going down the ground, and he gets this one out of the middle. We've seen some great straight hitting there today already from the teams that we've seen. We saw the Netherlands and Hungary, some great shots played by them. Multitude of the batters from the Netherlands played that ball straight down the ground. We saw Prashar hit some beauties as well on his way to a fine 62 for 20. And now that one there as well. Nice, clean, crisp hit. Sweet out of the middle. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot straight down the ground.
And this one is another one. Balle, kinna sona. Ginna Badda Shaka. Well, the 6s have been blazed all around this magnificent Cartama Oval today. Cartamania taking the world by storm. Well,
oh, that's taken down there.
Is that another catch? Well, I tell you what, at least he's not. There's no Mayo there.
That's how
Corey, that's the way to do it.
That's how to do it. Corey, tell you what, I'm scared to get him up here for the next game. In fact, you're with him, so you can deal with that situation anyway. We'll get to the end of the 6 over here.
Do me a favour. Do me a favour.
Yeah.
Just go up to our very, very good catering partners and Purple Pepper. Go up to them and bring some mayonnaise here. So when he comes in, I'll say, here you go. And he'll say, what? I say, bit of mayo for that catch, mate.
Yeah, it certainly was. Crowd catching's been good today. Sometimes better than the catching on the field. See there. There's 3 overs left before that timer. Yeah, kind of comes into play. 4 overs left in the innings. Look at this. Raz Mohammed, he'll come back later, no doubt. Asaduzzaman finishes with 1 for 32. Not going back to Gallagher here. Interesting that. They're going to go for Parveen Kumar instead. I would have been tempted to go back to Gallagher. I think bowled a pretty good first over. Yeah, well, it works, doesn't it? And Parveen gets it pitched up. And, wow, what about that from Anukudin? It just gets this off the inside edge and it crashes into the stumps. Denmark lose a third wicket at the start of the 7th. It's 94 for 3.
Yeah, look, this is the first time I think I can remember with Finland they changed this. It's the first time where they don't go with Asaduzman and also Peter Gallagher to bowl. They spell out these 4 overs of spin. And they make a change, and it's a fruitful one. They get the wicket, and it's a good wicket to get because we do know that Udin, he's a big hitter of the ball. He'll go for 36 of 14. Good innings from him. Be disappointed, though, to get out like this.
Just kind of plays across that slightly. Parveen, more importantly, he gets it right, doesn't he? So trying to stop this innings in its tracks, but this next man coming in, he can hit the ball a long way as well. As Magnus Christensen will replace Anukudin, who departs, but not before pretty well made 36 of only 14 balls, including 4 big Maximos. 94 for 3.
Yeah, Christensen, I think, is, out of everyone we've seen in not just this Group B, I'm going to say Group A and B combined, is the one man that has hit the ball bigger and straighter than anyone that we've seen. His straight hits are amazing. I mean, that's his shot, and the bowlers will hopefully, and the captains would have done their work on this and try to make sure that they don't put it in that slot for him.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah, you don't want to bowl that slot. If you're going to bowl full, make sure you get it just right. Easier said than done, of course. Talking about very small margins for error. But it's a good start from Parveen, who gets that one right. Again, up to 4 overs remaining. You can somehow keep to about 10s here. 134 or so. That's about what you chased last time. Now, right on cue, so right across the line. It's a weird one. It takes off for a run that's certainly not there.
Liking that from Kirstensen and Jonathan Scamans here. He totally missed it. I mean, how this doesn't hit the stumps, I don't know. Scamans does very well. And then I don't think he knows where the ball is. Quite easily been stumped there. In the air, and he's gone. Really good catch taken to his left there. And it is Mohammed Asaduzman who takes the catch. And Kirstensen, well, this time around, he's not able to get going at all. Misses out on the first ball, which could have cleaned him up in all fairness. And then the second ball, he puts it into the hands, into the little spinner. And it's another wicket here for Kuma. And Kuma now has picked up 2 wickets, hasn't gone for a run yet.
Yeah, that's brilliant catch as well from Asaduzman. And yeah, Magnus just shows a bit too much of it to the infielder, who skates around to his left and takes a good diving catch. So Christensen, big raps on him, but it's not his game here in match number 17 of Group B. He goes for a duck, and now Denmark are 94 for 4.
Yeah, well, there he goes. Up those steps, and he'll be pondering. But listen, I don't think they'll be too disappointed there. I think that you knew that any batter that comes in had to come out and playing his shots. And that's exactly what this man will do, coming out here now. He's been absolutely class, I think, Taranjit Barraj. I don't think he's done the right thing here. I think he knows that he's in good form. He's decided that he wants to give some of the other batters an opportunity, and he does. And now he comes out, and let's see what he does here. I think he's going to go for the big shots here straight away.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Normally does that when he's opening.
He respects this one. Hey, we could see something special here. 4th ball bowled, no runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, but Barraj, he respects that one. You can understand that, but I still think he'll be pretty attacking. I mean, they do have 94 on the board here. They're on 141 pace at the moment.
Well, that's the runs of the over. How many will it be? It bowls awkwardly towards Raz Mohammed, but he makes no mistakes, keeps it to 1.
Because they're having the clock visible, and also it's visible at the scoreboard on the ground, it certainly gives the fielders a bit of a hurry up all the time. Sometimes we see teams falling behind, and they get notified every couple of overs or so by the umpires, and trying to make it all up in the last over. This gives you a good idea of how you're tracking. I think it keeps that urgency.
Oh dear. Oh no, please don't try this again. No. Well, this is not good. I mean, he tries to get funky, and he shouldn't get away with it, but he does, because Rahman gets it all wrong. Well, a little bit of showtime here in the middle, and the Cartama Oval. Well, Sunsea Sandon, sexy cricket, though the fielding was not so sexy.
Well, you say that, but I actually think that the batter somehow bowls a doozer with this because it should have spun one way and it went the other. What I can tell you is it's the end of the 7th over, 99 for 4, Denmark. And just a reminder that we have more Fan Code European Cricket Series coming this way on ECN. This is after the end of our Cartama experience. 17th of October, we'll be in Croatia. It's the same fast-paced format that you see here. We'll have 2 weeks in Malta, then 5 weeks in Barcelona to finish the season. So you can always watch those on Fan Code if you're in the subcontinent. And if you are outside, you can watch it globally live on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network.
What a good over that was. I mean, I know there was that unfortunate 4 at the end of it, but Pravin Kumar, 2 wickets, just 5 runs conceded.
So again, Gallagher coming back here in the 8th.
Nice looking shot, good stop. Uses his feet well here, doesn't he? Lucky Malik hasn't played too many big shots just yet, but I'm sure that his skipper out there now is saying, hey, come on, the reason that you're sent out here is to play a few shots, not be going at run a ball.
Gallagher has been pretty reliable, like I said. He's been pretty late in the piece, though, for him. Barrage won't be scared. Scared to go here. So we're moving behind the bowler's arm. Tick-tock. Still ticking. Gallagher. This time in.
Gundy ball and gets put away. It's just going to be a 1 bounce as it goes for 4. Yeah, just gets it wrong. That's the danger, isn't it, what Gallagher's trying to do here? I mean, we've seen him do it pretty well and effectively yesterday, and when he gets it right, it's difficult because he's really creating an angle that a left armer would bowl at. But if you get it wrong, it ends up on the legs, and most good batters are going to put you away.
Yeah, that's for sure. I suppose that one should have gone regardless, but you can see that Barrage was targeting that fine leg area.
Come on, PG. Come on, mate.
Come on, PG. It was the call.
He's going back over the wicket here now, it looks like. I think this is outside the line. There may have been a little bit of contact here as well. I think it's a fair shot to try and attempt. I think when you look at the way the field is, I think if he gets this right, if he executes it well, it's going to be a tremendous shot. But when you don't get it right, it ends up being a dot.
Yeah, it's a good shot if you can pull it off.
Big here. Oh, this bowler's end because they sense that they want to try and take the 2. Just get the single. Well done, Gallagher.
Last ball coming up. Denmark. Just hit the skids a little bit. Nothing too concerning, but it was a very bright start, wasn't it? It was 78 at the halfway point.
Missed out on this. That's Lucky Malik. It's there, and it's something that a left-hander, you'll be backing him to put this away into the stands, and he misses out on it.
Goes over the stumps. That's why it's not a wide. It just went over the leg stump, I think, in the end. So no wide call. It's the end of the 8th over. The score is 106 for 4 with 2 remaining. Yeah, so now this is what we talked about. If you keep it down to something, although ideally, I don't think Finland want to chase 130 plus, but they have done it before. Our last ball thriller the other night in match 4. You can see the middle order just struggling to get going here. Still no Durrani in the Danish lineup. He's a big hitter. Just been missing through injury. 9th overtime, it all happens in the 9th, and it's going to start with a blast high in the air. It's a catching opportunity for the Wild Thing, and he'll take it. Well, that's very good composure, and that's a good hitter gone. Taranjit Barrage is the man who's going to have to go for just 7. And what a good catch that was by Cher. Now, Denmark are 106 for 5 with 11 balls remaining.
Yeah, I mean, what a spell of bowling this is. It just goes to show, I mean, this is what Finland will be thinking here. Change is good. They made the change rather than Gallagher complete his spell bowling that 7th over, which you would normally do. They went for Pravin Kumar. He picked up 2 wickets in that one, 2 for 5. And now, here again, he's picked up another. He is on a roll, Pravin Kumar here. 3 wickets to his name, only 5 runs conceded. And remember, it ain't going to get easy for them because we know that Raz Mohammed will bowl the last over. So, you know, this score at the moment, 106. I mean, we're talking they'd like to get to, or they'll be thinking they would have always wanted to get to that 130. At one point, they would have been thinking about the 140, 150 mark. They're going to probably struggle here, maybe even to get to the 120, you know.
Yeah, I mean, time will tell. Always interested in how these games can take hard turns. I mean, I was actually saying exactly that around the 3rd or 4th over. Let's not judge it too early because there's still a lot of cricket to play. A 10-over game, a little bit longer than you think. It can be a few twists and turns.
Shakil Zeb, the new batter. Hits it firmly, but it'll be a couple of bounces to the fielder. And Amjad Shah just make sure that, well, he's just explaining the reason why he chose to dive at this and palm it forward. He's saying it was moving around all over the place. Well, he does okay. And maybe he just wants a bit of the mayo that Corey was using early on. Puts a bit of mayo on that, makes it look better. But no, I think he does really well. Make sure the ball doesn't get past him. This one is a big swing from Lucky Malik. I think Lucky Malik, he gets an opportunity to go higher up the order here, but it hasn't quite worked for him. You can see he's just going at a runner ball, 9 of the 9 balls that he's faced. So he's eaten up a few deliveries. It's not quite what they were looking for from him to be doing here. Shakil Zeb back on strike. It's been good from Kumar. Once again, it's another big wild swing. It will be Raz Mohammed. Gets there quickly, gets a nice gentle throw back to the bowler, keeps it to 1. He's gonna want to get himself warmed up now as well, because he's going to be bowling the last over and try and keep the pressure on Denmark and try and see if they can keep them contained to under 125, 120 maybe even. Malik, good contact. This one may go all the way. It does. This is a good time shot, and that's a good time to get a boundary. That one will take him into the 100 and teens. Nicely played. Good shot all along the ground. Well executed, actually, and he knows there's a man out there. He just gets a wrist in play to make sure that it's wide of Raz Mahmood that is patrolling the boundary.
Yeah, it's just all about the placement there as well. Last ball of the 9th.
Well, gets this one all wrong, but they will get a bye here. I think keep an eye on the umpire. So it's a pre-signal there, and well, leg byes.
Yeah, got a long way across. It just clunks off the pad there. But you see that they will do the 9 overs in time, which means there won't have any time penalties here. And so you can see that just pretty much clunks off the pads.
Interesting shot, wasn't it? He's playing similar length delivery, just got crashed for 4, and he decides he has to try and do something different here.
He's just trying to guess there. I think stay 1 step ahead of the bowler, but the bowler followed him, did pretty well. 114 for 5 after 9. You can see that they're off to a rollicking start, but slightly flattened out in the second half of this innings. Here comes Raz Mohammed. He's been a tried and true performer for Finland this week with the ball. Bowling over number 10.
And this is a catch that's well taken, and the finger will go up from the umpire. This is such a good catch. He has to be pretty quick on his feet, Jonathan Skamans, and he is. And then you see the lunge forward, and he gets the glove underneath it, and the ball will land safely in the middle of that mitt. And that is the end of Lucky Malik. Not too much luck for Lucky Malik this time. He did play one nice shot, and in that last over 4, but this one, well, once again, he wants to get funky, doesn't he? He wants to get funky. He wants some more of that Sun Sea Sand and sexy cricket. Well, the only bit of sexy cricket there is from the wicket keeper Jonathan Skamans, taking a very good catch.
Fantastic catch. Anticipation as well. Had to have a quick couple of steps there, Skamans, to even have a chance to reach that ball. He was rapidly returning towards the Earth's surface, but he was able to sneak a mitt underneath it. So that's a 6 wicket down now, and Denmark 114 for 6 with 5 balls remaining.
That's Mohammed doing what he does well. Starts well at the top of the order, doesn't he? 4 for 1 after the first, and now he comes on here. He takes another wicket, and he now taking 2 for 4. But, well, it was all the introduction, I think, of Praveen Kumar, that 7th over. When he bowled his 2 overs, just 12 runs conceded, picked up 3 wickets as well, and that's why sort of runs have dried up in the second part of the innings. Like you said, Vinny, 78 of the first 5, but well, they're struggling in this one. And I just get the feeling here, knowing that Raz Mohammed will get those Yorkers coming through, darting through at a bit of pace. There's a few more wickets to fall here.
Yeah, 78 of the first half, 36 off this half. There are 5 balls remaining. Here's Abdullah Mahmood. He's going to blast one into the gap and over the field. Maximo! What a shot that is. It just pitched up slightly. Mahmood off to the races with 6.
Well, where does that come from? Well, they've tried a few things as the captain, Taranjit and Bajraj. Well, maybe he should have been looking about maybe giving Abdullah Mahmood a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a boost up the order. That is a good hit coming in, especially against the bowling of Raz Mohammed. What can he do with this one? Well, that's a Yorker length. They will get a single. And it just means that Zeb will get to the other end. I would have been quite inclined to just Mahmood to stay there, especially the way that he's shown he can hit the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, though, from Raz, wasn't it? Doesn't get the treatment too often. Very interesting match, this one. Kind of similar, in a way, to what happened before when these two teams met. Denmark hit 132, wasn't enough against the Finns, who chased it down last ball. Of course, in Denmark's state, Shangiv T having a rest. Weakens their batting somewhat. Still a good score. Blasted down into the gap. No stopping this. 4 runs. Just misses the Yorker by hardly anything really. Low full toss. But that's pure power from Zeb, who gets 4.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, and he gives a little smile to Abdullah Mahmood as the 2 batters cross there. It's a nice shot, isn't it? It's a lovely on drive. Gets 4 runs, and both Gallagher and Nathan Collins a little bit too wide, so not able to stop it. Now he's eyes up the mid-wicket area, but should be no issues, and there isn't from Amjad Shah. The wild thing keeps it to 1. So looking to finish the over well here. A boundary will take him into the 130s. I think they would have always have been eyeing up a 130 score, just purely because of the way the match, the first time these two teams, how that one went. And it's been hit well, but unfortunately for the batter, straight to the fielder, who doesn't want to fire it in. He says, yeah, let's just keep it at 1. We'll settle for that. So it will finish on 127. Mahmood makes good contact, but he could either side of that fielder 4 runs, but straight to him, gets a single, 127 for 6. This is going to be an interesting one, Vinny.
Yeah, it was 5 less than they posted last time against Finland. Finland chased it down. For me, it's going to come down to one thing, and one thing only. Will Finland's hitters, their kind of high volatility players, will they click? Will they get going? Will they hit the 6s they need to chase down this target of 128? It's probably a dozen over par here at the Cartama Oval, but Finland have worked their way back into the contest here on day 4. Match number 2, match 17. Well, the Finland flag is flying high once again, and they had plenty to cheer about early on with the early wicket there of Musa Mahmood, who had the opportunity. He went for just 1, but then we saw some big hitting. And Denmark, they looked to be running away with this innings.
Yeah, I mean, Saran Aslam played some lovely shots, didn't he? 48 of just 16 balls. And he did have some luck. There was that one, and there was another one in the same over. But this one, I don't think he's quite planning this to go where it went. But then after that, he was hitting the ball pretty clean. That one was called a no ball, so he had the license to go the full Monty. But he played a nice array of shots all down the ground. But, and at this point here, as that one went into the ice cube, so well, don't forget he's got an ice cream to pick up later as well. But while he was out there, you could see the score. Maybe we thought we was going to see another 150 score posted here today. It's been a high-scoring day so far. Remember, the Netherlands put 159 on the board against Hungary. Hungary fell 42 short of that one on 117. And this one here, where we see that it is the Denmark side get to 127. But there was one point when this looked like it was going to be a much bigger score than that. So they just kept going, didn't they? And but then there was that introduction of spin. Well, as a Dizerman, he did go for a few early on, but this was great from Kumar. Pravin Kumar comes on to bowl, and he bowled beautifully. He really did change the contacts of the match, and that's why it was 78 in the first 5 and 49 in the second 5, and he certainly was instrumental. This one wasn't the best of deliveries from Gallagher when he came back on to bowl his 7th, bowl his 2nd in the 8th over. But Pravin, he was the one that was making things happen. This was a lovely shot from Lucky Malik, but I think a gamble was taken sending him in at number 4, but he didn't really reward the captain. He went for 13 of just 14 deliveries in the end. He wanted to get funky, He wanted to show us a little bit of showbiz, but all he was able to do was give his wicket away, trying to do the old cheeky stuff and smart stuff with the little scoop shots. But he tried 3 times, he got it wrong. But I like the introduction there of Abdullah Mahmood. Certainly he hit the ball pretty cleanly. And as we wait to see the scorecard, we admire once more the beautiful setting of this Cartama cricket ground. This is where this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is coming to you from the lovely province of Andalusia, and we are in Malaga at the moment. Cartama, it's on the road between Cartama and Coin, so if you're in the area, come on down and come join the fan club and see some of this live action yourself. International Cricket on show. Saran Islam, he batted very well, 48 of 16, and Udin, well, don't forget his knock before he was bowled by Pravin Kumar, 36 of 14, and that's when things changed really. Lucky Malik, like I said, chewed up too many deliveries for me. Magnus Kirsten, well, he was out early, but he didn't chew up any deliveries as he went for a dart. The captain couldn't really get going. He was a run of ball 7, and just like in there at the end there, just that it was Zeb and also Mahmood that were able to get some valuable runs to try and push them past that 125 mark. Good bowling once again from Raz Mohammed. He has just been so economical and so reliable and picks up key wickets. Always gets a wicket in the first and always provides something in the last as well. But Pravin Kumar, for me, he's certainly the bowler of this match so far. 3 for 12, and he certainly did put the screw on Denmark and really slowed that run rate down. Marvellous bowling from him. And well, it's an opportunity now for us to just take a short break. We shall be back in well, just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match number 17. And just to let you know, midway through, it is Denmark that have put the runs on the board. Runs on the board, well, 127. But do remember the last time these two teams met, way back in match number 4 in this group, Denmark put 132 on the board, but it was Finland that knocked them off with a ball to go, winning by 5 wickets. So Denmark, not quite the same number of runs, but I think they're a better side than they were then. They've played better. I think they've batted better in general, and they batted pretty well against a good bowling attack there of Finland. But the thing is, can their bowlers perform? Finland, they've been good. They've been the surprise package. Are they going to get to these 128 runs to win this match as well? Only one way to find out. That's to stay with us. Well, you've got time, go on quickly, run in the kitchen, put the kettle on, make yourself a cuppa, get yourself a few bickies, then sit right back down and get ready for the start of what promises to be a very exciting run chase. Join me back in about 10 minutes time. Rico Fool here along with Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu for the conclusion of match number 17. Hasta pronto! Muy buenas tardes y bienvenido del campo de Cartama Oval aquí en Málaga, en España, en la provincia de Andalucía. Eso es de Dream11, European Cricket Championship. Y este partido contra de Finlandia con Denmark. Denmark, batedor primero. Y vale, y pone 127 carreras. Y vale, yo creo que ese partido es muy guay, muy cerca, porque yo creo que de primera vez cuando jugando Finlandia ganar y Denmark tiene 132 carreras. So this will be a close one. As I said, the first time these two teams met, it was a high-scoring battle which Finland were able to win, chasing a score of 133 for victory. They were able to do it. So Denmark are looking for a bit of revenge here. I think they have got the game back together, and though they don't score as many runs, I think you've got to also give Finland credit as well. They bowled very well, and at one point Denmark did look like they were going to get to that 140, 150 mark, but good bowling, particularly from Pravin Kumar, 3 for 12, and also once again Raz Mohammed was the changing factor, just restricting them to just 49 of the last 5 overs. And there's a wicket straight away here, and what a breakthrough that is. The very first ball from Ishan Karimi, and he's back to his best. They've decided on a couple of times to change the opening bowler. I mean, Karimi, when he opens, he's always got wickets. And there was one game that we played that the first over was a wicket maiden, and that's what he can do. And he knocks down the stumps here of Rahman straight away. Rahman, well, he's one of the batters, I think, for Finland that really hasn't got game. They've stuck with him, Zahir Rahman, but he's not been able to reward the patience of the captain, Nathan Collins. And this one, he just gets it completely wrong. You see, he's just trying to drop the bat on this and guide this to third man, but he's a little bit too close. It's such a good delivery, though. And, well, he's up and about, isn't he? Ishan Karimi, good start from him. And the first wicket goes, and it's a golden duck for Rahman. He has to go as he makes his way, and the new batter will come in. And not the start that Finland wanted, but it's the perfect start, of course, for Denmark. Kareem. Oh, he's going to be boosted by that one, isn't he? New batter comes in, takes guard. Oh, it's another good delivery. Wow, lovely ball. And how does this go to the boundary? It's quite amazing. He dropped the bat on it, and somehow it's been blocked out by the batter. It goes all the way down to the boundary there at on the 45 fine leg. What a good ball this was. You can see the wicketkeeper, he's a little bit blinded by it, so he thinks if that's, I'll tell you what, if it is the pad, it's gone. And you can see there the Karimi then saying to the keeper, no, it does definitely come off the bat. This one's shorter, it's not a good ball, good take from Taranjit Bairaj behind the stumps, the captain. Atif Rashid, he has been in fine form, hard hitter. And this one is going to be close. He's going to be more than close. He's going to be plumb. And this is another quality bit of bowling. Rashid, we know he's an aggressive player. We know he's going to want to play his shots, and he does go for it. Just holds this one back, that's Karimi. It's very similar to the first ball that he just managed to sneak away for 4. But this one, he floats it up, he gets it straighter. He draws Rashid into the shot, misses it. And if you miss that, you're going to be gone. That is plumb. It's another one. 2 big wickets back already. 2 wickets in this first over. They are 5 for 3. Yeah, that's out. It hits him on the back leg. It's low. It's going to crash into the stumps. Another one bites the dust. Karimi, he is on fire. Rashid, he has to go for a sneaky 4 of the 2 deliveries that he faces. LBW to Karimi. Wow, what a start. Finland in a spot of bother, but there's always the wild thing. And out he goes. Amjad Shah. Probably didn't expect to be going out there so early, but he's there now. And he's there to face the music. Take guard. And while he takes guard, it's a fine time to welcome back into the Dream Box Vinny Sandu. Vinny, what an amazing start.
Yeah, amazing start indeed. We've seen some pretty big innings turnarounds, haven't we? We saw Denmark off to a flyer and then curve back a bit. Well, we'll see the opposite here. And this one could be another one. It's hanging in there. Should be out, Rico. And he's dropped it.
He's dropped a dolly. And he gets 2 attempts at it, Vinny. Una, dos, and puts it down. Ai yaar, ki kar ditta. Inna easy catch. Siga ball gayi upar fielder aaya. But do chance mile, donne thalle gaye. This is a massive moment. The Wild thing gets a bit of luck.
Oh, Somi was the man. It was fairly easy. The sun's kind of around there. You see, Kareem is beside himself there. Could be the 3rd wicket. We'll get a wide down the leg side, and we'll get an extra one there. So that'll be 2 to the total. So, Karimi, what a start to this innings we've seen. It's the quicker one. Having said that, okay, they've lost 2 wickets, but at least they've lost them quickly. And so you've got somebody like there, like the Wild thing, Amjad Sher, who you don't often see it in the first over. So this is a good test for him to see if he can do it up in the power play. He might say, well, that should be easier because there's less outfielders, but you've also got kind of slightly newer ball, fresh bowlers. Says that kind of carom ball again. Oh no, and now we've got a mix up. Sher is going to get back. I've got to say, with this one, I think that Skamans is in the wrong here because Amjad Sher's the guy who can see where that's gone, and it's his call.
Yeah, you're right. His call. I mean, this goes back to some of the things I was talking about when Hungary were playing the Netherlands. You've got to do the basics right, and you've got to respect the call of the non-striker.
This will be the end of the first over. So they do get one here, and pretty much get what they need runs-wise off that over Finland, but they have lost 2 wickets. It is 11 for 2 after 1 over.
Yeah.
Tell you what, these two had a last ball match the other night, and these are the 2 teams that we thought were going to give us a golden ball the other night, wasn't it? We thought this last the last ball match, they needed 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win, but Finland got it away from the fielder. Now we've got 80 matches without a golden ball. It hasn't actually reached 100 in a while. We had a bit of a flurry of them through July and August. We haven't had an international golden ball yet, but this is the kind of game, who knows, maybe it will throw up golden ball number 36. Of course, the golden ball rule says that if the game is tied, the batters get 1 additional delivery. They must score 2 or more to win. If they don't, then they don't win. Simple as that. Here's Shakil Zeb, who's going to bowl over number 2. Goes after this straight away, and I think it's got what it takes. It does. Maximo. Skamans, nice, free, easy swing of the bat here. He's got a good technique, and I think this is the week where he's broken out as a genuine T10 threat at the top of the order, and he takes Zeb for a 6 first ball.
Yeah, Shakil Zeb, I mean, he's been favoured now as the other opener. It's not the first time that we've seen this, but I think he's sometimes a little bit hit and miss. He sometimes gets his line a little bit wrong. He'll always put a couple of really good corkers of a delivery in, but he always bowls a couple of loose ones as well. Zeb looking to bounce back.
This one's shorter. He always picks out the man at square leg. He does on the bounce as Moose Mahmood, who just keeps that to 1. I want to say a quick hello to a few people that are in the comment section. Hello to Louise Walker. Well, Louise was at Molly's last night. Well, you know, I did take the last couple of games away from the ground here, but I was still watching ECN at Molly's Roadhouse. They're big fans of ECN. They come and visit us, so I went and visited them for a little bit of a refreshment. Right, this is in the air as well. Is this going to carry? It might. Oh, it did, I think, in the end. It was a tough one, though, for Mahmood, who gets his fingertips on it but can't reel it in. A couple of lucky moments here for Finland.
Yeah, a few lucky moments, and it's Amjad Shah that is living dangerously at the moment. You remember, he's very, very lucky to be here. Gets the top part of the bat. Great effort from the fielder. You can see he's coming a long way. Well, Shakil Zeb was doing a little prayer there while the ball was in the air, hoping that somebody could help the fielder get there a bit quicker, but it wasn't to be.
A circumspect shot this time. Will just be a single. Yeah, so if it seemed like I'm shouting today, it's because I was involved in, I suppose you could call it a concert last night. It was more of what they call a jam session.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of musicians. They kindly invited me to be their guest to play keyboards, which is, obviously, play a little bit of that. Hadn't done anything like that before. It was an interesting experience. I'll come back to that in a second. Well, this will be a lucky one. It's going to go backwards. How far? not quite for 6, but it will be 4. And so the Wild Thing swings away. That's what he'll do. And Finland up to 24.
Well, look, whatever he's had for his breakfast today, I reckon he needs to do it every day because he's certainly getting a fair bit of luck. Hay montón de suerte for Amjad Sher. Well, he could have been gone, and he was dropped twice actually. And now he's had a couple of lucky edges as well.
So, yeah, last night I just would count in a 1, 2, 3, 4 and just see what happened. They gave me way too much power at that thing. We had all sorts of tunes being played. Let's roll the over. Oh, this is a slightly slower ball, and that is travelling places. Well, that one might need a passport because that is going overseas, far and away. Maximal to finish the over. The Wild Thing's in business, and after 2, it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, look, the first time we saw the Wild Thing in this European Cricket Championship, this is the type of shot that he was playing, and he played a couple of them, and we were like, wow, this is what he can do. We know it, and he makes it look easy. That is a big hit.
Huge hit, really. I mean, it was still going up when I last saw it, and it was a long way past the rope. Head to 2 overs. Let's have a look at the table. Yeah, so today is all about the double chance, and pretty much if Finland can pull this off, I think they've got it sewn up. I mean, Sweden would have to win both games, which isn't impossible either. Looking at Sweden, they play Hungary, Denmark. So, I mean, won't sew it up, but it certainly would put them in the box seat. Finland, Denmark, again, just choosing to mix the order up a little bit today. This is new bowler. It's going to be Anikudin with his off spin. Skaman tries to go across the line. First one misses out. Sebzov went for 19 in the end in the second. Gone. And it's clever bowling from Zeb. And Skaman didn't really learn his lesson there. He was determined to go across the line. He gets a little inside edge back onto the stumps. So he has to go for just 9. And Finland lose a 3rd wicket now. 30 for 3. This game is twisting and turning. And right now it's in the balance. That's a handy one for Denmark to get rid of Skamans.
Twisting and turning like a good one. And that's a good one to get. It's not a good shot from Skamans. He'll be disappointed with it. It's not the right line to be playing this shot. He does get a little bit of something on it, you're right, but this is one that he needs to be hitting straight down the ground. And we've seen that he is capable of playing it. Just needs to get a little step in here and play this straight. He's been very good, and what we saw he do very well yesterday is just take that little step outside the off and hit it bang straight. That's what he was needed to do there. He gets it wrong, gets a little tickle on it, and smashes it back onto his stumps. He goes for 9, and it's a big wicket to get for Denmark.
He'll be frustrated when he looks back at those 2 shots, really, at the start of this over. I just don't think it was the correct place to try and hit it. And it was an unnecessarily risky shot, really, when you consider that. He's still in the power play. They've got, for me, I think Skamans look back and say, look, mid-off's up in the circle. That's where I've got to go. I need to go kind of straight or even slightly inside out over the offside. That's a really good bit of fielding there. So Finland, they have lost a couple, but they've still got batting to come. This is Adnan Ahmed, who's coming in the number 5 position. Just got to try and stay on the pace. The pace around 13 and over from the get-go. They want to be about 39 after this over. This should be an interesting contest. Here's the Wild Thing on strike. That's clever bowling. Clever bowling. A lot of overspin on that. Dipped. And I think initially, Amjad Sher wants to drive this and then realises if he tries to go through with a shot, it's just going to go straight up in the air.
Yeah, good bowling, good variations. Just holding the pace back there a little bit. You know that Amjad Sher, he would prefer the pace on it. We know that. We've seen that on a few occasions. So it's a good bowling change.
Tempts him. This one's a little bit too wide.
Yeah, you can see the idea. I think it's all about trying to draw him out of the crease.
A little bit short. He's so powerful. And even though that doesn't get much off the earth, it still has enough to get it over the outfielder. Maximal. Well, for me, Sher is huge in this run chase now, isn't he? Because they have lost some of the hitters already.
Massive.
Like a T, for example. I mean, this is a good shot.
It's a good shot. The bat speed there was phenomenal. And as you said, though he doesn't really go so aerial, it's the power in the shot. I mean, that is going flat and hard and long. Big hit.
A little bit too short, though, wasn't it? Now push and run. And so it makes Makes it so that Sher will retain the strike. He moves to 20 off just 8 balls. Interesting power play. They are on the pace after 3. Exactly, because they're 39 for 3 after 3 overs.
Yeah, 39 for 3. I mean, like for like, we remember Denmark. They were off to a blistering start. They were already in the 50s here. 52 for 1 is where they were. And they continue that sort of pace up until about the 6th over. But then when Pravin Kumar came on the 7th, that's when everything changed round to Denmark. Just playing around with their bowlers at the moment. I think they'd be quite happy and they're wanting to stick to spin, and I think that's why we're going to see Razul Swami come on. I mean, he would love to get the wicket off the Wild thing because he was the one that put him down when he was on 0.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, here's Razul Swami. So I'm going to stick with this spin attack. This time some wrist spin. First one gets straight through Sher. He tries to hit it into the Mediterranean. Gets nothing but fresh air.
Yeah, big pass swing.
Look at the way he really is trying to put some revs on that ball. Swami tries to tempt him, but this one's a little bit too wide.
He's always working those fingers, isn't he? Look at that, always working those fingers. Catch that. Oh, yes. That is a marvellous catch. That is sensational. Oh, we have been spoiled with some world-class catching, and that one is as good as they get. What a bit of boundary patrol this is. Musa Mahmood, I think, has just taken an outstanding catch. Take a bow, that man, because this is another bit of class. This is world class. You will not see better than this.
I mean, it's potentially a match-winning catch here. I mean, it would have been either 4 or 6. It's miles away from Musa. But what he's done there is quite sensational, and it ends the threat of the Wild thing. 20 off 10 for Amjad. He probably can't believe his luck that something like that's been held when you consider 1 or 2 of the catches have been dropped so far in this innings. But he does have to depart. And Finland now a 40 for 4.
Well, it took a Swami to come out there and get him out because he was having all the luck, and the Swami said, well, none of this. When he bowls it, it got hit like a thunderbolt. But what a catch that was for Musa. That was absolutely extraordinary. And Musa Mahmood, what a highlight that is for him. The European Cricket Network making the players' dreams come true. And, well, I think it's a dream for a lot of players to be out there in the middle playing in this, the Euros of cricket. But to take a catch like that for the world to see, what a highlight.
I like the way that Swami is a real temptation fruit as a bowler. He looks up there and you say, you know, that's just hanging in the air nice. I'd love to come down and smack that. But often you will misjudge it. Just the way he uses his subtle variations in flight and speed. Just like that. Looks foolish, but it's not really. Cut away off the back foot. Will just be a single. Yeah, so if Denmark win this, just look at the table. Speaking of that double chance. So now I'm going to discount the Netherlands because I know they're going to be top, and I know that Hungary are going to be bottom. So you've got Finland on 4 wins, Sweden on 2. Sorry, Finland on 4 wins, Sweden on 3, Denmark on 2 before this game. Wow, this looks out, and I think it is. And Barrage. Oh, he just finishes the job, doesn't he? And once again, it's exactly what I said there. I think he just tempts Collins out of his crease, thinking he can take him down. And in the end, he doesn't quite get to the pitch. It spins past the outside edge. Barrage does the rest. So the captain's stumped for just 1, and Finland now 42 for 5.
Yeah, Nathan Collins, I think he's a good batter, isn't he? We know that, good quality batter, but he just hasn't had things go his way in this championship. And once again, he's not able to do too much damage on the scorecard. He'll go for just 1. Beautifully bowled out from Swami. You can't take anything away from him. He saw what he's trying. It's a clever, cunning little bowler, isn't he? He's trying to do things, and he's thinking. He's a thinker. You can see every time he's got that ball in his hand and he's whizzing it around in his fingers, he's looking to think, right, okay, how am I going to get this man out? What haven't I tried? And he goes for it. He's brave.
I'm going to use a word for him. He's irresistible. I think he's irresistible the way he just kind of floats that ball up there, and you think, yeah, I want some of that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Collins, he'll be unstrapping his pads, wondering why he chose that exact moment, because he's left his team in a bit of a hole now. 42 for 5. New batter out there is Peter Gallagher. It's quickly the table, yeah. So Finland have 4 wins, Sweden have 3, Denmark have 2. If Denmark can win this one, then it becomes Finland 4, Sweden 3, Denmark 3. And it's really tightening up for that final double chance spot. Gallagher goes back and punches, runs straight away, so he'll get off the mark, and it's the end of the 4th over. Very good one from Rizal Suomi. He takes 2 for 4 off that over. 4 overs down is 43 for 5.
Yeah, nicely bowled. And I think it was also very good from Taranjit Barraj. I think he sensed the opportunity for the spin attack. He said other options are available to him. And I think just the way that he saw that Amjad Show was struggling with the spin, and also the way that they got the wicket of Rashid, he's decided, okay, I'm going to go with spin, and he gets Swami on to bowl a bit earlier, and well, it's worked out a treat for him. 43 for 5, 4 overs gone, and that rate also now just under the 15 mark, approaching around about the 14.5. So Finland will be keeping one eye on that. The other concern will be the wickets they've lost.
Here's Adam Lee, who's going to have a bowl in the 5th. This is smashed around. Down to Saran, who's down at long off. Pretty good shot by Gallagher. Probably the one thing for Gallagher, I mean, he's been excellent in the field, he's been excellent with the ball, hasn't clicked with the bat, and I think he'll be disappointed about that. You see from that, he's certainly a batter that's capable. It's a great opportunity for him to try and get his team back in this contest. Nice, a really nice shot using the pace, and that'll do. And I think this one goes for 4, 1 bounce, but still, Adnan Ahmed hasn't had too much to do just yet, but Adam Lee gets a little bit too straight to him, and he turns it around the corner, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's caught using the pace. There's a fair bit of pace on this. Look, not trying to hit this too hard, and it gets past the fielder out there pretty comfortably. That's Swami, who's just done a bit of bowling himself, but this one is too wide for him, even for him to attempt to do anything with it. Just losing his line slightly, straight down the leg side, and picked up beautifully.
Nice to see Maya back today. Hello, Maya. Hello, Claire, down there. And don't worry, Maya. Found an able replacement on your day off. Won't mention who it was. Big swing and a miss this time. And I mean, you know, much as Hungary have had one experience, and they got in a really strong position early. Remember Hungary versus Finland when they first played on Monday?
Yeah. And
Hungary had Finland on toast in the first few overs. I think they had them 9 for 4. And from there, that match had twists and turns. So Finland didn't have a great start to the week, but they've found a way to get back into the game and won both their games on opening day. And they've had a pretty good week, even with a couple of wobbles in the last 24 hours. In the air and into the gap as well. Straight over covered head. 4 runs. Great shot by Adnan Ahmed. Proper cricket shot. This holds his shape and blasts it over the offside for a boundary.
Yeah, some nice shots here from Adnan Ahmed. He's, there was one innings earlier in the championship where he stuck around a bit. He's got a few runs, got himself into the teens, but he chewed up a lot of deliveries. But what he's showing here is he's more of a natural, aggressive stroke playing hitter. He's played some nice shots already, so looking to go after the pace.
It's just hit straight to point, so they won't run here. 50's up now for Finland. Let's have a look at that rate required. It's been climbing, hasn't it? It's up over 14 now. And with some of the batters they've got out, that they are out already, I feel like it'll be an uphill struggle. I still don't mind that, though, putting the hitters in early, because if you want to chase down a total like this, I do think you have to be proactive. I just think I'll just be disappointed that I didn't succeed at the top. Players like Atif and Amjad. In the air, hanging for a long time. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. It was the infielder in the end that does the work, Anikuddin. So Adnan Ahmed, after playing a nice shot over cover for 4, he can't quite get this one out of the middle. That one hung in there a long time, and the 5th over finishes with a wicket. A 6th now for Denmark, and they've got Finland right where they want them. It's 52 for 6.
Yeah, good catch and good rewards for Adam Lee as well. He did get hit for one biggie from Adnan, but this one you see he's leaning back. He's not really going into the ball. He's letting the ball come to him, and as a result of that, not getting the power that he needs. And a good catch taken, and another wicket goes down, and an opportunity for us to have a little bit of a mutter between ourselves as the players are having a well-earned drink.
They've had a drink, and of course if you are in the fan zone, I do encourage you to try a Victoria Cerveza, the official beer of the European Cricket Championship, and they have the Marengo. That was one of my favourites that we had last week. I've been enjoying them in moderation outside work hours, but there's not too many of those at the moment because it's a fiesta of cricket, isn't it? All up in Cartama, we've got 160 matches, including the domestic T10s on the weekend. And I suppose there's something that's unprecedented, the volume of cricket we're doing at the moment, but I suppose more matches, more close finishes, more situations for the players to kind of experience. And right now, I mean, I think you're seeing the improvement in real time from all of these players.
Of course, big time. I mean, look, we were saying that, I mean, proof in the pudding is that, have a look at Netherlands, have a look at Denmark here as well. Every time they play, it just got better and better. And I think that's the advantage of this. I think this is why a lot of people, the spectators, like this concept. There's a lot of cricket, 5 matches in a day. Teams are generally playing 2 matches. And as we've seen, if they don't perform in one, they get the opportunity in another. We've seen batters take the opportunity. And I think also what it means is if you're a batter, I think you bat with more fluency because you know, right, if it doesn't work out in one match, you get another chance.
Yeah, but
you don't get that in cricket.
Cricket is a game, that's famous for not giving you second chances, really. All right, Pete goes after this. So now 15 plus, I think you know that Sormi's trying to tempt you here, but you have to not care and you have to go after it anyway. I think the other thing, I suppose, it's a bit of a rock and a hard place because Finland, their net run rate isn't good and they don't want to take a hit either. So what is their best strategy here? Well, this is one strategy which is going to work pretty well. Tumbe just slog sweeps for 6. Maximal catches up with that one from Sormi, and Finland, well, they're liking that.
Well, Ikatumbe Wajada. Ikatumbe Wajada. Yes, exactly. Tumbe, we know this guy. He can hit some monster hits. He can hit the ball pretty big, and that's exactly what he does here. That's what he's going to do. He's going to attack. And, well, this is going to be a nice little battle because I said that, that Rusmal Swami is quite a cunning little bowler. He'll have a plan for this.
Goes after it again. This time they'll just get one.
And he's planned there straight away.
A win.
Vinny was just to get that one wider outside the off, and it works for him.
Swami's been excellent, though. Love the way he's just been tempting. Right now, Gallagher wants a piece. He gets a good shot away though through point. This is going to be 4. Good shot selection there. Doesn't take the bait to go forward. Goes back. There were 2 men guarding that point region, but it splits the middle and another boundary for Finland.
Yeah, that'll give Gallagher a lot of confidence, and he's played some nice shots in previous innings, but he hasn't got the rewards from his found fielders, etc. But seeing that one go to the boundary, that will just give him a confident boost that he's after.
Oh, tosses this one up, but he pays the price this time. Because Gallagher gets plenty of that. Maximal! Well, right now, we see Sormi has been taking the pace off, but Gallagher puts it back on with that strike as Finland hits 70 in this game. Is very much alive, Rico.
Very much alive, and confidence is the word. Well, as soon as you find one come out the middle of the bat, it goes where you want it to go. You think, well, okay, I'll have a go at this one. He has a go. He finds the middle. It goes over the fence. 6 more, and Gallagher now thinking, okay, I'm feeling good. And with the way Tumbe's made a start, these 2 can make things happen.
Good footwork to get there, but can't get the elevation, so I'll just get 1 down to Christensen. He will retain the strike, though, Pete Gallagher. The score is 71 for 6 after 6 overs. Just looking at Finland, looking at their draw, I mean, this is their 7th game. Of course, play 8 games in the group stage. They play the Netherlands 11 later on today, and so you can see that it's going to be tough for them. I think if they lose this, they'll still have the 8 points. I mean, Netherlands 11, they've been hitting their form, and I think Netherlands 11 will really want to use tonight's match as a tune-up. So the door's wide open for this double chance. Denmark, they'll be in the hunt with a win here. Sweden makes their matches really important as well. They'll play Hungary in the next match, and they'll also play Denmark later on. So, I mean, potentially, that last match, number 20, could be a shootout for the double chance, a bit like we had with Spain and Austria last week.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big match, you know, I really do. Udin is going to continue.
12 minutes to bowl 3 overs here. Push wide, but a bit too wide. Onto the total. So 56 off 24 now, 14 and over required. So Denmark just need 1 really tight over to shut things down. Maybe you bring back one of your death specialists early. can gamble that way. It's good length, isn't it? It's kind of in between. Gallagher didn't want to come out and meet it. Couldn't really do too much with it.
Yeah, good that from Udina. He came round the wicket and he decided, well, I'm going to come back over. Now, well, look, how about this? He's changing it now. Bowl around the wicket, over the wicket, round the wicket. Wants to keep it varied, wants to keep the better guessing.
What about the length for me, though? See, this is a good length as well, and that's why it's false shot, but it will be 4. So luck's a fortune for Gallagher. Certainly gave it both barrels, but all he can get is a little outside edge. Quattro carreras, and Finland just getting the boundaries they need to stay in touch in this cricket match.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big boost. He got beaten there. Clever start from Udin. I wonder if he's going to stay around here or he's going to make another change. Well, what he is changing is a little bit of a change in the field. He's just getting more bodies, or close bodies if you like, close fielders, more sort of targeting that point.
See, they're moving that short-term man really fine now, trying to protect against that. But
yeah, so he's got a point and backward point in here now. Does have a sweeper sort of in the extra cover area.
This one's a bit more leg stumpish, but they do have protection down there. Just be a single. I'm just waiting for it the moment where that clock runs out. I mean, I know it's fairly new to the graphics, so 10 minutes, still got to bowl 2.5 overs. Yeah, no, Lost, remember that TV series back in the 2000s? There's a clock they kept resetting, but no one knew why, and no one would know what would happen when it goes to 0, but theoretically, anyway, except for the fact that we've had an extra wicket here, because first 5 wickets you don't get any time credit. The 6th wicket you do get a minute time credit, 6th wicket and onwards. That might be relevant. This one's in the air, it's in the gap as well, and this is going to be 4. So this is a good shot by Gallagher. Like, seems to be waiting for something he can go back and punch. He's done that a couple of times. And Finland move up into the 80s. Good batting.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit frustrated here, the bowler, because he just made a change in the field there. So the man that he did have out there, he moved him much wider towards the extra cover boundary. Taranjit doesn't like it, wants to move him back. But Udin, you can see, he's having a bit of battle with the captain, saying, no, I'm happy with it.
Goes after this. This looks like it's in the gap as well.
Oh, no.
And he's overrun it.
Oh, no.
Well, he went right when he should have gone left, and lucky, fresh out of luck here. And let's just say, and a good din. He's got questions, but he's too afraid to ask them just yet. Finland, they're liking it. Into the 7 over. 7th over, it's 86 for 6.
Well, Clara Meyer, well, they're still waving that flag frantically. And maybe they casted a little bit of spell on Lucky Malik, because there was no luck in this one. He just completely gets wrong-footed. Well, they're smiling at the moment, but you know what? A couple of big overs here from Finland, and it may just take those smiles off those faces. Tumbe, he's not able to get on strike here at the moment.
This is what's coming up in match 18, and look, scheduled to start in about 25 minutes. There may be a slight delay, but Hungary versus Sweden. Hungary, we know it's their last game. They cannot qualify after not winning a game in their first 7, and they will have to field first because Sweden won the toss and elected to bat. They're 3-3, and Sweden's still in the hunt for the double chance. Back to live action. Here's Adam Lee. Over number 8, and this first one a little bit short, and it's sent out of the ground. Crashes halfway up the jungle. Maximo, what a shot, Tumbe. He said he hasn't had a lot of the strike. Well, maybe needs more of the strike for Finland, because that was absolutely smashed.
Yeah, Tumbe is well, like I say, he's a monster hitter. And you bowl pace to him, he's going to smash away. Well, there you go. You're not worthy, they're saying. Tumbe, you're not worthy. And nice to see there, Claire. And Maya, look, you know, the big supporters that also are hard workers for the Cricket Federation of Finland.
Yeah, that is true. Pitch it up here. Kind of does. Just one then to Tumbe, who moves to 15. What a game this is. I mean, we had an unlikely chase, didn't we, when Finland chased down 133 off the very last ball. It's just seems like forever ago now, but it was on Monday evening. Here we are on a Thursday around lunchtime here on the Costa del Sol. Just after lunch, I suppose, depending on local custom. Gallagher is going to be dropped. I think this carries.
Yeah,
if it went around him, it's going for 4, but it went pretty much straight to the man. Low down, but still, I think that was catchable.
Yeah, that's an opportunity. And I think he knows it, the fielder. And yeah, just there. He sort of, I mean, that's the one where I think maybe the right technique is you early on get a little diving forward and you try and get that ball in both hands in front of you. He's trying to take it low down to coming to him, gets it wrong.
Gone, and he swings all across this one. Tumbe goes to the well once too often, and that's a big wicket at this stage because this partnership was looking like it was going to take the game away from the Danes. They do get Tumbe for 15. Adam Lee keeps it straight, and the score 94 for 7. Big moment.
A very good delivery this from Lee, and you know, I mean, if he gets this wrong, he knows that Tumbe is going to be all over it. He's looking for it, isn't he? But this is the perfect Yorker. Crashes into the off stump and, well, knocks it backwards. Really well bowled. And this is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra 5-ball. Chakade, pate, dande, chakade. Well bowled.
Not a great shot, really, to the ball that he received. I think he maybe just made up his mind. He wanted to go across the line no matter what. And Adam Lee is pointing at the off stump saying, hey, look what I did to it. I've tilted it back, but Tumbe does get a couple of maximos in his innings. He goes for 15, 94 for 7.
Good time to get a wicket, wasn't it? Just when he was under a little bit of pressure as well. I mean, saw a couple of big shots being hit off him, but a good reply. 2 balls to go in the over. He's gone for 17, but he has picked up his second wicket. And they'll be looking to get this Yorker length delivery in straight away.
Parveen Kumar, the new batter. 14 balls remaining. Flirts with this one. Can't catch up with it. No call from the umpire.
Well bowled, this one for me, Vinny.
Yeah, it's probably just inside. But look at the footwork. Front foot from Parveen Kumar going outside leg stump. That's what made it look so wide. And it feels so wide for the batter. 34 off 14 balls. Can Parveen sneak a boundary in this 8th over? No sneaking about this. Hits straight to cover on the bounce. Denmark more than happy to concede the 1. And this will be the end of the 8th over. As Kumar will retain the strike, and after 8 overs, it's 95 for 7. 33 will be required off the last 2 overs. Got to say, Adam Lee, I know it was a bit of a mixed bag, but I think he came back very, very well in that over, and he's put his team in a pretty good position.
Yeah, he has. He's backed himself, hasn't he? And the captain backed him as well. Said, no, I want you to bowl it. He's got options. I mean, Kirstensen hasn't bowled us yet. Now, remember, we did see him pick up a slight injury a couple of days ago. So since then, he hasn't bowled. I think they've decided they'd rather keep him fit and batting. Don't want to risk him unless they really need to. So this is an interesting shot here now. So it looks like they will go back to the opening bowler, Ishan Karimi. I think that's the right move here.
Yeah.
To get a good one in here, and that will seal the match.
A little inside edge here. They'll get at least 1. Now they're going to take on a 2. Throws off bounces, good, and it hits the stumps. Well, how about that? Kumar gets run out going for a second. What a throw that was. I mean, I think it didn't have to be a direct hit, but certainly when it was, it seals the deal. Off-balance throw, and Denmark pull one out of the hat there. Finland now in big, big trouble. It's 96 for 8.
Well, Swami does it again. He came on to bowl and he needed to take wickets, and he got the key wickets. And now, well, he's got the golden arm once more. And this time it's with the fielding. What a great throw. Direct hit. And that's what was required. And, well, it's a disappointment, isn't it, for Kumar. I mean, he wants to go for it. Look, it's a good pick-up. That's what I like about this. Just pick up, turn around, throw straight away, boom. Look, he's not even halfway down the pitch, and that hits. Great work. And, well, Abidullah is the first one to go over to congratulate the thrower. Excellent throw there from Swami.
Now you do get an extra minute for that wicket as well. If you're Finland, who are kind of touch and go. I had it at 4 minutes, but I don't know if that accounts for the fact that for every wicket after 5, that you get an extra minute. So still hasn't been communicated to me whether that accounts for that or not. Well, this is pretty high, you know, maybe not quite high enough to be a no ball, but it will go to the boundary. So Finland get a good start here. And just looking at that, Ras Mohammed comes out and he smacks the first ball for 4.
Yeah, this is not a good delivery. I think he's crouching down a little bit. It's probably just okay, but he'll be disappointed with that.
So that official time, I don't think it accounts for the fact they have taken 8 wickets, which would get them an extra 3 minutes.
No, I don't think it does. And this is gone. Well, this has just helped them a little bit more, and that is the 9th wicket that goes. And it's another smile on the face of Karim. Remember Karim, well, he wasn't smiling earlier, was he? Because he did put a catch down, which could have been crucial It's a pretty spicy one when he was on the 45, but since then, when things have moved on, and we've seen good bowling from Alan Lee, who did get to the important wicket of Tumbe in the end. And now, well, after that run out, Karimi gets straight through the defences here of Raz Mohammed. So Mohammed goes.
Well, you say through the defences, but there wasn't anything too defensive about that. I just think it wasn't a very good shot selection again. Went to try and repeat the dose, but it was a very different ball from Karimi this time. And so Finland, it would be a proper miracle if they could get home from here, because they're down to their last legs and still 28 remaining off 9 balls. The score, 100 for 9.
Yeah, Karimi comes in, back into the attack and does what he has to do, bowling this, the 9th over. All happens in the 9th. And though we have seen a boundary in it, we've also seen a couple of wickets. Karimi now 3 for 16, 3 balls still to go in his spell. Has a look around. One thing about them is, I mean, you mentioned the clock is there, it's on display, but you haven't really seen the urgency, have you, at times, from Denmark? It's not as if we can say and say, hey, come on, hurry up, guys, look at the clock, let's speed this up a little.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been not urgent, though. So I don't think we'll see it, because, yeah, this is the actual rule, is that for every wicket after 5, you get an extra minute. So really, they should have 4 extra minutes now, which I don't think that takes into account. Wow, who cares now, because it's going to be game over, game, set, match. Gallagher gets yorked. Slippery one from Karimi. He's going to end up with 4 for 17. And Denmark gets some sweet revenge over the Finns. That pulled the rug out from under them the other night. So a fairly interesting contest. Both teams hit 100, but ultimately Denmark, maybe their good start at the beginning was the difference between the two teams. The final score here in match number 17 of Group B, it is Denmark 127, Finland 101. And a kind of turn up for the books there, if you like, because Finland, they were flying, but Denmark, they're a team on the rise.
Yeah, they are a team on the rise. They wanted to get revenge after that defeat earlier in the week when they lost to Finland in match number 4, 132 to 135 off the last ball, and they've got their revenge. And, well, the bowling here is beautiful. It's unlucky 13 for Gallagher. It was the 13th delivery that he was out to. But that bowling, I mean, that Yorker that is fired in there by Karimi, I mean, we've seen him use that a couple of times. I think there's very few batters that are able to pick it. That is really sensational bowling, and well done to Denmark. They've got a win that they wanted under the belt, and that just means that they keep their hopes alive, Vinny, to finishing second in the group.
Sure does. And well, it's wide open, that double chance. You can see that some key wickets would be the difference, I think, in this one, as we saw Finland really throwing some of their hitters up the top, and that looked plumb lovely, didn't it? And that was Karimi. He was on fire. I mean, he took 4. He could have had more even. There were a couple of chances that went down. And Exhibit A, that one, and I don't think Karimi was too thrilled about it. But despite that, I've got to say, Denmark, like I said, they're a team on the up and up. They have a very good chance to at least challenge with this double chance, and obviously a threat on finals day as well.
Yeah, big time threat, and that was, what a catch. What a catch that is. We have seen some sizzlers. We've seen some amazing bit of fielding. Well, that was another jalebi catch for me. It was absolutely sensational. But Tanuji Barraj, he's pretty good behind the stumps. He certainly was going to mess that one up. We saw some loose deliveries. We saw some good hitting as well at sometimes. I mean, Amjad Shah, I mean, he was out there. He rode his luck a little bit, and he did get some runs on the board, but again, not able to go big for his side. And then the only other man that was able to give some sort of fight back was Peter Gallagher, who played some nice shots, and he was the last wicket to fall. But he just felt, though, that Denmark, they had this in control. I mean, even when they had a few blips out there in the field, I mean, this was a good one. Well, he did. He got caught in no man's land. Well, the Finnish girls, well, Claire Meyer, they were trying to support their guys all the time, and they certainly didn't give up right the way to the end. But things like this, magical moments like this, doesn't help you, does it? I mean, there's another wonderful piece of work there in the field, and that's where Denmark maybe got this result. I think they were just a little bit sharper in the field, and they took all the catches that more or less came their way, apart from one big drop. That was one from Swami. But Swami more than made up for it, didn't he, with his bowling and also with his fielding with that run out. And then, well, that bit of bowling there from Ishan Karimi was sensational. And it was nice to see the The little bit of laymanship also from the Denmark side. They're pretty happy with the way things are going. One team that are not happy with the way things are going for them is Hungary. Hungary haven't won a game so far. Played 7, lost 7. They're up against Sweden, who are, well, they're the 50-50 team. They've won 3 and lost 3 or so. But Hungary, they are looking to at least, even though we know that they will play no part tomorrow in finals day, but they're looking to at least end on a high.
Yeah.
With not necessarily a victory, really, but a good display, a good performance.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that's really Prashant's been the only standout for Hungary. Sweden, well, they'll be hunting the double chance now as well as we look to the scorecards of this one. And you can see Finland just bridged too far for them after the early loss of Rahman. Also, Rashid went early, batting 3 and Share. He showed signs, didn't he? Made 20 off 10, but he got caught sensationally by Musa Mahmood on the boundary. Gallagher fought hard for 28. That was a positive, if you like, out of that innings to see him score some runs with some assistance from Tumbe, but ultimately they ran out of batters within 9 overs. In fact, they were bowled out for 101. And as far as Denmark went with the bowling figures, I say there's one standout for me, and that is Ishan Karimi, who takes 4 for 17 off his 1.5 overs. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Adam Lee, who bowled a crunch over as well in there. And Stormy, it was a really interesting one for me. Wasn't afraid to toss it up. 2 for 23 for him. The other wicket went to Anik Udin. So we'll take a quick break, and I don't have a start time as yet. But I can tell you that just come in. We'll start just 5 minutes behind the scheduled time. So we're 15 minutes away from the first ball. So join us then. Corey Rutgers will be in the box for the first time today. I'm going to step out for a match, leave you with Rico and Corey to take you through that big game, the last that Hungary will play in this year's ECC. For now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Fort. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more entertainment from the Cartama Oval. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, this Sports World Complex in Cartama, it is a fantastic facility. Lots of sports get played here, but cricket has taken over for this period of the year, of course, with the second ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship involving 21 nations from all around the continent. Now it's time to roll into the third match of the day. It's match 18 in Group B, and it's going to be Hungary versus Sweden. We know this is our last chance to see Hungary because they haven't qualified for tomorrow, but still they'll want to go out with at least one win. It just hasn't been their week. But let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Rob Kemming is over there with the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Okay. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. We'll bat first.
So it is Shazeb Chowdhury who wins the toss for Sweden, and he elects to bat. And look, I've got to say it, the captain Chowdhury himself was instrumental in that victory over Hungary last night in match 15. That was a match that seemed like Hungary were just putting it together. They were probably 3 overs away from a victory, but there was a big reversal of fortunes, and Chowdhury was very, very impressive with the bat. Also a pretty handy bowler. I think Sweden, they're 3-3. They have been the ultimate hit and miss team in this tournament, and they'll want to kind of win this one. And of course, later on, if they get a win, maybe they can still get the top 2. Well, if Sweden are hit and miss, Hungary are miss and miss, really. It hasn't been their week. They're 0-7. They've got one more chance. Let's see if they can do it and pull something out of the fire in what's been a really disappointing week for them. Well, I can tell you that Rico Full is up in the commentary box, and I believe that Corey Ruckers has made his way up there as well. They'll take you through this one. Over to you guys. I can tell you Sweden, they won the toss, and they've elected to bat here in match number 18.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world, for more T10 action. Looking forward to this clash at the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. The sun is shining, quite a breeze also, but it's absolutely gorgeous for cricket. And looking forward to bringing you this one. Hungary, they'll be taking on Sweden. Sweden winning the toss and electing to bat first. And, well, for those men on your screen, they will be desperate for a victory before they catch their flight home. And there's Mars Baji tapping the crest. Means a lot to him. Good luck to them. And the Swedish opening pair is... I'll bring back Rico Full. Rico, these are the 2 lineups.
Yeah, I mean, look, you said it. Hungary, they want something positive, don't they? They need to go back with something to smile about. They haven't had too much at the moment. Last time round in that last match is a must-win match, wasn't it, against the Netherlands? The only man that had something to smile about had to be the man that probably be the man of the series for Hungary, Hitash Prashar. Bowled really well and also scored a fabulous 62 of 20 deliveries. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. 107-96 in favour of Sweden. Sweden batting first and then looking to bat Hungary out of this match. And great to have you back in the contest. But mind you, I was going to say you could have made a bit of an effort to dress up. Your trousers have got grass stains all over them. What have you been up to?
Well, look, it's probably a little bit too early to get into it, but I've got about 6 hours on the air, and I'm sure we'll get some replays later.
Well, I reckon, forget about the grass stains. There's a little bit of mayonnaise there as well.
It's only sauce,
Bit
Rico.
of mayo.
Only sauce. What a hanger.
Listen, you did, I got to say, I've seen you drop a few. It's good to actually see you hold on to one.
Yeah, well, I'll take that as a compliment. We're almost ready for the first ball in this one. Prashar with the new ball, right arm in swing, 3 on the leg side. The Hungarians, they stick to their paces. Here we go.
Well, Prashar is getting that man as that mid-wicket to just move around a little bit more towards the square leg umpire. Here we go. First up, first delivery. Big match for Hungary. Big swing and a miss. And, just a dot ball there. Yeah, I mean, Hungary, look, we know we're not going to see them in finals day tomorrow, but they want to show there's a lot of people that know that there's a lot of good cricket being played in Hungary, and one thing that they'll be really keen to do is just show us and show them before they go just why they are such an exciting nation at the moment, and just why cricket is on the up there, and why they're going to be exciting to see in the future as well.
Absolutely. They'll be desperate for a win here just to show their country back home what they can do.
This is out, up and over in the offside. It was just plugged there, I think, maybe for the fielder. No, it just not able to get it in. Kafi cautious, get the field in there. But Joka Lagia, 4 runs. Good effort from Vinod Ravindran, but he's not able to stop it.
Yeah, nice shot, short and wide, and he puts it away. And you see Prashar's actually bowling cross seam here, so maybe he's a little bit low on confidence because he's usually quite good when he swings the ball. But yeah, I mean, it is a good side, this Hungarian side. They've just had a bit of a disaster sort of week. Well, that's good. It looks like he's got the seam up there. Let's see if he can swing it.
This is going to be a wide. It's one of the issues that he's had, and maybe that's why Corey is holding it across seam now and again. He's tried to get, I mean, you can understand it. We've said this before. You can understand bowlers going for this one. But when you're getting it wrong more often than not, you've got to make a change, and that's probably why he's trying to just hold it a bit differently. He's been guilty of bowling just too many wides.
It's a confidence thing, isn't it? Same with the batting and the bowling. When your confidence is low, it's not an easy sport to play.
Firmly hit, and he gets it through the gap, and that's going to be 4 more runs. So the bottom dash is up and running. He's one batter out of the top order for Sweden that hasn't really made any inroads yet. Wouldn't he like to be in the runs here? That certainly do Sweden the world of good, knowing that the likes of him, Azam Khalil, and also the Sultan, Safi, and of course the big hitters like Sher Ali are in good form. And remember the knock though from their captain yesterday, Shazib Chowdhury, in the night sky above the Cartama Oval under the floodlights. What a knock that was for him to pull up that victory against Hungary late last night. Back onto this. Aja is the shout from Sher Ali.
Yeah, it's a big game for Sweden, Rico, because the way the table is starting, look, we could have one of those funny circumstances. You could potentially, if other results happen the way we think they might, you could have 3 teams on 8 points at the end of the day. So for Sweden, yes, Hungary aren't in form, but they'll want to win this. They'll want to win it well, protect your net run rate. So a lot on the line for these teams, well, for Sweden specifically.
Yeah, when we saw this group early on, I mean, when things were starting off, we did say that even then, way back then, net run rate is going to be very key here. And you're absolutely right. If results go the way that maybe they're expected to, that's exactly what we could end up with. Prashar steams in. Full toss. This will be called, surely. It has been, but not before the ball goes all the way. Uppercut for 6 runs over backward point. Gets this one completely wrong, does Prashar, and no mistake from Sher Ali. He just, basically just noodles this over the offside boundary. Takes the 6. Well, that 6 becomes 7 with that outstretched hand of the umpire. No ball called. 7 off 1 ball and a free hit to come.
It's just been the story of their week. They just can't get anything right, and well, it turns out to be a disaster result. 7, 16 off 5 with the free hit to come. What a start for Sher Ali.
The license, the go, the full Monty. Sher Ali just checking with the umpire, said, "Hey umps, that is a free hit, isn't it?" The umpire says, "Yeah, didn't you see me do this?" So there we go, gets the message now. And he goes into the same area, and this one is going to be the same result, I think. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras, 13. Well, 13 runs of 1 ball.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The over wasn't too bad. It was only 9 off 5, and in the end it goes 13 off the last ball, which basically turns it into 22 off the first. And we've got it as the first. Is there still a ball to go, Rico?
Looks like there's a ball to go here. I thought maybe that was it. The umpires.
Well, what do we know?
What do we know? I mean, I know that there was the wide as well. Maybe that's why. There was a wide and no ball in that. So here we go. And this one is aerial as well, and it's going to go the same way. And what a start that is. And it's an over. That goes magical from Prashar. 28 come off that one. And both the Bachchan Dash and Sher Ali have made a marvellous start as we have a look at some of the stats.
Yeah, looking at the stats for Hungary, there's a couple of names I need to point out that maybe haven't had a big week. Like the protractor this week hasn't been the protractor we know. And I mean, Safi's are here, another player that they would have wanted to step up. But those two having poor weeks has put Hungary in a bit of a weird position. And I mean, some of the techniques, I think, of Zishan and Delta have been a little bit too sloggy this week instead of cricket shots. So I think Hungary have good players, but their good players have had bad techniques, and it hasn't worked. And they've been in the Hungary system for 10 years, so it's a little bit disappointing. You look at some of the new players, though, they've come on. Ravindran, love him to bits. He's a really good player. So the new players need a little bit of help from some of the old players. And if you get that combined, then potentially Hungary can get a win.
So making a change here now. This man bowled pretty well in the last match. Akurugoda is getting the ball Well, not did bowled well, he batted well as well. Remember, he was instrumental in a 43-run partnership with Prashant with the bat. In the air. Well, this is going a lot. Corey, stay inside. Don't go out there. Don't go out there. Well, this one smashes onto the top of the fence here, the boundary fence. Well, that ball will probably have a bit of a dent in it. Smashes the fence and could have gone anywhere. And you can see there that Zimmer's deploy. He took a little bit of evasive action because he thought it was going to come back and smash into him. Umpire hasn't. Well, it's okay. This Kookaburras made of strong stuff. 6 runs. Where were you going there? I told you, just because don't get carried away now.
Look, when you're hot, and I probably would have caught that as well.
You've got that highlight. Don't ruin it. You got the highlight. Just, just save it. Savor it. Oof. Better delivery outside the off, beats the batter.
They needed that, didn't they? I think it was 4 sixes in a row. So, Hungary up against the ropes all tournament and up against the ropes early in this one, but there's a long way to go in this game. Can they come back?
This is going to be quarter wide, so big effort being made not to put the ball in an area it can be smacked away for a 6. But
yeah, it has been a funny week for Hungary, isn't it? Because we know how good their players are, but it seems like the new players that have come through have been the more responsible ones in a funny way.
Yeah.
I need some of those old heads to give us something here.
Miscue, chance has to be taken, and has. So they do get a wicket, and it is the wicket of the Bachchan Dash. And he makes it sort of a start, doesn't he? But once again, not really what he's there to do. I think they want a bit more from him to Sweden. And at the moment, he delivers a little bit more than before. A couple of boundaries in this one, but he departs for 9 of the 5 deliveries that he faces, and the first wicket goes down. And, well, one thing I'm liking there, I mean, even though the chips have been down for the Hungarians, at least there are still moments like this when they are coming together and they look at least like a happy team.
Yeah, that's a good catch and pretty simple in the end, and a big wicket just to give them a little bit of confidence. You can see Zymus deploy there. He's been a great leader on his debut tour for the Hungarians this week. There's a lot to like about him. But a big wicket, a much-needed wicket, and that should slow Sweden down just a little bit.
Yeah, Kurugoda coming in. He gets the wicket and hasn't played all their matches. I think Hungary, like a lot of teams, have rotated some of the players at times. But he's one, and I think has made certainly a good introduction when he's been playing. And he's one that I think they'll be looking at more into the future to make more of a steady role in the side. The wicket goes down, and Rahim Safi, another hard hitter, comes in.
Yeah, the one thing about Sweden, you just know they don't die wondering. Here we go.
Wow.
He's almost blown the last of my hairs off. That is a wild swing, Rico.
Well, he doesn't like to hang around. We know that about Safi.
Oh, you don't say.
He's a little firecracker. Rahim Safi. Another swing.
Oh, if we had the old bat speed monitor on him, that is just flying. It's almost like the ancient Romans with a sword in his hand. I do like it. No helmet, no hat, come out and just absolutely swing as hard as you can. It's brilliant.
This time, well, he's swinging so hard a while he's missing. I mean, you can see there's no footwork at all. He's trying to do it all with his upper body. I've got visions of him swinging so hard that he's going to end up with the follow-through, knocking his own stumps over at some. But look at that. That's not far away, is it?
Well, what technique do you call this? What type of batting do you call this? This isn't aggressive. This isn't hyper-aggressive. This is... Give me something. What do you call this?
Well, I don't know. Is there a name for it? Well, it's explosive, but only if you make contact with the ball. Or maybe it's like, well... We're dancing in the shadows. Here's Rahim, and he walks down to the other end, and he thinks, well, maybe he's got a hole in the bat because he swung hard, but he missed most of them. 36 on the board. They got the 1 wicket. Well bowled from Kurugoda. He gets the first wicket. Zishan is coming into bowl here now, and he's somebody who really hasn't quite performed to where he should. As we have a look at, well, Group B, we know we're into Group B. We'll come back to that maybe after this ball. We get a chance.
Oh, what a shot, Rico. Well, you and I love it when we see batsmen pull out the old cricket IQ, and that's gorgeous batting.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sher Ali, we know that he is such a powerful guy. He hits the ball big and long, but he also is a proper classy stroke player, and that demonstrated. That is top draw. What a beautiful shot that is.
I expect Zishan here to probably go pace off to follow it up.
Is it into Sher Ali?
Yeah, so looking at those groups coming up, I mean, let's have a little look at Group C and give us your thoughts. I mean, Scotland, Belgium will go into as favourites, but France, Malta and Luxembourg are also good sides.
Yeah, look, we know that Malta and Belgium, they've played plenty of this format as well. France, well, we know that they can upset teams. We've seen that once before. But Scotland, I think everybody's looking for Scotland. I think will go probably be favourites. I think you were saying that they're going to be quite an interesting and exciting team to watch. But again, the thing about Scotland is going to be the format. How much of the format have they played and how quickly can they adapt to it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for next week is how quickly can Scotland adapt to it against a team like Belgium, who we know are very, very, very good at T10.
Yeah, they're very good at T10. And also another team that in this format be very good. We're talking about very good. That is a classy shot. That for me, I mean, we've seen Sher Ali. He's played 2 outstanding shots, which are just top draw. And this one is as good as they get. Probably, for me, could quite easily be shot of the day so far.
Yeah, what a shot from Sher Ali. I mean, he's got the power and the brute force, but he's just placing that. There's a deep backward point in place, and he splits the gap perfectly. 4 runs.
Yeah, and the team I'm talking about, Malta. I think Malta, they can turn it on as well. You know, they've got some flamboyant and exciting players too. And this is just absolutely outstanding. What a shot. I mean, he's a big man. I said he can be brutal, but the timing on this is epic. And, well, it was effortless. And there's a fielder out there who's trying to get his hands. Look at this. Holds the post. Diana Oros, take a picture of that. Short of the mark, that many photo we kids they get there, larki photo Ali. Snap, snap, snap. Small, please. What a shot.
That might be shot of Group B for me. Wowee.
Well, he ain't finished yet. Oh, has he? Yes, he has. Now he puts it straight in the hands of that fielder. He was able to get it past him when he timed it over him. This time, when he's gone upper again, hasn't he? In the air and straight into the hands of the fielder. Sher Ali, he's delighted us with some lovely shots. But then this time round, well, one you'd expect him to put away, puts it straight into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah, nice calm catch as well because he absolutely laced that. Oh, it's sad to see him get out because he was looking $1 million, but he picks out deep backward point. If he had got a little more elevation, he would have been on 39 off 8, but instead he's out. Well done to Hungary for keeping their composure. And, well, the score now 52 for 2 after the power play.
Yeah, Ravindran then out there taking a good catch. We saw him sort of diving in the air to try to stop the one before. That was just timed immaculately. But Sher Ali, you think he's got another boundary to his name here. But in fact, what he ends up doing is giving Zishan his first wicket. So it is, the 50 did come up, though, inside the power play. 52 for 2. And very good power play. But you just think there with that wicket, the wicket of the 2 big hitters, Sher Ali and Dash gone. And Rahim Safi is just swinging and missing. You just think here the opportunity now, despite the big good start, explosive start from Sweden, a chance for Hungary now to just slow things down a bit and maybe get the upper hand in this match.
Yeah, big chance for them. They have gotten 2 dangerous players out. It looks like Zymus deployed the X Factor. He's going to come in and see what he can do. He's bowling to Rahim Safi, who has basically been using his bat as a sword. So this will be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, well, is the sword going to make any contact with the Kookaburra here? Hasn't been able to up until now. Firmly hits this, and once again, great work from Ravindran. Hasn't he been good out in the field? He seems to be everywhere as well.
Yeah, and a bit of a different field from Hungary, putting a deep cover in place. So saying try hit it through there, and I don't mind that. Only through on the leg side. That's okay if he bowls to his field. Zymus Deploy cannot get too straight here.
Got him. Beautifully bowled, and this is goodbye to the Nusratullah Sultan, who goes. Another big player, a classy player who has to depart. Well bowled. And I just want to go back to that field, but let's talk about this first. Have a look at this delivery. Really well bowled. He's up for it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Deploy. I think He's just finding his rhythm, finding his form. We saw him starting to get going with the bat, and now here with the ball. That's such a good delivery. Just doesn't give him any room at all. And it's not a good shot from Sultan at all. Doesn't move. He just stands still. And look, even if he does get any bat onto this, all he's going to do is succeed in knocking it onto his stump. So that's a really soft dismissal of a very good player.
Yeah, too close to cut. Didn't spin, skidding on, and he shows the 3 bits of timber, and he goes straight through the gate. So you can see it's a disappointing walk-off for him, as it's a golden duck. But this is sort of the way Sweden play. It is, should I say, a little bit like Belgium of last year. The wickets don't bother them. They just keep going. So I still think they'll be feeling pretty comfortable at the moment at 53 for 3.
Yeah. Azam Khalil comes in. He's somebody who can, I mean, as well as play some nice shots, can steady things a little bit. He's a little bit more of a, let's say, orthodox batter as opposed to an out-and-out big hitter. Let's see how he goes against Deploy. Gets a little edge on this. I think he's placed his shot, plays it really well. It's going to be 4 runs. But yeah, just looking at this field, I mean, it's changed slightly, hasn't it? But you've sort of got a cluster of 3, haven't you? You've got a cluster of 3 players sort of there on that point, behind point area, between point and the third man. Then you've got the 3 here out on the boundary on the offside, pretty close together. Then you've got 3 on the leg side. So it's quite an interesting field, especially the offside.
Yeah, it's a different sort of field. Maybe they could bring one back across and let Zymus bowl on 4th stump, but let's see.
Bowling to his field, though. Give him that. Well, this one he is anyway.
Yeah, well, still 3 wickets have gone down, but I don't think they'll be too nervous at the moment, will Sweden.
Yeah, not too nervous so far. We see that the official timekeeper and the clock there from Fredrika Constant is ticking away as well. Something new to have on the screen.
That was just this is my first game today. So is that new?
It's new. It's
okay, I thought I was losing it a little bit.
All the time, new things happening all the time. So that's up there, and I think it's good because what Vinny says, now that the players, they're aware of it all the time. They're there, they know they can keep an eye on the time as well, and it supports the umpires as well.
Yep.
When the umpires turn around and say, "Hey boys, you're running about an over behind." They have a quick look at the clock. Say, "Yep, okay, let's get a move on." And man who needs to get a move on at the moment is Rahim Safi. Well, he does get bat on the ball this time.
So that works as in you still got to start your last over when there's at least 1 second on the clock, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing it doesn't account for, which I think we were talking about, myself and Vinny, is when the wickets start to fall after 5 wickets. So it doesn't get that.
Oh, so it doesn't add the
on.
minute.
Yeah.
Oh, so right now at the moment you'd be aiming. But this is why this match is important. I have a funny feeling that if Sweden win this one and get themselves to 8 points, they play Denmark later. Denmark would then have to blow them out the water to steal it. For Sweden, if they win this, they basically get, I'd say, 7 fingers around second place. Because nothing against Finland, but I just see the Netherlands beating Finland later. I think that's a fair assessment. So then that would almost cement Sweden's spot.
Yeah. Everything to play for.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's really, really exciting.
And just to remind you all, you can go onto our website, theeuropeancricket.com, if you wanted to know anything about the stats about the players. A lot of interesting stats out there. Want to know who the top run scorer is at the moment, and the top wicket taker as well. Want to look at the schedule for tomorrow or the rest of the week, or even if you want to go back and have a look at the teams that have got coming up in the Group C. So plenty of information there for you, and thanks to our guys that are working hard behind the scenes to get those stats up to date for you. And Shazad and also Ravi. Well done, guys. Doing a great job.
So with that timekeeper, is it every time there's a wicket we add a minute? Is that how it works? Or it's every 5 wickets we add one?
After 5 wickets have fallen, then the team get that a sort of 1 minute allowance.
Okay.
After 5 wickets.
Yep.
So I think it's there more of a guide.
Okay. I like it.
Harsh. Bit of spin. And once again, no timing from him. He's going to have to get his skates on here, though. He doesn't want to go straight away. We've seen a few crazy run-outs today already. We saw one last night as well. It was Shea Ali was the guilty man. And he's shown already today, just when he is out there in the middle, how important he can be. But he was timing the ball so well. I bet he was so wishing he was out there. So Khalil now on strike. Gets one floated right up and as well bowled. Harsh sort of floats it up there. Khalil is in 2 minds. He wants to go after it and then decides against it and ends up just leaving it. Ends up being a valuable dot ball.
Yeah, well bowled. Bit of flight. Little leg spinner that was. one's a bit of a flick out front, and they'll scamper through for an easy single.
The interesting phase for me here now, this approaching this midway innings, I think. Got two new batters more or less together there after those wickets that have fallen quickly, especially that of Sultan going without scoring. And Rahim hasn't really timed one as yet. He's struggling. Khalil has got one boundary which he played towards the third man area, so it's a case of pick up a couple of wickets and Hungary would really get themselves on top, whereas Sweden, they're hoping that one of these batters can find a bit of form. In the air, just going to drop short of the fielder that comes in, Ravindran. Now, with that field, the way you got it there, quick question, you've got all three on the boundary. Would you be tempted to have one sort of in by, I don't know, 10, 15 metres where that ball just landed?
You could do, but I mean, I think the whole point of it is they want that deep cover just for protection, not for a wicket.
And this one should be the wicket, and it is. It is easy peasy for Zishan Cookie-Hill and Rahim Safi, who doesn't find the middle of his bat, and he still doesn't find the middle of his bat. It's another catch that has been taken quite easily. So well done to Hungary, and I'm saying that it's quite evenly poised, this one at the moment. This is the key moment for me. It's who was going to get on top. Was it going to be another wicket, or were the batters going to find a flurry of boundaries? And not to be, it is a wicket. And, well, Rahim, he tries everything, as you said, where he's swinging like an old rusty gate, wasn't he? But he finally does try to get another one out of the ground. Doesn't, it's not good timing. He goes, a wicket falls. So maybe we're going to see the captain perhaps come out. But again, let's go back to these two teams when they played yesterday. Corey, great to have you back in the box. And well, we had a highlight earlier yourself, but I'll let you tell the others about your highlight. But just going back to these two teams yesterday, I mean, it was a great match, wasn't it? But we did feel yesterday, like we probably felt in the other night game that Hungary were involved with against the Netherlands, that they were going to finally get a victory, and it went all wrong in that 9th over. Yeah,
unfortunately for Hungary this week, there's an old adage that the shorter the format, the bigger the moments. And I feel like this week they've lost nearly every big moment. So last night they had their chances and then made a few little tactical errors. The other night versus the Netherlands they had their chances, but they've lost the moments this week. And I think that's why they haven't won a game. It's unfortunate, but that's cricket.
Yeah, it's the way that it goes. And like we say, sometimes, I mean, I think you said this last night yourselves, you know, when you're winning games, you make winning a habit.
Yeah.
But when you're not winning, unfortunately,
losing
becomes a habit. And that's sort of where Hungary have been. It's not that they've always necessarily played bad cricket. They just haven't had maybe the rub of the green as well.
Yeah, rub of the green. A new team, transitioning team, a lot of things changing, as you've mentioned a lot of times. So when you've got a new team, progression isn't linear. Progression goes like this a little bit. So they're probably in that bumpy stage at the start.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. But it looks like we're going to have Zimmers deploy, going to come back onto ball. Why not? He bowled a very good over, and the spin is certainly doing the job here. 63 for 4. Khalil is reaching for this one. Batter's just struggling to get the timing going here. He's been joined out there in the middle now by the captain. The man we were talking about played a really good innings yesterday. Once again, good delivery, good areas. It's all about the length, sort of this Yorker length, which at the moment Khalil is not able to get under. I'm just wondering if we'd be tempted here now after those 2 dots to try and come outside of his crease to get to the pitch of it. Let's see. He does, and he hits this pretty well. This is a quality shot. And after a couple of dots, he knew he had to do something different. He took the chance, moved early, and he crunches this straight down the ground. Good shot, good bit of cricket. I'm liking this battle between the batter and the bowler. Yeah, really good shot. Deploy saw him come down, so he drags it down a little bit, but he matches it with a really great swing of the bat. They always say, try hit the sight screen if you can. Khalil, he's got so much T10 experience. Great batting. Yeah, nice shot. Deploy waits for the ball to come back to him, and we'll go back to commencing this battle between Deploy and Azam Khalil. Tries to make room for himself this time to cut. I think it's a gap that's been left, and we were talking about this field, about this cluster of three sort of in that point area, 3 down the ground, sort of where cover and extra cover is, and towards long off. It's a big gap though, isn't there? I think that's what Khalil is trying to get through. This time he goes across the line, and it's oh well, unfortunate from the fielder. I mean, he gets good hands on this, so I think one or two of the people, the players, are expecting a Kugura to catch this, but hits his hands hard and goes over the boundary for 6 runs.
We just said the moments in shorter format are worth more, and this is a moment. I mean, you've got one of the most dangerous players. That should be caught for me.
Kaluma Kurugora just not able to keep the ball in. The worst thing for him is the ball hits his hands and then goes over for 6 runs as well. So 2 boundaries, 2 sixes, Maximo's in the over. But other than that, it's nice and tidy for Deploy. He's got to be pretty satisfied with his spell. I think I always say, and I've said this all along as I've been watching this T10 format, I think as a bowler, if you can get your 2 overs in and you go for under 20, I think you've done well, and he's done just that, and he has picked up the important wicket as well.
Yeah, that's what I said as well, coaching the Spanish. I said for bowlers, it's good to have a target, and we said if you go for anything 22 or under, that's a big hug from us. We're happy. I mean, if everyone goes for 22, you're chasing 110. And I think 110 is probably just a little bit under par. So it's always good for bowlers to have targets.
It's a good way to look at it. And it's good to see that the coaching element of it coming through from your side, because you're absolutely right. You know, I mean, that sort of score on here, you're going to fancy it. You're going to fancy chasing it.
Harsh managing again, playing with a bit of neck pain. Good on him.
Oh, good turn. Good spin here from Harsh.
Well, Chowdhury's out there. How good was he last night?
Wow.
That was an unbelievable innings.
Chowdhury was 36 of 11, which got his team to victory. Once again, that's the gap he's trying to get to it, but doesn't quite get the timing. Well, there's a little bit of skate on there. Well, what's happening again?
What was that?
There we go.
Who is that? Well, that's Alistair Priddle, and I think that's Jay.
That's Jay, yeah, look, there you go. The European Cricket Network flags there.
Well.
Very good running.
Actually, when will we get cheerleaders?
But we had a bit of cheerleading happening in Germany, in Krefeld. Well, I'm liking this, so there they go.
They're still going. They're enjoying themselves.
Maybe they're trying to start a bit of the old. There
they go. Look at those. Yeah. Those arms haven't dropped yet. I'm getting tired watching them.
Yeah, come on, folks, join in. Make a bit of a train. Let's see if we can get a few more passengers on board. We start with 2. Well, you got the conductor Jay in front.
Could you imagine if everyone just started running laps of the field like that?
Come on, when they come round again, I want everybody who's available to get to join in. Grab a flag and join in. This is up in the air. Could be an opportunity. It should be, and it has been taken. So another wicket goes, and it's a big wicket. Is that of the captain? Well, he was fantastic yesterday, wasn't he, Chowdhury? But not today. Looks like he's going to go cheaply. So he's not able to stick around with Khalid. That is a soft dismissal for a man that was thumping the ball all over the place.
Well, aren't these two happy about the wicket? Because it was hit right to him. And Chowdhury, that just cramped him up for room. And in the end, he has to go Zymus deploy. Nice, safe catch. He's probably the one man you want under it. And, well, credit to Hungary here because they're sticking in it. But this dangerous Swedish batting line, they ain't going to change the way they play.
Yeah, I mean, nicely taken. Well done to Harsh. And like you said, he is playing through the pain barrier for his side.
Yep.
We know that he's got a bit of an issue, a neck problem. We were told about that yesterday by Stefan Gooch. Gave us the heads up on it when we were wondering why we're not seeing him batting so much. So, well, there they go again. Go on, boys. Give us a go on. Come and get a few more involved. Well, there they go. They're getting past us here now, tripping over some of the wires as they run fast.
Yeah, fair ball. Look at the gun show there. Wow-wee. Alistair Priddle, he's the strength and conditioning coach for the Spanish side, so you'd want to see those. There's Jay. He's a little bit, maybe not as strong.
Well, his surname is Wild. We'll just leave it at that. And Alistair, well, yeah, Alistair also doing a great job with the kids as well. The school this week is the Campina school.
Well, that's the old sucker ball. He threw that up in the air. Well bowled. Harsh has gotten better as the week's gone on with his bowling. He's really rediscovered his trickery and his misery.
Yep. Well, this is a bit of a nothing shot. It should be another wicket, and it will be. Well held. And it's another one that goes, and this time it's Zadran that departs. He goes for a second ball. And they're just throwing their wickets away here.
Yeah, well, Sweden showing they're struggling against spin and slow bowling here as Hungary, they take another wicket. I mean, it's a lot to play for Sweden at the moment. They're looking to get that second spot booked up. It's a short ball outside off, but the pace was off it. It's actually clever bowling. And, well, Sweden, a few of their batting techniques stepping away from the ball, and it's costing them. Another wicket goes. It's now 77 for 6 after 7.
Yeah, this is what a way to come back into the match. Remember that first over went for 28-30. They're 52 for 2, and the power play.
Well, hold on. We got some new photos the other day, Rico. Where are they? Is Vinny slacking off again?
I don't know what's happening, but yeah, they're not out there just yet. I don't know, Vinny. I don't know where he's gone now. He disappeared again.
We had a full photo shoot yesterday, but look, if you do want to follow us on social media and get any questions in, you can, well, Instagram Rico Full or on Facebook Rico.full.1. And myself, C_Ruckers_28 for Instagram and Corey Ruckers on Facebook or Twitter. I always say this is the only time you're allowed to sneak into our DMs. But outside of that, you're not allowed.
No, and also, we always say, look, we do apologize. I mean, we get so many comments and really nice comments, and thank you all for all of them. But we can't, I mean, it's impossible to reply to each and every one. So what I will say on behalf of not just myself, but Corey and for Vinny, this is our platform to say thank you all very much for all of the lovely comments and for all of your support for European cricket. And, well, keep it going, keep it continuing. Oh, sensational. Jalebi catch. That is out of this world. Kidna swad aage ke nahi, kinna sona catch. And, well, that is Ravindran, of course it is. What a good catch this is. Hungary, they are up, they are flying. Surely they're not going to let this one slip away.
Proper catch that, because he absolutely crunched it. It didn't go high off the ground. He ran forward and he took it tumbling. He's been a star this week. He's the find of the week for Hungary. Vinov Ravindran. That's a great snare because he crunched that. Running forward and taking a ball that low is never easy. And yeah, that's definitely a personal highlight. And it's great to see Hungary get some team spirit about them here because they're in this match.
Yeah, they're in this match indeed. That is the big wicket because Azam Khalil was the one that was holding things together. He, like he did yesterday, goes for 20. This time it's 20 off 13 deliveries, so 13 becomes his unlucky number. When he was trying to keep things together as wickets were falling all around him. Now he departs. Zabi Zahid is still out there though. Remember, he can hit the ball pretty hard, Zabi, but you just start to wonder here now whether Sweden, or any one of their batters, is going to be able to contribute with a quick fire 20 or 30 runs to make this an interesting battle.
Yeah, it's just the way they play, isn't it? It's gun-ho, all guns blazing, and right now, well, they're shooting blanks just a little bit. 77 for 7, all the sevens. Good to see Hungary get a bit of spirit about them and fight back.
Well, that's the man who took the catch. And what a catch it was. Have a look at this. This was laser beamed, diving forward, sensational, Jalebi style. Back to the live action. Nicely played back. You know what? I know they've lost 7 wickets here, but just have a look who's coming to bat. This is a man, Nawaz, who early in the year scored a century. And I was there commentating in Landskrona. He scored a fabulous century, and then the next match he scored 89. Just hasn't clicked here. They have opened with him, it hasn't worked. Maybe this is the right time for him to click.
Yeah, absolutely, as that's pushed into the leg side. Oh, there's Mars Baji. Our man Marzi, good, gets down and keeps it to 1.
Yeah. Baji, we've seen him behind the stumps as well, but at the moment they preferred to go with Ashwath Narayan, so he's doing his fielding there mid-wicket and doing very well as well. Good stop. Bulge gets the dot ball in to Nawaz, still not afraid to play his shots. That's one thing that Sweden will do all the way through. What a good over though this has been from Zishan. Spyg back in the action again. Gets the throw in.
Yeah, it's good. He's attacking the ball hard. And, well, Sweden, a little bit of a miniature rebuilding phase. A couple of singles. They've lost a lot of wickets in clumps. I think they were 53 after the power play. So that means in the last 5 overs, they've only been able to score 27.
This one was not a good delivery, just over-pitched it, and the fielder, well, has he kept this in play? Well, this is amazingly done, and this is sensational. Is that Mark Desfontaine? I think it is brilliantly. Well, you thought this was going to be 4 for all money. You really did. Look, it wasn't a good delivery. Gets a little bit on this. How about this for a stop?
Well, this is why you pick the youth, and they haven't gone with the protractor because he can't field, but this young man can field.
Wonderful.
He saves 3 runs. Oh, I love this kid so much, and it's great to see Hungary pick him.
Yeah, that's sensational work, and that's 3 runs have been saved there. The score moves on to 81 for 7, and it's very important that Hungary get a good, tidy last 12 deliveries in here. They're going back to Prashar. Now, Prashar, he's had his issues, hasn't he, in getting the line right. I was just wondering here whether he would be better here with the ball a little bit older, maybe not swinging around so much.
Yeah, he's sort of one of those bowlers that he's got decent pace, but he's that sort of pace batsmen enjoy because it comes onto the bat nicely. So I'd like to see him use variations here in this over.
So here we go. Bowling to Nawaz. Good delivery, Yorker length, no runs there. Beg your pardon, that's Zahid on strike.
A nice start from Prashar there, getting the Yorker in. Sweden need a cameo here. They need someone to get a couple of boundaries.
Now this one, watch the spin, he does pretty well. He just gets a single, so Zahid gets down to the other end. So maybe Umar Nawaz can show a little bit of something to us, what he's made of. Like I said, he's a very good, powerful hitter normally. Nothing's worked for him at the moment here, so they've decided to move him down the order and say, well, maybe this is where you could perhaps hit yourself back into form. And he's up against one of the pick of the players from the Hungarian side, Prashar, with bat and with ball. So it's going to be an interesting battle. In comes Prashar, 82 for 7. Beats him. And he just says, just give me the ball back. Just give it back to me right now. Give it to me. I'm going to walk back to my mark and come in again. Much better. This has been from Hungary, isn't it? Much better.
Just really impressive that after the onslaught early, they still kept their cool. The fielding's been good. The bowling's improved. The spinners were unbelievable. I liked seeing Zymus deploy and Hartman, your bowling tandem. So good on them. I mean, this is their best shot at the win, Rico. If it's going to happen now, anytime, it's going to happen now.
Firmly struck, but should be just a single. We've been off Ravindran. He's not going to make any mistakes. He's been sensational, hasn't he, Ravindran? And I think he's one man, he and the likes of Prashar, who's bowling here now. Also Zima's deploy, and you saw there Marcus Fontaine. I mean, you know, these sort of guys, and they've been able to energise this Hungarian side with their performance. It's Mars Baiji as well. This is what they need to do. This is the change round period we're talking about. It's well bowled, slightly slower delivery.
Well, it's good you point on that. So like, I think that Hungary cricket's had the same sort of players for quite a long time. But when they look at this week and look at the new players, it's been their new players and their young players that have actually been the ones that have performed. And sometimes it's tough to say goodbye, but you're better off going on with a bunch of new, fit, able-minded players instead of going always to the old. And that's what a transformation is. And I think Hungary cricket need a little bit more, and then they might go on the right path.
Yeah. Been hit well, but once again, to a fielder, makes the stop. And, you know, and that's the other thing, you know, when you start doing things well and things right, I mean, just like that, good over from Prashar. We know he was under pressure. His first over went for 28, and just now here, he bowls that one and just goes for 4 runs. So that, you know, but what I'm trying to dwell on, when you do good things, you know, we talked about that stop there for Marcus Fontaine, which was excellent. It really was. We saw talk about the catch that Ravindran took. Those things rub off on the others, and that's what Hungary need here. They need good things, good vibes to be rubbing off from one another, and when that happens, your performance improves. And you can see now when the ball is going to those outfielders, there's no mistakes. They're taking it cleanly, there's no misfields, and they're on the up, and they just want to finish here now. 6 balls here, and if they can keep this score to under 100, they'll be very, very satisfied.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Now, here's the worm. They've lost wickets steadily throughout, and, well, every time you do lose a wicket, it's a dot ball, and it brings a new, fresh batsman to the crease who hasn't been able to get going.
down the ground, and Deploy will do the fielding, just a single.
Yeah, for Sweden here, I mean, they still desperately want to get into that second spot. They do play Denmark later today, so if they were to lose this, it doesn't affect them overall, but they'll be wanting a win here. They need a couple of runs, though, a couple of boundaries right at the back end.
Struck firmly, and once again, they may try and take the two here. Well, sort of one batter is interested. It wouldn't have been, because Deploy was all over that. 2 balls, 2 singles.
Well bowled.
Yeah, it's bowled well, you know. I was saying before, Kurugora, he comes into the side. I've been very impressed with what he's brought. And also, not just with the bowling, Corey, but batted really well as well in the last match. But a good partnership together with Prashar, when none of the other batters were able to do so. Made 23 of 10 deliveries. Well, this one has been launched. Oh. This has gone a long way. Well, that's the first boundary that we've seen for some time. And it's been worth waiting for. Absolutely clubs is big. Umar Nawaz, bang, boom, shakka lag gaya. This is what we know this man can do.
Yeah, straight in his wheelhouse, and he absolutely belted that. You need Hungary. They've got to finish well here. They don't want to go boundary, boundary, boundary. They've done a lot of hard work. They just need to close this innings out if they can.
Big hit. And a couple of more boundaries will see them get to the 100. Sweden, that's what they'd like. Hungary want to keep it under that. So this is a big ball coming up here now from Kurugora. And well, it's going to get just a single here. So batters will rotate. So it will be Zahid that goes on strike to the last delivery. 94 on the board.
Yeah, 1 ball to go. So magical 6 here would get them up to the 100 mark. And well, usually when you get to 3 figures, it's a little psychological battle for the opposition when they're chasing later. Can he get it away?
Swings hard. They'll have to run hard here, and I'm quite surprised well, they do in the end. This is such a good throw. This is great cricket, and they will get the 2. But how about that vision there from Deploy? He knows which batter is struggling to get back. He throws it to the right end. They do get 2 there. They finish on 96. But it's been a great second half, hasn't it, from Hungary? Only from my calculations, they've only gone for 33 in the last 5. The first 5 went for 63. That's a great turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might have been 52 after 3. So a really big turnaround from them. And you sort of always love a bit of an underdog story. They are the underdogs in this game, and they're never going to have a better chance to chase something down and get a win at the ECC.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it. I mean, but what a great start it was. We're going to see that on the highlights. I mean, at one point, the way that Sweden came out there, especially the likes of Debush Dash and Sher Ali, we thought there was going to be a huge score put on the board. I mean, this is the first one that went through. It was Ravindran who was trying to chase it down, but he's another player. He just never gave up, no matter what happened. But we saw some blazing shots from Sher Ali. I mean, that one was class. This one wasn't bad at all, but there was one. Well, I think not this one. This is the one. Yeah, this is the wicket going there. That was Dash going. But just have a look at some of the shots. I mean, first of all, this from Sher Ali. Yeah. Absolute class, top draw.
That was the shot you and I loved so much,
then
wasn't
the
it?
cut, but there's one shot coming up here, which was, I think it's this one.
Oh.
I mean, look. Oh, that's amazing. But look, Ravindran, he never gave up. He knew he was going to get an opportunity. This was hit sweetly, but straight into his hands. Takes a great catch there, but he was not done yet. He took a blinder later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it was the spin twins, Zymus Deploy and Harsh Mandian. They both came on and they were very effective. There was the odd boundary in the middle, but overall there was wickets galore. They took all the pace off the ball and Sweden just couldn't control it. That was a nice looking shot that hit the side screen, and we know the way they play, but unfortunately sometimes, as that one was pushed over the bar for 6, unfortunately sometimes when you play that way, you can lose a lot of wickets.
Yeah, you can do. Well, there was a little bit of a choo-choo train going around the ground as well, led by the conductor, Jay Wild. He does brilliant work here in the Costa del Sol. But there was some cheap dismissals as well. That one from Azam Khalil, he'll be very disappointed. He was on 20 when he gave his wicket away. This was an outstanding catch from Vinod Ravindran as well. What a good day he's had in the field. And you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if he comes out there opening as well and completes this, well, it's a mammoth mammoth moment for Hungary if they can get the victory. And I think that Ravindran could be one who plays a big part in it.
Yeah, absolutely. This took us right to the back end of the innings where Sweden got one more big hit off that third last delivery, and it got them up to 96 for 7. So we take a look at the scorecard, and it was all boom, boom at the top. But then the wickets started to fall. 15 off 7 for Dash, 33 off 8 for Ali, and a nice 20 off 13 for Khalil. But Rico, the rest never got going.
The rest never got going, and you can see they just came and gave the wickets away. And there towards the end, you saw Zabi Zahid, 9 balls for 8. And Umar Nawaz, it took 8 deliveries for him to get to 11. But yeah, never got going. But you've got to give credit to Hungary. This time, I think they made those little subtle changes in the field that perhaps we were calling for last night. They worked. I think I liking what Zimmer's deploy added with his bowling. Look, 1 for 19, but I think he was instrumental in helping the captain setting some good fields there as well. Prashar, he was expensive in his first, but when he needed to come back with a good second over, he did. The captain stuck with him and he rewarded them. But I think you're absolutely right. I think the spinners there were the key, and there was some really good bowling there. Well done. And look, take a bow, Harsh Mandian as well. He took 3 for 6 in his 2 overs. That was fantastic, and just supported the other spinner deploy there as well. So halfway through this one, and it is Sweden that have sort of struggled to get to 96. It was a story of 2 halves, wasn't it? The first one after 52 from the power play, 63 from the first 5 overs, and then only 33 in the second 5 meant that it was 96 that they're posted on board. So Hungary haven't won a match yet. It's 7-0 for them, but will and can they pick up a victory here in their final match? We know we're not going to see them in finals day tomorrow, but wouldn't it be good if they are able to get a victory? Sweden, though, they will have other ideas. They still got everything to play for here. If they want to get second spot, a win in this and their next match could be enough to do that. So they're going to come out fighting. Join me, Rico Full and Corey Ruckers, as we come back in around 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 18. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. Back to the middle, back to the sunshine of the Costa del Sol here in Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval, and we're getting ready for what promises to be an exciting run chase. Hungary have done good work in the field. They've restricted Sweden to 96 of their 10 overs, thanks to some great spin bowling from Harsh Mandian. Exceptional figures from him, 3 wickets and only conceding 6 runs. And he was well supported by Deploy, the other spinner, and also Zishan Kukiho took 2 for 20. That means that 97 would give them their first victory. Look, in terms of where that takes them in this championship, it means that they're still going to miss out on the finals, group finals day tomorrow, but it gives them something positive to take home with them, and it will certainly boost them going back and going forward. It's a team that are going through a lot of change at the moment, a lot of change in all areas for Hungary. Well, that's the start that they want, and this will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arriba. Eso es 6 carreras. Lovely shot from Ravindran. Well, he was outstanding in the field. He really was. He did some great work, made some great stops, took some great catches as well. And now he's trying to get the win for his team. Yeah, as I said, there's been a lot of change and going to be a lot of change in Hungarian cricket. And, well, taking some positives away from this European Cricket Championship is certainly going to help them develop and get bigger and stronger. What a good shot that is. And that man who's on strike at the moment, he's certainly got a big future to play, a big part to play in that process. And so has, I think, his opening partner at the other end, same as Deploy. Mazufar gets this one wrong, and well, I think here for the moment it could have been the wrong ball that came back. He gets the right one here now. So Mazufar, first ball smashed for 6, and this one's hit pretty well, but there is a sweeper out there in the off. Just the one run. Rahim Safi making the stop. 2 men out at the moment is, well, Safi looks like he's going to, left-hander now in play, so the field will need to change. At the moment, they're keeping the square leg and mid-wicket back on the boundary. Not for long, though. Square leg comes in, and they're looking to push the 3rd man back. A bit of a discussion here with the captain and the bowler. Obviously want the field right, and now they're deciding that they want to bring one across. Well, this is where that the official timekeeping clock from our partner Frederica Constant becomes more visible, more apparent, because this is all time that's been eaten up. Taken almost a minute to get the field right here. Pretty full, just pushed out in the off, and the fielder half stops it. They think about taking the overthrow, they decide against it. That's a good choice. Zaka Takawi, he's been very good with his spin. So no doubt that they'll probably call upon him around about the 4th over, depending how things go in the power play. Deploy got himself off the mark straight away. Goes up in the air, and he's going to get this all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka. Yeah, the perfect start at the moment here. So boundaries galore. Slightly slower, but you can see that Ravindran just waits for it and then hammers it down the ground. Big shot, 6 runs. Rika full here. And alongside me, Corey Ruckus.
Well, here we go. This is the best chance Hungary will have for a year.
This time, it's cleaned up by the bowler.
I think Ravindran's been the find of the week for them with Deploy. Ravindran looks a player to me. That shot over mid-off was gorgeous.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is it. I mean, after such a difficult week, they came in with high hopes. They're 0-7, but they are in such a good position right now. So I reckon he's split his webbing. I tell you what, we saw a lot of this in the first week as well.
But he's only, I mean, he's stopped the ball of his own.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Bowling.
Well, look at those fingers, how taped up they are, Rico. He's definitely split something. Oh,
Yeah.
you can see the blood. Ugh. So I reckon we'll have a slight delay here. I hope we get to see Magic Spray Mary. She's been quiet this week.
Yeah, well, it's not the spray that you need on that. I think it's going to... here she comes. Come on, Magic Spray Mary.
Where is she?
Yeah, come on, give her a round of applause. In she comes.
Yeah, oh, there
There
she
she
is.
is.
Oh, look at her go. And this is why she is a fan favourite. She's always out there first before anyone else. And, well, usually when Magic Spray Mary gets there, the player miraculously heals. And usually they bowl a little bit quicker.
Yeah, talking about Ravindra, and remember it was scored a fine 52 not out in that match against Netherlands. And, well, it was agonising for him, wasn't it? Where he just couldn't get himself on strike, which would have been... Well, I mean, I think you and Vinny were calling it. If they had won that match, it probably would have been, I mean, one of the upsets of the championship, without doubt. It would have been something special, and that could have really sparked something special for Hungary, but it just didn't happen.
Just hasn't happened for them this week, but good to see that they're still trying to enjoy themselves as much as they can. A little comment in the viewer chat, as we know the viewer chat loves to get on. Rebecca Lee from WA saying, every time Corey says the word gorgeous, you have to have a little drink. Well, gorgeous, 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 Rebecca. I hope you enjoy the rest of your vessel.
She might as well start lining them up.
We might have to send Magic Spray Mary all the way out to WA. There's the Finnish boys out there. They've had a good week, haven't they? They've really impressed everybody.
Yeah, they certainly have. And they've been great guys as well, haven't they? They've been absolutely fantastic. I love the way that they've played the cricket. I love the way that they've intermingled with the fans as well and the other teams. And also with the kids as well. The kids have absolutely loved it. And they've been up there signing the kids' caps and things as well. And all the teams have. It's been great. I mean, it really has been a fiesta, a carnival of cricket here at the Cartama Oval. That's why we say it's a little bit of Cartamania happening here in Malaga in this Dream11 European Cricket Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As we focus in on the Finnish Bears, there's Stefan Gooch, and he's a good man, isn't he? He's got his green arm with Westy. And, well, Meds, and everyone's loving it. Well, Steph, I reckon he's got a few more silver hairs after this week. And there's the founder. He's got his dad here. Old Ken's flown out. He got me in a corner before his old man, and he wouldn't stop talking to me. I took a hanger of a catch. Maybe do we have a replay of the catch? This would be the right time.
I don't think they caught it on camera.
Yeah.
I think they missed it.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they might have missed it, Corey. I think... yeah, they might have missed it. I think they got the one, you know, when you were trying to take the ball on the one bounce and you missed it? They got that one.
Let's just be honest, just quietly. It was an absolute hanger. It was a hanger.
You took the catch, but, I mean, you always say when you see players diving around unnecessarily saying it's a bit of mayo on that. I think there was a bit of mayo on yours as well.
Tomato sauce, my friend. Oh, no, that's not Westy's old man. That's a lovely patron.
Yeah, that's not Ken. Ken, is that
Ken. He's a huge supporter of European cricket.
He loves European cricket.
Whoa, get that off your screens.
Well, you're talking about ketchup. I'm talking about mayo. There's a bit of mustard there going on as well.
That's the ugliest coloured suit I've ever seen from Mr. Maximo. That's awful.
Corey. Back to the cricket. And it's nicely played down the ground. Just take the single. So it's nice to see that, Magic Mary with her, bag of tricks.
Her conversion rate of healing people is phenomenal.
Mustafa. And that will be the end of the over. Surely he's not going to stay on. I mean, yeah, the 12th man comes on. I was going to say he just completes his over. He's going to go off. And the 12th man has come on. As we have a look at this, it's been 81 matches now without a golden ball. Could this be a golden ball? Has it got golden ball written over it?
I hope not, because I think it's Vinny's in the sweepstakes. So let's hope not. Let's hope it's just a good game. But, yeah, look, I mean, Hungary right now, they must be licking their lips. This is it. This is their chance to get a W, go home a little bit happier with a smiling group. They've never been in a better position. Oh, they've been in good positions, actually. But this is a really good position. This is, you win this 8 out of 10 times, I reckon. But when you've had 7 losses, as we said, losing's a habit as well.
Yeah, it's a good start, though. 15 at the first. Zabi Zahid comes on to bowl.
Oh, seed.
Beautiful ball from Zabi.
Yeah, absolute seed. Be happy with that. Little nip away. And I mean, for Sweden, there's no dead rubber at the moment. They want second. You want that double chance. That double chance goes a long way. We had it last week, so Ireland absolutely battered us in the morning.
Yep.
And we stole it off Austria, and then we stole it off Ireland. That's why a double chance is important.
That's why it's massive. You're absolutely right. Oh, this is great. Well, what's the umpire thinking here? They're all going up for it. And the umpire sort of saying, well, I don't know what you're appealing for. It's a really good stop. And they think they've got the wicket here. I don't know. I think this does too much. Let's have a look.
I think it's a pretty good decision. I saw it swing in a lot. Was there an inside edge? I didn't hear it in the effects mic. Now, good decision.
Yeah, it's great.
He didn't hit that. But I tell you what, he bowls the outie and the innie, this man.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good... I mean, and the take as well from the Sultan there. That's absolutely brilliant from the big man. I've never seen him move so quick. What a great take. I think that's why they wanted it. But, yeah, no contact there for me from the bat. In the air, and this will go all the way. Kinna Sona, Gea, Shaka, Lagia.
Yeah, Ravindran, what a shot. He is the find of the week for the Hungarian cricket team. That's not a slog, that's a cricket shot. And nice striking, sir.
Yeah, beautifully done. And I was saying to you, wasn't I, when he was out there taking the catches, I said, I think he's going to play a part with the bat as well, and he's doing just that. And this is clipped beautifully as well, and this is going to be one bounce four. What a lovely shot. And he's just toying around with the field as well. Great batting in the power play from Ravindran.
Well, if he bats for any length of time, you can say good night to this game. He's racing away now. Sweden need to get some composure here. That's a half volley down the leg side, and he puts it away.
So, Sabi Zahid, normally very reliable. It's under attack. And this is another one that will get away. It's nice to be playing these shots in the power play. Once you get them over the 30-yard circle, you're going to get just reward for your shots. And Vinos Ravindran, he is flying high at the moment. 4 more.
He is absolutely motoring here. It's another half volley. Doesn't matter where you put it. A half volley is a half volley, and he gets it away. Well, for Hungary, this is a dream start now. Dream start. Surely they're not losing this. Surely not, Rico. This is it.
This is it. Is it? My ball. Got change of pace from Zabi.
If they lose from here, I'll retire in the commentary box. You heard my words. This is their game. Surely. I love an underdog story. You got to get behind the underdogs.
You got to. The thing is, though, I mean, they're underdog based on
results.
But I think coming into this, I wouldn't have called them underdogs for this picture. But results, the way they've gone, yeah, they're underdogs. But we knew they were too good. Well, I keep saying they're too good to go away from this championship without a win. They're just too good. It just wouldn't be fair because they are that good a team. I think they've earned it. They've been unlucky at times, and sometimes they let themselves down. But they're up for it. And what I liked about it was when they were out there in the field and their heads weren't down. They were up for it. They were upbeat. They played well as a team. They performed as a team. They backed each other as a team. They haven't done it all the way through. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they've been doing that here today, and I think that's why they're in this position. And, well, they're trying to get some points on the board. It's not going to see them in finals day tomorrow. We know that. But it's going to do them a whole load of good. Certainly going to boost their confidence. And it's going to give them a highlight to go back from this Dream11 European Cricket Championship from as well.
I'll tell you who would desperately want to win. It's Paul Edgela. He's been the new Hungary coach. And I tell you what, it's a baptism of fire when you're 0-7. So he's done a good job. He's a good young leader. It's nice to see more young coaches around. A little bit biased as I say that. But yeah, I hope for his sake he gets a win here as well with his new nation.
Chaudhry, the captain, is decided that he's going to bowl this one. He has options. I mean, he could have gone for somebody like Safi, but I think he just decided that he needs somebody who's just a little bit more consistent, bowling wicket to wicket, not giving too many extras away, where Safi sometimes can be a little bit guilty of doing.
Well, this is a great scenario for Zymus to play as well. He'll just play second fiddle here. He'll just go 1-1-1 and get Ravindran on strike. So it's a great little partnership to have here.
Chaudhry just looks around, checks his field. And this one also goes blazing through the covers on the offside. It's 4 more, and that has gone quickly, Corey.
Yeah, great shot, square drive. There's 2 men straight down on the boundary, so he just lets his face open, and he's blasted that. This is the best we've seen Ravindran play, I think. He's had a good week, but this is class batting.
Yeah, Vinos Ravindran, remember the name, and well, he told us all about him on day 1 when he scored a blistering 52 off 28 not out, but he was unable to get Hungary to victory over Netherlands. They fell short by 5 runs, needing 9 off the last over. They were only able to get 3. Then after that, things went a little downhill from them. Players, big players, didn't perform, but he's come back with a bang. Oh, shot. It's 4 more. He's making this look easy. And are we really seeing a team out there that have lost 7 on the spin?
No, you're not. Yeah, well, you are, but it doesn't feel like you are. I mean, this is the Hungary we thought we were going to see day 1, day 2.
Sure.
And Ravindran, who is an amazing find for the team, I think he's got a long national career ahead of himself, is batting beautifully.
Batting so well, with so much time. Such a talented player. Pitched up, bit annoyed with himself, the captain, Chaudhry, that he's not able to stop this and stop the single.
I'll tell you what, Denmark is sitting here as well going, well, you're opening a door for us, because if Sweden don't win this, and then Finland lose to the Netherlands, which we sort of expect, well then you never know, Denmark might still back into second. Yeah, good batting, smart batting. Just dropping it down in the offside for a single. So these two batting beautifully at the moment for their country.
Doing well. I'm liking also the sensible approach here from Zemus Deploy. He knows he doesn't have to do any more than what he's doing here at the moment. Hungary, stronger together there in the background. As Ravindran gets ready to face this one. This is how they needed to be. He misses out on this one. The Chaudhry will finish with a dot ball, but not before he goes for 11 off the over. 41 in the power play. Worth pointing out that Sweden were 52, but they had lost 2 wickets. And even though they raced to 63 or 4 at the halfway point, the next 5 overs for them only rewarded them with 33 runs. And that's where the spin came into play. And that's where the bowling of Harsh Mandian, just conceding 6 runs, picking up 3 wickets as well in 2 overs, was so important.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Hungary's game at the moment. Can Sweden spring a little bit of a surprise and get a couple of wickets? They're going to need them. Looks like the man coming on, Azam Khalil, plenty of T10 experience. What can he do?
Khalil is, I have to say, not been at his best with the ball. He has been a little bit expensive, though he always has found a way, even though he's been gone for a few runs, to pick up a wicket when it was needed. This is what they need here now. They want to break this partnership and then see if they can then put the squeeze on and get some of the other Hungarian batters out cheaply. But right now you can see that rate just about 8 and over.
One thing about Khalil, which I'm not too sure we've said live, to left-handers, he bowls off-spin. So that's a genuine off-spinner. He's bowling perfectly off-spinner. Watch when he bowls to righty, he runs in and bowls medium leg cutters. So he's very versatile.
In the air and gets it in the gap, gets a little bit lucky. They think about 2 and decide against it as the fielder's already in the process.
So have a look here. So that's off-spin. That's coming in, traditional off-spin. And watch how he bowls to the right-hander now. It won't be off-spin. It'll be little medium pace leg cutters. So a versatile cricketer. I like to see it. I hope he does it. Otherwise, I got egg on my face.
Sher Ali being pushed back on the boundary.
Yeah, so look how he holds the ball here. And that's not leg spin. That's a little flicker out the front. It's like a carom ball. So he doesn't let the batsman play with the angular spin. And it's good to see cricketers that can be versatile like that.
Yeah, just trying to push this one through. Ravindran does well to get bad on this. He had to, really. So that's the third man who comes in, attacked it pretty well, goes for Khalil's end, gets another single.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the old Colin Miller from Australia. He used to bowl medium pace and then off spinners as well. So now I think we'll see him go back around the wicket with the off spin, and it's just cool to see that some cricketers thinking on their feet.
Gets the field right to deploy. He's quite happy and content at the moment just to take the singles. This time he wants to go for the big shot, and he's going to get the 6. And I have to say here, I think the fielder has got this wrong. And Zaki Takawi, he comes in, he overcommits, and then finds the ball go over his head. I mean, it does go for 6, but I think if he stays on the line, he's taking a comfortable catch here. And this is Sweden's time to get it all wrong.
Oh, he completely misread it. He came running in. If he stood still on the rope, it was a simple catch. And unfortunately, it cost them 6 runs. That's a huge moment in the game.
Yeah, Deploy also will probably question why he did that. I mean, if he gave his wicket away there, he would have been absolutely gutted.
Yeah.
He gets lucky.
Gets very lucky, really. That should have been caught. Well, Hungary, it's finally going their way.
And the catch has been taken. Is there anything on this? Well, hang on a minute. The umpires... Well, I don't know how the umpire who is standing in the point area to the left-hander is going to be able to assist with this at all.
No, I think
they're not. They're just not. I think it's just a shake of the head. It looked like that he wanted it. I couldn't even see that he's called over here. And I think even the Swedish players are thinking that the umpires are going to come together and have a chat about this. But no, just it's just paying it not up. So it's obviously taken something, because otherwise it would have been a wide. I don't see what it's taken on the way through here, to be honest.
You know what? He's hit that. I think he's got an inside edge on that.
I think there's a bit of bad on this. Yeah, because I reckon there's no... It hasn't caught anything else but the bat.
Yeah, that's the edge. That's a definite deflection. That's an unbelievable take, but that's a tough one for the umpire. But there's 2 bits of luck for Hungary. There was definitely an edge down the side. Zymas deploy with a little bit of byplay as well, pointing at his leg. Yeah. But that's outside the leg line. He gets a big inside edge.
I see the deviation there as well. Well, obviously the umpire doesn't have the advantage of these, but
no,
we said all along. I mean, okay, we've been saying that sometimes there's been some of the players haven't quite performed for Hungary, but also they haven't quite had the rub of the green. Well, they've had it here a couple of times. I mean, we saw Takwi there with the catch, misjudging it. A catch there taken behind, which the umpire's not seen. And now a wide ball here, first up from Safi. And this is the reason I think why the captain didn't want to use Safi too early, because he can spray it around a little bit.
Yeah, nothing against the umpiring. That's one of the more difficult decisions to get right. A little feather edge down the leg side, but that wide there. 49-run partnership, 50 with the wide, so 50 partnership now.
Into the pads, but still just straying a little bit down that leg side. I mean, that sort of line, if he keeps that now to deploy, will be okay to the left-hander, but he gets away with it to Ravindran. That rate, it's still going in the right direction if you're a Hungarian supporter.
This is it, Rico. Surely, this is going to be their first win.
Stan Ahuja there. Part of the Hungarian setup for a while. Kept pretty well behind the stumps as well. Deploy. And this is a bit of a loose delivery. Goes for the slower ball, but gets it wrong. Ends up being a full toss for Deploy. He's quite happy just to paddle this down to the man behind square on the boundary. Takes the single and gives the strike back to Vinoth Ravindran. 38 he's on of just 18 balls is Vinoth. Shot, and this goes all the way. Balle, Brakina Sona Jakalagia.
Ah, yeah, shot. It's a half volley, a middle leg, and he absolutely clobbers it. And Hungary go one step closer to their first win in the tournament. They need 39 off 33 with 10 wickets in hand. I mean, if they lose this, I'll eat a Hungarian shirt myself. This one's in the bag.
Safi. Going for the Yorker, but being a little bit predictable here and also not getting it right. It's leg side-ish. So once again, gets away with this. A leg by call. They won't mind it. It's another one. They don't care how they get them. And I think personally keeping this strike rotated from the left to right combination is great. Great view, great shot that off the Cartama oval here You just saw an area where the teams are, the team areas and the official stands as well, the fan zone. Oh, this has been blasted, and the captain has done so well here. But this was a laser beam, really, and Ravindran, well, you don't want to be knocking him out at the moment. He does well to avoid this. Look how quickly this was hit. Wow.
That's the only way they're going to get him out, is if Zymus Deploy whacks him with one. They're looking so good, but Ravindran, he's 44 of 20. He's one stroke away from a marvellous 50.
He goes for it, and he's going to get it. Shaba, Sare Bolo, Shaba. Kinni Sony batting kitte apne Vinod Ravindran ne. Apni 50 banali. 21 balls it takes him to get to 50, and what a shot to do it in. What a performer. What a performance this has been in this match. He was sensational and electrifying in the field, and now with the bat, well, he's showing just what a classy batter he is. They don't come, Corey, they don't come any better than that.
No, that's a beautiful way to bring your 50 up. Well done to him, and well done to the Hungarian cricket team for keeping some faith in that top order. He has been one of the finds for them. And, well, Rico, it's just good to see some class batting under the pump. And it's been a tough week for them, we have to admit. But the new players they have found, this is something you can grow with, finding new players, young players like young Mark Desfontaines and Ravindran. How exciting for Hungarian cricket.
I love it. Look, congratulations to you, Vinod Ravindran. What a knot that is. I mean, it's just, when you're under pressure, and we were saying this yesterday, weren't we? You mentioned this a few times, that big players perform when you're under pressure. And we were saying it last night in the darkness of the Cartama sky in that last match when it was again these two teams out there, Sweden and Hungary. Which big player was going to perform, who was going to stand up and perform. And last night, well, it was Sweden, it was their captain. Here today, it's been Vinod Ravindran.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. Hungary cricket going for a bit of a transition phase, but it's the players with technique. The players with technique that play shots like that always do better.
Yeah.
And they've definitely found a couple here that they can grow with. I know they've had a similar team for a long time, but maybe it's time to blood more new people, more people with very good through the V.
Yeah.
And that's only going to help the country.
Yeah, certainly, yes. But I think it's been a combination, isn't it? I mean, because we're talking about Vinod Ravindran. I mean, he's been sensational. But also, don't take away the bowling that we saw from Harsh Mandian. I mean, that was quite sensational. Those three wickets, just 6 runs conceded. And that was at a time when Sweden were pretty strong. And, you know, they were 63 on the halfway point. So those 2 overs really changed the context of the match as well. So, yeah, new blood coming in, which is exciting. And also some of the old-timers performing as well. And it's been a good combination. And Hungary looking for their first victory. 66 without loss at the halfway point. And this is going to be 6 more. And this one is going into the fan zone. Well, Vinny Sandhu is after this one. He's not catching it because it goes sailing over his head. And just like that, the score is into the 70s. Amazing stuff. And now, well, Zymus Deploy saying, well, I'm not going to hang around anymore. It's time for me to hit a few big ones. That was a half-tracker, though, it has to be said. And Zakawi, he gets blasted for 6 off his first ball.
Well, let's just hope it didn't touch Vinny Sandhu's mustard jacket, because I think we'd have to replace the ball then. What a nice shot from Zymus Deploy. This is the best they've played all tournament right at the end.
Yeah, coming good at the end. Taking away some highlights. Down the ground, shouts to catch it. It should be taken, and it has been taken. Oh, well, only just. I mean, the umpires would have looked at this because he has to show he's got it fully under control. And though he does take the catch, it then tries to bubble out. But the catch has been taken. And Deploy there, I think he's decided there towards the end that this match is pretty much safe. So he wants to play a few shots. He does. But after hitting a huge 6, they're out into the fan zone. He's been caught by the captain here, Chowdhury. He goes for 18 of 11 deliveries.
Yeah, he goes. Nice innings, though. A nice first tournament for him for Hungary. You're only going to see more of him in the future, and a really nice partnership, which he should be proud of. Nice to see him in the Hungarian colours as he does depart for 18 off 11. Playing second fiddle, but a good little innings. Rico,
yeah,
I'm going to talk to you about something.
Go on, tell me.
Okay, so Hungary are going to beat Sweden here, meaning Sweden will stay on 6 points.
Yeah.
Denmark are on 6 points. Now, let's assume Netherlands beat Finland. That means that Sweden and Denmark tonight, because they have better net run rates than Finland, is a shootout for second.
Wow. So
There
still plenty to play for.
So tonight, if it pans out with the Netherlands beating Finland in the next game, assume that happens,
Yeah.
Hungary win this, That means whoever wins out of Denmark and Sweden, they have a better net run rate than Finland. Meaning Finland, unless they upset Netherlands, won't finish second. Yeah. Denmark or Sweden will finish second still. So Sweden can regroup, but the Danes will be sitting there going, we're still in this. What a tournament.
What a tournament indeed. You're absolutely right. Everything happening out here.
If Sweden had won this one, they almost guaranteed second because of net run rate, but they've choked.
In the air, nobody's catching this. It goes all the way, and Zishan Cookie-Hill, he goes out and does what he does best, and that's attack from the word go. He makes it look easy. Such a talented player. We've seen some signs of him being at his best, but we've seen some disappointments as well. But you could say that about the whole Hungarian team, but look at that. That tells you a story. Vinod Ravindran, he is smiling big time at the moment. Not so much Takawik, as he goes for another big 6. So 78 for 1. And this will be another balle, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una grande, eso es una Ariana.
Maximo! Nah, it's not as good, I apologise, but what a shot. Zishan's looked good since he's come down the order this week. Against the pace bowling, he struggled a little bit early in the week, but when he's come in against the spin, he has just clobbered it.
Yeah, what a hit from a talented, classy player. And he wants another, but has he got this right? And where's the foot? Has he stayed inside? Yes, he has. That's such a good catch there from Zadran. I mean, he's got Azam Khalil very close to him as well, but Zadran says, leave it to me, gets himself into position, and I like the way he sort of softens the blow of the ball as well. So takes a catch to Zishan, who hits a couple of big 6s, but then it is Zadran that takes the catch, and you can see there just a couple of inches inside the rope, but nicely taken, nicely judged, good positioning, good balance.
Yeah, nice catch. He was pretty cool, calm and collected under it, and so he'll get his marching orders shortly, and they'll just confirm it with the third umpire.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with this one. They just want to make sure that it's nice and clean. I think, well, we've seen it once already. They may want to see it one more time.
Yeah, I think they just want to make sure that his foot wasn't touching the rope. For me, though, that was safe. We had a very good angle of it, though, obviously. So we'll roll it again, and it was a nice, clean catch. See there, his foot's got about, I would say, 2 inches. And he never really moves back. So that is safe as houses. I mean, does he get up and move anything? No, that's okay. So yeah. Marching orders there.
So Zishan comes out, hits his first 2 balls for 6s, and then gets that third. See, that for me, I mean, I know this point of the match, it doesn't matter, but there's been other points or other stages of matches when they need somebody like Zishan. Just using Zishan as an example here, when they've needed Zishan to then go on. But he's gone on and done something similar to that. And I think that's where it's smart cricket as well. I think they're talented players. Some of them have got raw talent. But I think the smartness has to come into the game as well. Don't give your wicket away unnecessarily. Up in the air, shouts to catch it. Could be 2 and 2. It's Zadran again. And, well, it's another good catch taken from Zadran. This one was a little bit more difficult because of the way the ball goes up in the air. I think he's moving around a bit as well. And, well, Prashant, who, was the man in form early this morning for Hungary. He scored a fine 60. Well, he goes first baller. It's a golden duck. And just like that, well, it's not going to be in this over and not going to be in this match because that was the end of the over. I thought for a moment that Takawik could have been on a hat-trick, but that was the last ball of the over. So he gets a wicket. He doesn't seem that happy about it, does he? But he goes and takes 3 for 18. So well bowled to him.
This has to be the only format in the world you bowl 1 over, 3 for 18. Is that good or is that bad? I'm confused. But in the end, Hungary, well, doing what Hungary do best, making a meal of it right at the back end. They're still going to win this game, but they're just making it last a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that was the end of the 6 overs. The score 84 for 3. Plenty of balls still to come, 24, and just 13 runs needed. And the way that the Hungarians bat, you would imagine that it would just take 3 or 4 hits to do it. Well, this is what we're having a look here now at Group B. It just tells you a little bit about the rankings of the teams. Doesn't that really look? These are ICC T20 rankings, right? So it doesn't really, I think, make a big reflection on the group.
It gives a small indication, I think. Not too much, though, as that is absolutely gorgeously hit by Revenge. Well, this man, even though there's been carnage around him, Rico, he's looking $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a good delivery, you have to say, from Azam. It's short. It was a half tracker, and somebody who's already got 50 on the board is not going to miss out on it. 4 more to him. Score moves on to 88 now. Goes down the ground. This is a chance. And Zadran makes it 3 out of 3. A little bit of the ice cream cone here, as Vinny Sandu would say. Well, we didn't quite get a hat-trick from the bowler, but we got a hat-trick from the fielder. It takes the catch. Another one bites the dust, and that brings to the end a fine innings from Vinay Ravindran. It's quite well, I'm disappointed that he's not been there to the end, because he deserved to be. He deserved to be walking up those steps and getting a huge round of applause when Hungary win this match. Well, he's not going to get the round of applause because he's helped them win the match, but he's still going to get a massive round of applause, because that has been an outstanding innings from Vinay Ravindran. And we said that when your team is down, when you are down, when things aren't going your way, the big players have to stand up. But boy, did he stand up in this match.
Yeah, special innings, 54 off 23, and he'll go close to man of the match in this one, you would imagine. But a special innings as he falls as well. I tell you what, Rico, though, just watching this back end of the innings as Ravindran gets good round of applause. Now, I'm a batsman. I was a batsman. Now, there's a certain part of you as a batsman, you've got to be selfish. And being selfish is when they need, what do they need? 4 and over?
Yeah.
Just hit it along the ground and hit ones. I always wanted a not out. I would never give my wicket away when I knew I've won the game. So I would like to see one of these 2 batsmen be a bit selfish, which can be a constructive thing, and not give wickets away. I mean, this is crazy batting in the last 10 balls. Yeah. Be selfish, hit some ones, the field is still spread, and win it by 8 wickets. Don't give another wicket away.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what the point I was trying to make when Zishan goes out there. I think, you know, try to get yourself into a habit or into a frame of mind where you're saying, well, yeah, I know there's only whatever needed to win, but I'm not going to get my wicket away. I want to be there. I want to savour and taste victory while I'm out there in the middle.
Like that there. That there's just a bit of calmness, a bit of a cool head. That's all you want. I mean, you go 1 a ball, you win the game with probably 3 overs to spare still. Don't give the opposition wickets for no reason.
That's right, Ryan. Just gets himself
off the mark. When you're playing for your badge and you're playing for your country, you never want to get out.
No.
It doesn't have to be in a glaze of glory.
And this is where I was saying that. I mean, we know the talent is there, we know the class is there, but I think you got to understand some of the principles and tactical side of the game. You've got to play smart cricket as well. That's well bowled, and it's a quicker delivery there from Azam.
Hungary just getting a little bit twitchy for no reason at all here. Just a little bit twitchy. They're still in complete control.
Yeah, in control. Look, apologies once more to people about the graphics. There's once more some few issues, a few gremlins, all to do with the electrical issues around the ground that we haven't got that scorecard up here, but we'll keep you updated. So right now, Hungary are looking to get 8 runs for victory here. That's 8 now of 19 deliveries.
Rumour has it, since I've taken that catch, I've short-circuited the whole power.
Well, can you believe somebody of the quality of Azam Khalil has dropped these? I think it surprised him. I think it's come to him quicker than he's expected. Should have been another here. Watch this again. Look, yeah, that's straightforward, and it's gone straight through his hands, and down it goes. No run scored from it, but it could have been another one back in the hut. Yeah,
well, I tell you what, Hungary are just proving how difficult it is to get out of a losing slump right now. That surely this game's over, Rico. Well, so 8 runs required. This is what's coming up next. Finland versus Netherlands. Looking forward to that. But 8 runs required. Plenty of time.
Gets down. Oh, it goes to the wrong end. Goes to the wrong end.
How are they making a meal of this? They are absolutely panicking hungry. And this is why that responsibility should have been on that top order who were in, not to throw a wicket away. But there is all of a sudden some weird tension on the ground.
Yeah, so now 8 runs off 17 balls.
They're going to win this easily, but it is a bit of a funny old finish, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, Zubby Zahid, we know that he can be a crafty little campaigner. But this one will go to the boundary. He over pitches it. It ends up being a full toss. Now, I don't think this is where the batter was looking to play this, but it doesn't matter. Ashwathnarayan will take it. That's 4 runs. So just 1 hit away from victory now.
1 hit away from getting their first win at ECC 2022. And even though they'll be knocked out and going home, at least they end on a positive. At least they've trialled some new players. At least there's new management. Things are looking up for Hungarian cricket, even though it might not feel it. It is good.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, couldn't say better myself. Things are looking up, and they're going to go away with a win as well, which is important. Thinks about just pushing this out for a single. It's not going to be. 4 required, 1 shot away from victory.
And I guess on the, sorry Enrico, on the other side, Sweden need to regroup quickly because tonight's a huge battle.
Well, you've just made us all aware of a very important point that if, and depending on how things go with Netherlands and Finland,
but you were sure
the last match of the group could be a very important one. We were saying that yesterday, actually, for different reasons, how that match tonight could be so important, the last one of the standings. But remember, one thing we do know for sure is that Hungary, they are eliminated. So we know which 4 teams will be back tomorrow. This one's, oh no, well this will be it. It is victory for Hungary. They get the 4 that they need. And finally, we are talking about a Hungarian victory. All smiles in that camp. They've been waiting. They waited right the way to the end of the final match. But finally, they do get that victory. There's a lovely moment there for the 2 batters out in the middle. Zahir Safi and Satadip Ashwathnarayan. Victorious finally. And it has happened. And maybe, as we talked about, the players, the big ones that had to perform, the likes of Vinod Ravindran, they did. And also they did get a little bit of the rub off the green that they didn't quite have in some of the other matches. So congratulations to Hungary. I mean, I know it's sad, that's disappointing that they are also the first team that we have to say adios to because they are eliminated. And after their final match here today, they won't make it in the top 4, but they finish with a win. And you know what, the way things have gone for them, I think they'll settle for that. I think they'll be happy with that. So congratulations to them, and let's have a look at these highlights. Dominated though by 1 man.
Yeah, dominated by Ravindran. It was class batting. He's been a class player all week. He's made a classy 50 against the Netherlands, and this was even more class. I can't say class enough because the shots he played were fantastic, Rico.
Yeah, they were. I mean, he played shots all around the ground as well. I mean, look, you can see here, piercing the field out on the offside. He was very quick to hook and pull, and he played some lovely shots straight down the ground as well. So really good performance. You saw that one. Well, that was a disappointment there for the Zaka Takawizi. I think he knew that he should have had that catch, but he just overcommitted. He did come back and bowl and take 3 wickets, so he did bowl very well, take nothing away from it. But by that time, the match was already taken away from them because of an outstanding, stellar performance from Vinod Ravindran.
Yeah, absolutely. Zymus Deploy had a pretty decent tournament getting out at the back end here, but nice to see him in Hungarian colours, and I'm sure we'll see more of in the future. Zishan Kukagul also had patches this tournament, like this innings here, 6, 6 and out. But he is someone to keep watching out for the future for his dangerous play and interesting style of bowling. And even though Hungary at the back end were a little bit wobbly, they dominated this game and they definitely deserved the win.
Yeah, they did. Well, that was Prashar. He went first ball. And Zidran, well, credit to him, took 3 very good catches as well. And the last one was a little bit of an ice cream cone. But, well, showing that Sweden, this one was a real shocker because Azam Khalil is normally very safe. Drops one of his own bowling, and then that's the boundary. It comes up here, courtesy of a misfield that gives victory to Hungary. And you can see, look, even though they know that that's it, they're done, they're not going to be here tomorrow, there's big smiles on the faces. They were celebrating. This is what we have coming up next. It's going to be Finland taking on the Netherlands. And I think with that match finishing earlier, I know we were running just a little bit behind schedule. I think all matches now probably will go back to schedule here because of that early finish on that one. But once again, congratulations to Hungary. They get a victory over Sweden. But Sweden, they're sort of maintaining the way that they've been in the group here. They've got a couple of good wins to the name, but they've also lost a few matches. Just haven't been consistent enough, have they? They need to make a change in that pretty soon, because come tomorrow, well, they've got to be 100% winning all the time, otherwise they will make an early exit. Look at that scorecard. Vinos Ravindran, well batted to you, sir. 54-23. Without fail, he's going to be my player of the match, and I'm pretty sure that those that make decisions on it will agree. He was outstanding in the field as well. Took some great catches. 3, I think, in total, and also 54-23. Supported well by Zimmer's deploy. He was instrumental in getting them on to a good start. And Zishan, well, Zishan doing what Zishan does, comes out, hits his first 2 balls for 6 before he gets out. There was that little wobble, but by that time, this match was already done and dusted. Have a look at the bowling figures there. I think Zabi Zahid, he bowled pretty well, bowled wicketlessly. He was the most expensive, going for 23, but that one over from Zakatakwi picked up 3 wickets, but he went for 18 as well. Azam Khalil, probably the most economical bowler, took 1 for 13. But it just wasn't enough. It was the start. It wasn't the start they needed. 15 came off the first from Muzaffar. And, well, then 15 also came from the second from Zahid. So they weren't really able to contain Hungary early on. Hungary finally got the power play that they needed. 41 came off it. And then there was no looking back. So we just have a look at that match summary there. So congratulations to Hungary. But Sweden, look, they've got to regroup, Corey, because they have everything to play for going into, well, the last match today.
Yeah, they do. They will probably go into that last game, we think, with a second place position on the line. But yeah, happy for Hungary. It's not easy when you have a losing trot of 7 in a T10 tournament. So great for them to end on a high. It was an enthralling game and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great game. So time for us. We'll take a short break of around about 10 minutes and we'll be right back for the next match that is coming up. And what a good one it's going to be. Finland, they're being the surprise package in the group. Or can they produce a further surprise and maybe unsettle and topple the Netherlands here? Netherlands unbeaten so far in 7. Both teams playing their last match in this group before we go into finals day tomorrow. Finland, they're looking to cement second place, but they know that if they lose, and maybe also if they lose badly, it leaves the door open for Sweden or Denmark to take that spot. Second spot is crucial because the top 2 get 2 chances to make it into tomorrow's final. Rico Full here. Well, I'm going to sign off now, guys. I'm going to take the afternoon off, maybe mingle with the fan zone a little bit, grab a little bit of lunch and watch the last 2 exciting matches here. So I'm going to let's hand over to Corey and Vinny, but not before we take a little break, but they'll be right back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Adiós y esta mañana por mí, pero aquí tienes Vinny y Corey por el próximo partido en 10 minutos. Adiós, mi familia.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. It truly is the home of European cricket. And now we roll into Group B, match 19. And this is a clash between Finland and the Netherlands 11. Or both these teams, they've played 7 matches already this week. This is their final group match. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Dream.
So it is Nathan Collins of Finland who has finally won a toss. He hasn't had too much luck with the toss of the coin, but he's decided to bat first. So obviously he's hoping to, try and build a decent score against the Netherlands 11, but it won't be easy against their attack. But Netherlands 11, we know they are undefeated this week. They are 7-0, and if they win this one, they'll have a perfect week. But Finland, I know they had a blockbuster start to the week, but they just have kind of lost their way a little bit at times, but still they'll hope to perform well in this one going into finals tomorrow. And Finland, for them, that double chance is still in play, of course. Let's see if they can upset the Netherlands for the first time this week. Well, Corey Ruckers, he's a man who knows a lot about the Netherlands team, of course, because he's played a lot of cricket there. Corey, I can tell you the news from the toss is that Finland, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the next match.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone around the world, for more T10 action. It's game 4 today. And well, it's Thursday evening, so it's starting to get near the end of the group stage matches at the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. Beautiful oval out here. As I didn't get a long enough of a break, apparently. I'm mumbling over my own words because I'm excited because Mr. Maximo is joining us for this one. And looking forward to seeing how Finland take on the Netherlands here. A bit of a David versus Goliath match. And Finland, if they do somehow pull off a miracle win here, they would then get the second spot and the double chance. So plenty to play for them as the players go out to the middle. And as our cameraman get their Specsavers glasses ready, we're getting ready for this one. We'll take a quick look at the 2 lineups. And Finland playing Netherlands. Finland, they're 4-3, as Vinny Sandu said, going the wrong way a little bit. Peter Gallagher's had a good tournament, as has Amjad Sher. But that Netherlands 11, looking forward to watching the bowling again. The spinners, Philip Bossavine, Saqib Zulfikar, Clayton Floyd. No one's really touched them. And then the pace of Sebastian Bratt, Oliver Ellenbas. They're very dominant side. The supercomputer, well, it is a little bit tipsy. I do not think the Dutch are going to win by 7, more like 70, but they're chasing this time, so that can't happen. Maybe they'll chase it down early. But for Finland, hey, you've got nothing to lose in a game like this. We've seen upsets happen before on the network and at the ECC. I think last year the Portuguese pulled off a miraculous win against the Netherlands, and we've seen Spain beat Ireland. We've seen minnow countries get up against bigger known countries. I think Belgium last year beat England, so it does happen. The question is, will it happen in this one? It does give us a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code. Everyone on YouTube and all our network providers out there, super excited for this. Always good to watch the men in orange versus the men in blue. So will we see an upset, or will the Dutch continue on their merry way? To be honest, the Dutch look like they're finally clicking. It's great to see. I knew on day 1 or day 2 it wasn't a fair representation of their team. They are a quality outfit, and in the last few games we've really seen that. All of their batsmen cashing in. And I'm sure they will want to cash in once again. For Finland, nothing to lose. Throw the bat at it, see if you can get around that 100 to 120 mark and then try and defend it with all of your lives on the line. Oliver Ellenbas, he's got the ball in hand. We're almost ready to go deep mid-wicket. Third man are the 2 boundary riders. Here we go. Push straight to backward point, and well, Clayton Floyd just lets it roll to him pretty sedately, and just the 1 run there, so a steady start in this one. So Finland, who came out the blocks this week, shocking everyone. A couple of losses of late. But they've really proven they've progressed in the last year in their cricket. Off the pads, and well, this is like the step cousin of cricket. The leg buys, it'll go for 4. You're not too sure if you want to invite your step cousin to Christmas, but you do anyway, and it's 4 runs. Just straying down the leg side from Oliver Ellenbass, and it goes away pretty quickly. So Collins be looking to get a couple of boundaries early in this game. So that's pulled around straight to 45 where Aryan Dutt, no sorry, that's Arnav Jain will do the mopping up. Arnav Jain, tall right arm off spinner. I'm sure we'll see him come into bowl soon. Aryan Dutt as well. There's so many spinners in this Netherlands 11 side, but it has worked for him this week. Pulled hard in the gap. Will it go away? It probably will. It does. It's a quick outfield. And a nice little start here for Finland. They won the toss. They elected to bat. There was a mighty roar from their players when they did that. And they've got absolutely nothing to lose here. Good to see Musa Ahmed in the background walking in. Oliver Ellenbass, well, he has got a little bit of tap this week. It hasn't been the perfect week for the speedy Dutch bowler. In the air and gone. Well, Ryan Klein isn't going to drop that. That is as safe as they come, and the Dutch are cock-a-hoot early. The first one goes, and, well, maybe it's a sign of things to come. As Ryan Klein takes a simple catch. It's a wicket for Oliver Ellenbass. And for Finland, the first one will go down. Just getting a little bit big on him. It's a nothing shot really though. I don't know where he was trying to hit that. So unfortunately he'll lose his wicket to this very dangerous Dutch side. And Rahman, he'll go for 5 off 3. Just the one boundary. As it gives me great pleasure to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and man that was astonished earlier at his co-commentator's fielding, Vinny Sandhu.
Look, credit where credit's due. It was a pretty good catch. I'll give you that one.
Rumour has it I'm still horizontal. I don't know if I'm standing tall.
It would not surprise me if you'd be horizontal at this time of the day. It is siesta time. But Ellenbass gets the early wicket. Yeah, it's a good crowd catch, Corey. Take nothing away from it. Nice ball from Ellenbass.
Well, smacks him high on the body. Big appeal, but I think that's going over. And Rashid and Ellenbass had a good battle last game. That'll end in a dot ball and takes us to the end of the first over, 10 for 1.
Yeah, so Finland, nothing to lose here really. Have a look at this one. It was climbing, wasn't it? Hits him high. I think it's still climbing over the stumps. It's already probably over the stumps. Nice little rib tickler for Rashid early on. And of course, Corey, don't forget that each one of these weeks is kind of a mini tournament in itself. England 11, they have already qualified for Championship Week and Week 5 because they're last year's champions. Spain, well, no news to you. The little team that could, the host nation, qualified from Group A. They'll be joined by this week's winner as well as next week and the week after.
Well, after taking that catch, the players are all on notice. That's the standard. If a Spanish player drops a catch, they'll be getting hooked in Week 5.
This is the first time that we've talked on air since your catch.
Get it up. I know you've got it in the locker. Is
there going to be any other conversation point in this game or what?
Aryan Dutt into the attack. The man that has Bubba Azam twice this summer. Oh, well played. Just a tickle to Arnav Jain at 45, so just the one for Collins.
Yeah, Collins has always kind of looked like he's capable, but his top score in a year and almost a second year now of ECC is just 21. A lot of people asking if they can see Corey's catch, so we'll see what we can do with that, okay?
Aryan Dutt to continue here. Slow. Ryan Klein running back outside the ring. I do like that. I reckon he's stolen that from a couple of coaches that have suggested it. Aryan Dutt, he's so clever with his pace.
Well, here's the thing, Corey, and this actually gives me great pleasure. I'm never normally happy if there's some unavoidable issues.
Edged. And that will be 4. Well, you create your own luck, and Rashid loves to play across the line. 4 runs, Vinny.
Yeah, they'll take it. A little bit of a flash at the ball. And here's a guy, we saw him win a game pretty much off his own bat the other night, didn't we? 2 for Rashid. This one races away to the boundary. More runs for Finland. Yeah, so here's the issue. You know, we've had issues today locally in the area with the power being an issue.
Yep.
What it means is that we just don't have the capacity at the moment for the production team to put that catch video up.
Yeah. I've heard it all before. Turn it up.
That's the God honest truth, which actually makes me smile.
Well, that will make you smile as well, as that is absolutely laced by Rashid. A 4 and a 6, and he says, Ari and who?
Yeah, it's funny. It's not funny for Dutton, I suppose, but it's a funny old game. Rashid, he's been a bit hit and miss. This is more hit than miss, that's for sure. Maximo time. And, I want to say that Finland, they've got nothing to lose here, really, do they? So, I know that Rebecca would like to see the catch. I know that.
I'm going to block Luke.
Well, Corey revealing his true thoughts there. Struggling with the on-off button. Oh, well, what a start to power play. Corey Ruckus. Anyway, back to the action down there. He's done. This is cut away into the gap. This will be 4. So, Finland, I do like this. They're fighting back. They're going to be attacking it every step of the way. And so, well, Finland making something of this. It turned out to be a pretty good over in the end. 16 come off it. And the score at the end of 2 is 27 for 1. Just have to relocate Corey. It's just, you stay in your side. Welcome to the European Cricket Network and our telecast of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship on broadcasters in over 100 countries live around the world.
I'm back.
It's all right. These things happen. Here's Sebastian Bratt. He's been absolutely fantastic for the Netherlands during this tournament. 3-dimensional player. 5-dimensional human being. Sebastian Bratt.
Man. He's a good captain.
Good, yeah. Leads by example, doesn't he? Here's ball to Rashid. Just deflects this away for 1.
I guess the one thing with Rashid, he doesn't die wondering, does he, Vinny? If he can bat 20, 25 balls, you never know what might happen.
All right, here's Collins. Started with a bit of luck, winning the toss. Oh, maybe fresh out of it here, maybe just angling down the leg side. Living dangerously. Look at this on the replay. Sebastian Bratt is very full here. I think it is missing by a stump.
Yeah, the good thing about Sebastian Bratt, he changes his pace quite a lot. He also changes his length quite a lot. So people struggle to read him and figure out the best way to play him.
Sneaks down the leg side. This time will be called a wide.
And so how's your morning been, Vinny? I haven't seen you much today.
Been busy. You know, it's when you're doing something like ECN, it's unprecedented, I suppose, in broadcasting cricket. And so we're going to different locations around Europe. Occasionally, you know, today we've had a bit of an issue with the power sources at the ground with everything. And it's actually it shows you how smooth the rest of this ECC's been. So it's been keeping me a bit busy, but nothing I can't handle. So bites back viciously at Collins. I don't think there's any bat in this. So that will be called leg bias, even though I don't think it was near the leg.
I've got one for you.
Go.
You ever seen a team throw a game because they want to play someone else? Or don't want to play someone else?
Not throw's a strong word.
I have a feeling that if the Dutch were to get tested, they'd be more worried about Denmark. But in a funny way, if Finland win this one, they guarantee second.
That's an interesting one. Hits it and won't run this time. I think it's a dangerous thing dangerous way to play. Because if you're the best team, you should be beating anyone. So you let everyone else fight for second place. I mean, I have seen things like in the '99 World Cup, there was this situation, Australia versus West Indies, where Australia were going to beat them, but they wanted West Indies to improve their net run rate. So they kind of went really slow. They got within about 10 runs of the target, then blocked out 10 overs or something like that. I suppose there is a bit of strategy in it, but I think the Dutch won't care who they play. Wow, this is a tennis shot. It's a remarkable shot, really, from Rashid, who just basically overhand smashes this over long off. Maximal. What a shot, 6 to Finland.
Well, let's name some tennis players. That's Andy Roddick, Vinny. That's an Andy Roddick shot. Wow.
I love this one. That's a straight bat shot. Just his bat was straight up. So gotta love the innovation there from Rashid. See if he can follow up. Now instead, he gets a broken hip bone from Brunt, who angles it in. And, well, in the end, it's pretty much a par power play, I think. It's 35 for 1 after 3 overs.
Well, it's a good little start, Rashid. That is one of the best shots we've seen in this tournament so far. There's the old overhead serve. A bit like Andy Roddick back in the day. What a shot. The score 35 for 1. The Netherlands will bring in all those spinners. But this is why this is important, Vinny. Have a look at the table right now.
Yeah.
Now, with that loss for Sweden last game, basically, let's assume Finland do lose.
Yeah.
Tonight is a shootout for second.
Straight shootout, because the net run rate of both of those teams are better than Finland. So, yeah, we could have the same situation as kind of the Spain-Austria situation, where it's a bit different because net run rate was a factor. But I think with Sweden and Denmark tonight, whichever one of those teams wins is kind of guaranteed second spot. It's assuming, though, Finland don't pull out a win here. And who's to say they won't?
Well, the thing is, if they do steal a win, they do guarantee second spot. So that's all to play for the Finns. It's just a question of, can they beat Goliath?
Here's Clayton. Good seed first up. I want to say a quick hello to Keanu as well as Yannick, who is in the chat. Yannick Bischoff, nice to see you in there, Yannick. Also, I want to say hello to Oktay Galami from Sweden. I'm sure he's watching pretty closely. And, well, Oktay, funnily enough, I was just showing a video of you to some of the Danish guys. I was showing them the golden ball you bowled to Nusrat Tullah back in the ECS in Landskrona in 2020. That was a bit of an ECS moment. But Oktay is a guy that did play for Sweden last year in this tournament. Can bowl both left and right-handed.
Yeah, there's so much talent around Europe as Clayton Floyd slows it up, and nothing slow off the bat. 6 more runs. And Rashid, well, he is the one player that goes at absolutely everything. He's having a bit of a laugh with Asad Zulfikar, the keeper right now. Not too sure what that's about, but he's pretty wound up out there.
Sit back and enjoy. I think it's a friendly conversation. Maybe not. But Rashid, I do love watching him bat. When he gets going, he's very, very exciting. Wants more, gets more, and how about that over mid-wicket? Slightly over-pitched by Floyd. Maximal, another one disappears.
Well, what a shot that is. He slows this up, he walks across, he's having another chat with Asad Zulfikar. And maybe he's just saying, look how far I can hit it. It's glorious batting.
Yeah,
I wonder if Asad's saying, come on, show me more, and then he's delivering.
Yeah, you can never quite work out if it's a friendly conversation or not. They'll look the same. I think both these teams have pretty good relations.
What a start this is. What a great start now for Finland.
Just got to say, it's good batting. Rashid takes it on. He's winning at the moment. So, Rashid show in full swing here. Finland on 131 pace at the moment. This is slower and a bit shorter outside off. Forced to dive and does. Good hustle from Rashid, who moves to 30. His over's worth 14 now with the ball remaining.
Yeah, well, Collins just playing a little second fiddle innings at the moment. But Rashid, he has the hot hand. You don't see Clayton Floyd get hit like that too often.
This is going to be punched out for a single to finish the over. And it brings up the 50 for Finland. Very bright start, but can they keep it up against the Dutch attack? It's 50 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, well, they'll be setting themselves for potentially about 120 if they can, and then they're going to have to bowl extremely well. And this Dutch batting lineup's finally started to click in the last couple of games. But really impressive start from Finland.
It is. Let's have a look at who's been impressive so far. Well, no points for guessing. Atif Rashid, 30 off just 12 after the early loss of Zero Rahman. They've brought in Matt Jenkinson in this game for Jonathan Skaman's, giving him a bit of a rest before finals tomorrow. So he's had a big workload. Skaman's done a fair bit of the keeping. He's been opening the batting pretty much every game. He's a guy I've loved watching in person. Philippe Boissavin.
Boissavin.
That's one way to say it.
Mm.
Potato, potato.
Well, I've got more Dutch heritage than you, so I'd like to think that I'm right.
Well, if you're Dutch, you'd know it's a French name.
Long week, Vinny.
Touche. It's been one of those days today.
It actually has.
It's Philippe.
Oh, the French play next week as well.
Can't wait. That should be great. Went the French Club Dreux, exciting at the ECL this year. Collins. See if he can hit his chops. He's never hit a 6 in the ECC. Still hasn't. But we'll just get a single here.
Yeah, hasn't hit a 6 yet. Are you 100% sure?
In the ECC, I believe. No, I'll double check again. Something I was looking up. Because Nathan's top scorer 21.
Oh, here comes a good battle. Rashid versus Philippe. It's going to be interesting. He's going to try to take it on, but it's going to be spinning viciously.
He's hit 11 fours, but no 6s, Nathan Collins. Well, this is no ball off the pitch. Good take. Really good take by Asad Zulfikar, because he's really got no idea what that's going to do. So this was a good one to the pitch next door in the footmarks, maybe bowling the right-hander around his legs, but Philippe just gets a bit too crazy following the batter on that occasion.
Well, it's a free hit now, Vinny.
Good swing. No contact.
Well, tell you what, someone's jumped in the chat that we definitely have to give a mention, Vinny.
Okay, I can see who that is.
Here we go, Rashid up against the dangerous leg spinner again. Toes it out to deep mid on. Wesley Barasi, the Dutch international, just came back after a retirement a few years. He played against Pakistan. Not too sure he saw too many deliveries, but good to have you with us, Wes.
Yes, hi Wes, big fan.
Huge fan.
Wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper.
Yeah, what a good man as well.
And of course, a lot of the Dutch,
yeah, a lot of
former
Dutch
players and current players.
The Dutch cricket fraternity is quite small, so they'll play miss. They always come around though once the national team's playing, whether it be the A team or Netherlands 11 or what it might be.
For sure. That's really nice to see some of the players performing pretty well. I've loved Boissavin and the way that he has been ripping out these leggies. He gets reverse Malachi attempted from Collins. Just can't seem to find his feet on this ground so far. As it is, it's the end of the over. And so 53 for 1 at the halfway point. The players will stop for a little bit of a drink and gives us a chance to say hello to you no matter where you're watching from around the world. It is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the commentary box is, well, part-time commentator, full-time crowd catcher, Corey Rutgers. All right, we can't bring the video up, but explain to us, what were you thinking? Take us. This is your moment. We've got the drinks break. Take it away, Corey.
Yeah, look, I was actually on the laptop in a meeting with the Red Bull. I had Ken Weston, who's here from WS, having a chat, and all I heard was, look up. I've looked up. I've tracked about 27 metres. I hurdle over 2 bits of wire, and I have taken one of my great snares. And after all what I copped last year for those drops on the air, everyone can eat their words. And I know where you all live, and I will come and get you all.
Yeah, at this level of broadcasting, we try not to threaten the audience.
My apologies,
but
I
do think you deserve some credit. And I was just thinking that when people say look up, that's probably, oh, sorry, there you go. When people say look up, it's not always and a very good thing to hear because you don't know what's coming your way. But look, right now, Netherlands 11, they spent a couple of days kind of finding their feet, I think, again, under these conditions and these dynamics. But they certainly have really come together well in the last couple of days, even though they've been shuffling their lineup a little bit. I think they'll be pretty confident. Look, despite this good start from Finland, they can come back into this game.
Yeah, Finland have started pretty well, but the Netherlands, it's their spinners. I mean, the leg spinners of Sakib Zulfikar and Philip Bossavain, they're so good, and no one's really got hold of them. And you can see there, well, there's Rafael Fons carrying the drinks off, and hope it is water in there.
Yeah, what's that? The old
box of water.
Yeah. Wow, maybe it's... I'd like to know more about where that box came from. Cause it looks like I might have got left over from the Spanish after party the other night.
Well, I'll tell you what.
How was that, by the way?
Let's focus on the game, Vinny. Victoria Cervezas went down a treat.
They are a valuable partner of the ECN.
They are a good partner, aren't they? One of the greats. I want to nestle into a couple tonight just to make sure they're as good as ever.
Good beverages. I want to say big thanks to everyone at Victoria Malaga. Anyway, here is Sakib Zulfikar. Some of his leggies right on the money straight away. The thing that I've really enjoyed about him, even when he's got smashed, which has been a couple of times, but he just seems very accurate, bowls very few bad balls. Some of the ones he's getting put away, the batter's chancing their arm and getting away from it. But you see that length was perfect. It's full, but not so full that's comfortable to drive. It's a long way across and grabs a little bit of a something here. This might be off the pad, but it's going to be 4 regardless. You called them the step cousins of cricket so far. They're kind of the orphans because they don't really belong to anybody, but the team will take them, and that's 4 more to Finland.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get them, but 4-leg binds in the end. And, well, the Finnish fans out there, blocked by one of the light poles, they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, got to say, Claire and Maya, there was a bit of a social media reaction to them as well the other day. Read that out in a sec, maybe. Well, goes after this. This should be an easy capture. The sun's a factor here. Doesn't matter. That's caught. And so Rashid's going to go for 31. He tries to make something out of nothing there from Zulfikar. And yeah, fairly pedestrian catch. And that's Musa, I think, that takes that, Musa Ahmed. So Finland lose their second wicket. It's the key man, Rashid, gone for 31. It's 53 for 2.
Now, we've been talking about these leg spinners and analysing them quite a lot, but for me, it's not even the turn. It's the amount of bounce that they're extracting from this Cartama pitch. And when it bounces so much as a spinner, it's very difficult to power hit. It's very difficult to control. So even this one gets big on him. And Musa Ahmed, well, when you've got the big Orangya floppy on and those big shades, you're never going to drop it, are you, Vinny?
Got some breaking news here.
Talk to me.
There are some plans to build a brewery right here at the ground. And I had somebody contact me saying that if that does happen, they will be naming a beer called Corey's Catch.
Sorry?
So their plan is here across the back to have a brewery on site. And the plan is that there will be a beer called Corey's Catch.
I can imagine how that tastes. Salty, but with a little bit of sweetness at the end.
You think so? To me, it sounds like it tastes boring.
Oh, please, Vinny, please.
No, that's fine. No, congratulations. It's your day, really.
Yeah, it's been a monumental day. It's been an exciting week, to be fair. I've really enjoyed this group. It's been pretty topsy-turvy. And the Dutch were tested earlier in the week, but once they've found their straps, they've absolutely smashed some teams. It's basically Netherlands, Vinny? This isn't an academy side. This is the men. And they are playing some hot cricket.
Some of these guys just missed out on that T20 World Cup squad.
I reckon there's about 4 of them that might feel slightly aggrieved not to go.
Sakib comes in.
See, that's the perfect example. How much bounce is that for a spinner? I mean, it's good keeping from his twin, Asanzo. But
are they twins or are they triplets?
Triplets.
So I don't think you can say twin.
Yeah, but one of them's not
triplet
here.
brother. Yeah, but it doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
I don't know, Vinny.
Petpeeves.com. Next one. It's going to be down to long on.
Yeah, I think they're the only triplets that have ever played. It's Sekunda Zulfikar who's sitting at home. And I'll tell you what, if he was here, he hits a huge ball.
We saw him playing for Punjab Rotterdam. In fact, we saw all 4 of them playing sometimes, including their older brother, Remat.
Yep, good from you, good knowledge. And then I think I've seen Papazov play in the same team before in Holland as well.
He's responsible for some very good players, isn't he?
Yeah.
All right, takes it on, doesn't get it. It's into the gap, though. Oh, no, it's not, because that's a really good catch by Philip Boissavant. And that just hung long enough in the air. So Collins, again, can't break single digits here at the ECC. Finland just kind of on the downswing now, aren't they? They're 58 for 3 after 6.
Well, this is the wrong end. Good bowling, and he's got everything in his locker to Saqib Zulfikar. He doesn't pick that it's going to spin in, so it gets the inner half of the bat. And Philippe Bossavant, the man they call Casper sometimes, takes a nice catch. I didn't think he was cutting off the angle at first, but he got there pretty comfortably.
It was into the gap, but I suppose it's one of those ones that despite not being very well hit, it just seemed to hang in the air for a long time, didn't it? And it allowed Philippe Bossavant the ability to just make those crucial steps to his left. And so Collins has to depart for 9. Skipper goes at 58 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he never really got going. 9 off 14 deliveries, and the wheels are starting to fall off for the Finns. Not easy, though. They're up against high-quality opposition. Have a look. So many bowling options in this side. Every bowler at the moment bowled 1, but it's the spin to win. The 2 leggies right now have only gone for 4 accumulative runs.
Yeah, we haven't seen Klein bowl, and I don't think he will bowl in this one.
Now, they're still nursing Klein.
Yeah.
Vivian Kingmar's got a bit of a leg injury.
Well, this is another one, and this is a much easier one. Well, there's no way he's dropping this, and he doesn't. So, in fact, they've swapped over now, haven't they? It's a straight swap because Zulfikar has gone to the boundary, and Bossavant is bowling because it's a new over. And so, well, he returns the favour immediately. Finland lose another one, 58 for 4.
Well, they might call him Philippe Zulfikar soon. There could have been another child. He wants to join the family at the moment, Vinny, because these two are feeding each other. And the leg spinners, it's spin to win. It's a bit like the old Shane Warne, Stuart McGill days, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit like that.
How often do you see 2 leggies? Go on.
Yeah, I mean, India used to carry a bunch of them in the late 70s, probably. But, yeah, I remember hearing Steve Waugh talk once about leg spin, and he said, well, you know, if you have 4 fast bowlers, if they're your 4 best bowlers, you bowl them sometimes. If you had 4 genuine leg spinners, then why not bowl them all?
Well, usually day 1 track's pretty flat, so
True.
it wouldn't really do.
In this, though?
In this, I wouldn't be surprised if you had 3 or 4 genuine leggies. Why not? I can't see why not, because these two are dominating.
We saw Roma CC. By the end, they had about 8 or 9 left-arm spinners, didn't they? They just kept coming out of the woodwork.
That was a Sri Lankan-based side, and Sri Lankans love producing a left-arm offie.
They just had like a little factory where they kept making them in the lab and bringing them out.
What a lot of the teams are doing wrong against these legs, they're just trying to hit them to the leg side. I mean, it's not an easy shot, but you can get it through point. You can late cut it.
And the field encourages that because there's 3 outfielders on the offside, so it encourages you to go across the line. Might have been a slight wrong in there. We'll never know.
It's hard as well. When you get a loose ball like that, which is rare, you got to try and put it away.
Got to say, love the kit from the Netherlands with their full orange headwear. This one's a little bit short and flatter from Bossavant. They haven't got after him at all yet, have they? Just 4 runs off the 1.5 overs that he's bowled.
I mean, the leggies we're seeing, they're so unlucky not to go to the World Cup as well. There's Tim Pringle, there's good left arm offie there. I mean, Roelof van der Merwe. There's actually decent spin ranks in Dutch cricket at the moment. Same with their quicks.
Yeah. Pitches up this time. It's drilled straight down to Sebastian Bratt.
What I like as well about the Dutch at the moment, they've got right arm offies in Arnav Jain, Aryan Dutt. You've got the left arm offies, you've got the leggies. They are blessed at the moment in Dutch cricket with an array of bowlers. Sometimes a little bit batting short.
They've got options, don't they? This one is a bit short. Again, the field's well set for this. It's one of those 3 outfielders I mentioned. This is Gallagher, who certainly batted a lot better earlier today. And it was a game that ultimately they did lose. But still, I think it was nice to see Pete getting a few runs. Let's see if he can continue on with that. Last ball of the over. Again, trying to tee off. And Adnan Ahmed will get the single. He'll retain the strike. End of 7 overs. And the score is 62 for 4. Just a reminder that there's so much going on in the world of European cricket. And we certainly are very thankful that you've chosen to spend some or all of your day with us here on ECN. And I know that the story won't be stopping here because we've got plenty more action to come in this ECC. This is just Group B. We'll have Group C and Group D and then the Championship week. And of course the Championship week, Week 5, should be pretty exciting as well. See a few new teams in there as well. Let's get back to the action though for now. Saqib just doesn't get this one quite right. It's called wide. Yeah, we'll get to see 3 new countries to the ECC next week. We'll see Scotland 11 as well as France and Malta. Their national teams for the first time. Bit straighter this time. Worked around the corner. Just a single. So yeah, after a bright start, Finland have really kind of got themselves stuck in a glue pot at the moment.
Yeah, it's like they went to the well and all the water's been drained out. Really struggling to get it away at the moment. Gallagher's got to be brave here and try to take something on.
Let's see what Gallagher's approaching. Will he try and get down the tractors or Zulfikar? He won't. He'll just stand and hit it. Now this is going to be a teaser for Boissavat. This time it goes to his right and he spills it. Well, this is one time I think the sun is definitely a factor. Just look at the shadows this time of the day. Philippe took a good one to his left, but unfortunately he couldn't go the other direction.
Yeah, it's not often you see one of these good Dutch fielders drop it. He made good ground. That was easier than the other one he took, but unfortunately in and out the breadbasket.
What goes this time? It's going to fall in a pocket of space here. Brutt took a remarkable catch running backwards the other day. This time he couldn't quite get in fast enough to get that one before he hits the ground.
Yeah, really good bowling from Saqib Zulfikar. No one can get him away this tournament, basically. Really good leg spin. He has been the find this year for them.
Takes this on and he wins. Nice shot. Just played that on length really more than anything, Gallagher. And he sends it straight over the umpire's hat. 4 runs and important runs for Finland.
Yeah, important runs. It's a good shot when you've got backward square leg in the ring. Only 3 on the leg side. So as soon as he got enough wood in it, it was always going for 4. And the other thing is as well, when you're that tall sweeping, it's a good option.
Tommy Jespersen with the question in the viewer comment section. Any chance for ECN to come to Denmark? Well, we'd love to come to Denmark. Of course, there's so many countries we want to get to. Of course, we have these domestic series in between these marquee tournaments at the Cartama Oval. There's a throw that had to thread the needle between a bowler, a batter and an umpire and the stumps. All those things were missed. Yeah, but Tommy, we'd love to. I mean, it's just a matter of negotiating with the Federation about an appropriate time and place to do an ECS, the domestic series. Would be fantastic. Some real talent there in Denmark, as we've seen already. So Adil Ahmed, he's going to get this reviewed. I've got a feeling the keeper's heart's not even in this, Zulfikar, but he does kind of lift his heel. See what we pick up here. Yeah, I think he's all right. There's always something behind the line there. So it will be the end of the over. The score is 71 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a sedate last few overs, we have to admit. Finland just struggling to get it away against the spin twins of Zulfikar and Boissavat.
Yeah, looking at your favourite, Corey,
Oh,
the worm.
see, look at that. That doesn't tell us anything,
You
Vinny.
got to read the gradient. Well, what if I told you the first 4 overs they scored 50, the second 4 overs they've scored
Well, that
21.
barely shows that there's been such an up and a down. Get me the heartbeat monitor anytime. You know it, Vinny.
Good things come to those who wait. Yeah, 50 first 4, 21 second 4. Here's Floyd back in the 9th. Matt has to make his own pace. And Floyd using every ounce of energy to try and jump and stop that one, but he couldn't. So Netherlands 11. What do you think they'll do with their batting lineup in this game, assuming they're chasing something in the, let's call it around the 90 mark, maybe in the 80s?
It's starting to get to that stage now. Tomorrow you don't want any hiccups, so I'm actually going with my strongest lineup in this one.
Yeah.
I'd want my batsmen to find form. The last 2 games they've tinkered. This one I'd be going Musa, Ahmed, Clan, Floyd to open and get them in some touch also.
There you go. 10 points for the swing there. 1 point for the result, because it'll be a little edge down to short third man.
It's just the areas, isn't it? They're still trying to hit the spinners very square. It's turning away from the bat. Try and hit the sight screen if you can.
All right. I want to see if Pete wants to come down the track here. He just wants to stand still. Manage a single, nothing more than that. I think he seems a little bit hesitant to come out and try and meet the ball because he doesn't want to risk being stumped here, Pete Gallagher. But it's getting to that time, isn't it? 6 wickets in hand. See in this innings as well. It's, still haven't seen a couple of their draw cards. This is hit pretty well, and that'll do. Maximo! And an Ahmed takes this on down the ground. And the wind's kind of going that general direction at the moment. But didn't need any help because that one was laced. 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. This is one of the very first balls. Clan's just over pitched and it was in the arc. He got every piece of that. Much needed boundary for Finland. They're not out of this contest yet, but they're going to need more of that.
Comeback ball from Clayton, who's going to go around the wicket here. And he beats him with a better one. So it'll be the end of the over. So a little something out of that. Finland just trying to hang in this game. It's 80 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, if they can take the last over for a miracle 14 or 15, you never know. It could help them a lot. I think the captain, Sebastian Bratt, will probably take ownership and bowl that over.
Yes, I mean, obviously the fact that the wild thing doesn't come off here. Amjad Sher, 1 off 3. Rashid struck a 31. Apart from that, hasn't been a lot going on in this innings. Of course, no Jonathan Skamans in this game for Finland. They're just electing to give him a rest and maybe get him right for tomorrow.
Yep, it is the captain, Sebastian Bratt. Loves bowling the 10th. Here we go.
This one gets past him. It'll just be a single. So, I mean, it would be quite the defence if they could do it, but Finland do have some decent bowlers at their disposal. So I think if it is true that they're heading for 3rd place, as it would seem, if they can't pull this game off, they will. They just have to focus tomorrow. 3 games, and they will get to stay in the competition. Well, this is going to be a no ball, and it will be. This is an attempted Yorker, I think. He walks a long way across his stumps. He'll be a bit upset he doesn't get anything on this, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit of a freebie in the end, but he's just not expecting it, is he?
Yeah.
He'll get a free hit though, Vinny.
Yeah, he wouldn't be expecting it. So Bratt will get a first warning for that. Adnan can swing away at this one. Free hit time. Wow, he gets it pretty good. That's out of here. Stands, delivers, Maximo. Good hitting from Adnan. And he makes sure to make the most of that free hit.
Yeah, nice hitting. I mean, he gets the no ball free hit, so he gets another opportunity at it, and he absolutely smokes it. He read the slow ball into the pitch. Finland, good little finish here. Can they get to 100, Vinny?
Still a long way off. I suppose 2 big hits will get them there. 88 with 4 to come. This one cramps him for room. They'll hustle through for a leg bite. Yeah, so some people mentioning there's a bit of a window in July to play in Denmark. Well, obviously it's something we'd love to look into. We're always looking for new places to go.
Well, Copenhagen would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, we kind of go there because we've done a series in Landskrona near Malmö in the south of Sweden. So actually, we normally fly to Copenhagen and take the train. Another one cramps the matter for room. He's going to have a pop at him. And, well, Gallagher almost gets blindsided and has a cricket ball-sized hole in his spine after this.
I think it did.
Did that one get Sully?
No, I think it got him a little bit.
Well,
oh, yeah,
oh,
it
got
forearm.
him. Actually, almost gets both of them.
Yeah, that's a little tickler, that one.
Yeah, well, Gallagher almost becomes the chalk outline on the middle of the Cartama oval there.
Well, there's the excitement from the birds.
What type of birds were they, Corey?
There was a sparrow, Vinny.
Okay. Well, the bird's got the camera now. Wow, what a shot. If this goes for 6, it'll be the shot of the day.
Oh.
It doesn't, but I'll still give it some points because that's 4. It's the backwards straight drive. I don't know how to...
No, that's a proper dill scoop.
Yeah, because not so much a ramp. He's actually trying to put a little bit of something on this.
Oh, yeah. Huge fan of that. What a shot. It almost got caught and it almost went for 6.
Yeah. I mean, you should be batting in a neck brace if you're going to attempt that because he had to quickly get his head out the way. So up to 94 now. They can get to the 100 with the Maximo here. What a shot that was by Ahmed. Wow, now this is probably the most interesting shot you'll see all day. And I think, yeah, it's not a wide or anything. Look at this. He wants to ramp, completely misjudges the pace of the ball. Doesn't pick it as a slower ball.
Yeah, he's going for that odd dill scoop, but he is so
That is some
far away.
samurai sword stuff off the last ball of the innings, but I can tell you, it was a pretty valuable contribution, wasn't it, from Adnan Ahmed. So he'll finish on at 21 of 14, and off the 10 overs, Finland are 94 for 4. The target for the Netherlands 11 when we return will be 95, and I think Finland, they'll be a little bit upset. They couldn't really keep the momentum going from the start of the innings, although it was the Netherlands 11 who started with, I suppose, 4 orphans, which nobody really owns, but they still go to the score with big leg buys. But when it came down to it, you see that Finland, they lost that early one. Just worried about how this could go for them, but there was one guy that was prepared to swing the bat. Atif Rashid, his 30 was really important in getting Finland off to a decent start.
Yeah, he looked like the only one that really got himself in and got the ball away into different areas. Sebastian Bratt came and bowled the third over, but what a shot that was. It was the French Open serve. He came running down the wicket and absolutely swatted it for 6. As it was time for the spinners though, and when the spinners came in, they ended up slowing the rate considerably. Those were 2 good slog sweeps from Rashid. Another one down the leg side. I reckon he got a bit of bat on that, even though it was given leg buys. But this was the moment all the wheels fell off. It was the leg spin of Bossavane and the leg spin of Saqib Zulfikar. It was just too good. And the Dutch fielding was pretty much up to standard, besides one small error that I'm sure we'll see soon enough. And one thing they've been able to do, they've been able to control their lengths and get a lot of bounce, have the spinners. And when you get a lot of bounce, it's very difficult to control. It's difficult to get away as the spin twins continued on their merry way until this. A little bit of a blooper there. It should have been held. And a life there for the Finnish batsmen. At the back end, they did get 1 or 2 more 6s away. And there was a remarkable scoop shot that we'll see shortly. It was a bit more of a dill scoop where he got it right over his head. That one there. 1 bounce ball. Good effort there from Aryan Dutt as well. But Finland, well, they can hold their heads up high. They're versing a quality attack. And in the end, they get themselves to something that might be competitive if they get some early wickets. 94 for 4. Atif Rashid, he was the key. 31 of 18. That's a good T10 innings. Adnan Ahmed, 21 of 14. But everyone else chewing up a fair few deliveries and not able to get it away. 16 leg extras only because there was 12 leg buys. Quite a lot. Don't often see that in a T10 fixture. But 94, well, a couple of early wickets, you never know. Let's take a quick look at the bowling scorecard now. And pretty good figures once again for the spinners. Right at the bottom of your screen together, Philippe and Saqib, they took 3 for 17 off 4, just showing how effective they are again. Oliver Ellenbas unlucky maybe not to get a second over, and the other 3, well, they got hit around a little bit. But overall, a pretty good bowling performance, and I think the Netherlands are miles ahead in this game. They're going to need 95, and with the way they're striking the ball at the moment, they'll be very, very confident indeed. For Finland, you never know, if some of their bowlers can keep up their good form with the ball, maybe they can cause a few wobbles for this dangerous Netherlands batting lineup. But do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. The Netherlands 11, they'll require 95, only at 9.5 and over. And we'll be back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the second edition of this tournament. And I know that so many of you are watching out there that were with us last year, but some of you watching for the first time, welcome. No matter where you're watching from around the world, 21 European cricket nations going head-to-head in this fast-paced format of the game. Just 10 overs aside. Very, very breakneck speed. We've seen a lot of sixes, we've seen a lot of wickets, we've seen a lot of catches and some dramatic ones as well. Musa Ahmed's out there for the Netherlands as we get ready for the reply. I think the Netherlands 11, they go pretty much to their plan A for finals day tomorrow with their batting lineup. Clayton Floyd, last year's MVP, is ready to go, facing Raz Mohammed, who's had a good tournament. He gets a pretty good Yorker first up, but Floyd's equal to it, keeps it out. And that's, I suppose, where it's all crash and bash, but you still need to be technically a good cricketer to keep a ball like that out. So 95 seems a bit thin on the ground, doesn't it? But we've seen funny things happen here on the European Cricket Network. If Finland can somehow defend this target, they will lock up second spot. But if they can't, then they for sure will lose second spot. Unless, I suppose, there's a washout in the last game of the day, and I can't see that happening. Well, Musa said enough's enough, and he smashes this leg side for 4. Well, what a very good start this is for Musa Ahmed, because it wasn't actually a leg stump delivery, I don't think. I think it's one that he more or less takes off middle and just heaves it across the line. What a shot, bouncing just inside the boundary. Raz, yeah, he had his hand up there, trying to work out exactly where that went. Power play all important, of course, in this form of the game. The first 3 overs, there are only 2 outfielders allowed. So they've finally located that cricket ball. Once again, great to have your company, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent or on the European Cricket Network or one of our international broadcasting partners. Big event for us here at ECN. It's great to be beamed all around the world. Wow, I guess this one wrong. This is high in the air. Now who's after this? 3 fielders converge and it won't be caught. It's Belliot Khan in the end. He was the vertice of the Bermuda Triangle that had to try and catch up with this, and it just drifted towards him. You see the keeper was off. We've got Harib Kadir, who's keeping this game for Finland. In the end, he almost gets under the ball too far. And Musa gets a bit of luck on 6. Now the next one, down leg side. So, plenty of excitement so far, as you'd expect. I know that the Finnish fans will have some hope that they'll be able to pull off an unlikely victory here. They've had some come from behind wins before, particularly that game against Denmark when they chased down 133 off the last ball. It's a good shot though, sliced away. This time it goes offside. It's going to be another one bounce 4. So Musa into double figures pretty quickly. And Raz, again, this is the difference bowling to players of the caliber of Musa Ahmed. You got to get that Yorker just right. You got to work out what you're doing. He just had good hands to slice through that, open the face slightly, and another boundary to the Netherlands 11. I want to say hello to Wazza, who's in the comment section. Hope you're well. Hello to Luke as well. And to Keanu, JR as well. Nice to have you with us. 2 to come in this first over. This is in the air, and again, it'll have just enough to get over the infield, and it will run away to the boundary. Another bit of a teaser for the infielders there. It's Rashid, I think, was the closest man to that. And Musa Ahmed gets a 3rd boundary here. Say one player I'm missing this year from Netherlands 11 is Shariz Ahmed, Musa's younger brother, who I really enjoyed watching last year. I know that he's gone on to higher honours, so I suppose that's a good reason to be missing him, but I do miss seeing him in this form out of the game. Around the wicket now. Well, it'll be a fourth boundary. Won't be particularly convincing, but it'll be effective. So 4 fours and a 2 for Musa. Makes that 18 for him. And the single from Floyd. And the wide means it's a pretty good first over. It's a magical one, in fact, for the Netherlands 11. They are 20 without loss after 1. Well, one guy that has been starved of a golden ball. 31st of March was the last time he called a golden ball on ECN. Corey Ruckers rejoining me in the commentary box. And Corey, this doesn't seem like one, judging by that first over, but I'm sure at one point we'll have a golden ball. We certainly went close the other day. It was Finland who had a last ball thriller against Denmark.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a while, 82 games since we've had one on the network. I reckon we'll get at least 1 or 2 during the ECC, but maybe not in this one.
Not looking that way at the moment.
I'm just looking at the tally of how many games I've done, actually. I'd like you to just count that up as well, because that might be the next game tonight. I'm looking forward to Denmark-Sweden tonight. Going to be a good one. Yeah, well, basically looks like it'll be a shootout with double chance if this game goes the way we think it will. This will be 4 as well. This time it's Floyd with slightly edgy stroke. That's why it's so hard to set a field to these guys, because you're naturally protecting some other boundaries. You're not normally protecting third man, but they're also good enough with those balls in the offside channel to kind of deflect them away. An educational edge, if you like, for 4 from Clayton. Yep, there is no more messing about with this Netherlands team. This is their best opening power, I would say. And they look like a force to be reckoned with. This is what we sort of expected them to be like from day one.
Yeah, that's true. Hello to Kitty as well, who's watching from the USA. That goes after this, reaching for it. Can't catch up with it. See, this is Pavi and Kumar bowling the second over.
Yeah, fair enough. Probably just sneaks it inside
Just
the tram
inside.
line.
Umpire's been pretty good on those today, I think. A little bit short. He gets it wrong. Should be out. Gallagher's coming in, and he holds the catch. So I think that was even a slightly slower bouncer, intentional or otherwise, from Pavi and Kumar, and Floyd couldn't time it up. He just kind of bunts it in the air and hangs long enough for Gallagher to do the rest, and Netherlands 11 lose their opener 24 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing shot there. It was short and wide, and he opted to pull it instead of maybe cut it. And it's cost him his wicket, but a nice wicket for the Finns, who still have to believe they're in this contest. Yeah, it's probably on. He just gets a little bit big on him, if anything.
Yeah, I think that he probably ends up, pulls it straight, which tells me he's slightly late on the decision to pull. I think ideally, if you're ahead of that, your contact point's a bit further in front, and you're kind of getting it squarer and trying to pull it away into the jungle. But instead, Floyd flat bats 1 down to Gallagher. So unfortunately for Clayton, it's only 5 for him here in match 19. The score now is 24 for 1.
Yep, 24 for 1. That's not going to get any easier for the Finnish side here. Plenty of batting to come.
It's the nature of the game, though, isn't it? Game of fine margins.
Yeah, curious if he rolled his fingers over that a little bit. But he did look late on it, so I don't think it was that slow. But just got a little bit big on Clayton there.
New batter. Comes to the crease. It's Boris Corley.
That's done him. That's done him all ends up. I think he was playing for a little bit of outswing, but it just went on with the arm. Now, wasn't that far away from the off pole, Vinny?
Yeah, not wrong there. I mean, did a little bit, but didn't do that much. I think Corley would be a bit disappointed to not get bat on that.
Yeah, I think he was playing for a little bit of outswing. It just pitched and continued its line.
Pitched up. It is a proper shot, really, from Corley. I mean, that's just timed. And yes, sometimes he's known for funkifying his innings here at Cartama, but I think his traditional shots are pretty good, especially in the power play when there's heaps of gaps in the outfield anyway. And that's a very confident shot to get off the mark.
Well, this is what it's a double-edged sword when you're a bit of a funky player, because when you play the scoops and the ramps, people go, oh, that's amazing. But if you get out doing it, they go, why do you do that when you can play shots like this? He's good all around, is Boris Gourlay, as he absolutely mows that. Well, yeah, when you play little ramps and little things like this, maybe you should just do this, because that is gorgeous. Those 2 shots, Vinny. Oh.
Yeah, seeing those 2 shots makes me want to revoke his ramping license.
Well, this is a good discussion, right? Because last year and even the early games, he ramped a lot and he was super successful. And then he gets out ramping once and everyone goes, why does he do it?
I don't think it's once. That's my issue.
Well,
I'll tell you what I think in a second. But first, I do want to have a look at the table, because you'll see why this is so important.
Go on.
At the moment, it looks like Finland, they're going down in this one. If they were to somehow win it, they'll lock up second place, that's for sure.
If they win this shirt, Vinny, I'll retire from commentary.
Okay. well, you'll have an easy time tomorrow. But you can see that if Finland don't win this, they'll be on 8 points. But they've got an inferior net run rate to both Sweden and Denmark, who will play in the final group match. So whoever wins that one will leapfrog Finland into second place. This is in the air, and it's going to be in a gap. It's going to be 4. So Musa continues on his merry way with another boundary. Look, going back to the goalie discussion, I think I'm not against him ramping, but he needs to be more selective. It shouldn't be his stock shot.
Yep. Okay.
And you can do it I think the strategy is to force them to put a man back there, and then you open up a gap somewhere else in front of the wicket in the outfield.
Yep.
That's how I would use it. So you don't really need to use it in the power play. You've already got heaps of gaps in the outfield.
Yeah, well said.
Here's Gallagher following the power play, and he's going to get slammed away to the left of screen here by Musa. And yet another 4. I think that's 6 4s so far. No 6s for Musa, but he's being effective along the ground.
Well, it's not bad if you face 7 balls and you hit 6 4s. He's just placing it beautifully. He looks like a completely different player. Day 1, day 2, he looked like a headless chook, and right now he's looking very good. And I'm sure that Tim De Later and Piers Fletcher, the manager and coach of the Dutch this week, will be pretty happy that he's finding form.
Pitches up.
4.
Musa goes after it. Yeah, you're right. I think this is running away, and 4 more. Well, you're not wrong. That takes him to 30 off 8 balls without a 6. So, yeah, it's basically 7 4s and a 2 so far. Musa making pretty light work of this at the moment.
Well, this is why I was so surprised day 1, day 2 when Sweden and Hungary even got close to the Netherlands. They're stacked this tournament. They've got good bowling, good batting. They're a dangerous team.
Now Gallagher gets a little bit straight, and this one will be out of the ground. Maximo bouncing across the street will look both ways because Musa gets his first 6, and this score has climbed past 50 now.
Yeah, well, if I'm Gallagher right now, I wouldn't be too disheartened because you're bowling to someone that was playing England just a couple months ago and has been playing some of the best national teams in the world. You're up against a force to be reckoned with. He's a stylish player when he's going, and right now he is going.
Striking at 400.
Effortlessly as well.
Well, they are all 4s. There's a 6 and a 2, which kind of even out. Time's ticking for Finland in more ways than one, and this is going to go the same way. Well, this is the best of the lot so far. We'll take cover in the cheap seats. Maximo Musa now 42 off 10.
Yep, 42 off 10. Another slog sweep, another straight ball. It's almost deja vu. Very good movie, Denzel Washington. I love the technique there. The head doesn't move, it doesn't swivel, it stays completely still.
Some of the ground crew trying to have their dinner and having words there, saying, watch out where you're hitting these things.
Yep. Well, Musa, can you get a 12-ball 50? We saw it last week.
Yeah, well, could see it equaled here. Yeah, he's not stopping at all. There's nobody back at deep square, so this will probably run away as well. Another 4, so 46 off 11. If he hits this for a boundary, it will be the equal fastest 50 in ECC cricket. But we'll have to wait because it's the end of the power play, and a pretty powerful one for the Dutch. They're 62 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, good batting. I love that Finland didn't put a deep backward square in the whole time there, saying, well, you're not going to keep sweeping, and he kept sweeping. And those are literal skyscrapers, Vinny. I mean, we're looking at 20, 14 and
28.
Wow.
And that over went 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 4. Call now.
Sorry? I got a little bit distracted there. I'm thinking of an early dinner, Vinny. We're 33 runs away and I'll be up at the snack bar.
Well, you know that you promised you wouldn't have dinner because we are going to the Empanada bar after work tonight.
That is the one thing that's when I move to Spain, I'm going to retire from coaching and open up a little empanada store.
Explain to people what an empanada is.
Basically, it is a pie similar to back home, but it's more in like a triangular cylinder sort of. What shape is that? Yeah. And it has every flavour you could imagine in it, and it is just delicious.
It's like a Spanish pasty. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, let's roll on to this game while it still exists. As Gawley is going to get funky, and he is almost out. Well, now he's got to get up because he actually fell over when he. And now they're going to take on a 2, just on the slowness of the throw. So, bit of circus music here. Gawley will get a couple.
Little Benny Hill music, wasn't it? The wheels are falling off. And I guess that's a good example of why does he ramp, you were mentioning before, when he hits it straight, because that should have been caught. He just didn't read it.
He's lucky he got less of it than he wanted, because otherwise the field is gobbling this up, Rashid.
Question for you.
Go.
Do you think Netherlands are the favourite to win this comp with the team they've brought?
Some people think they are in the chat. This is hit powerfully. Not so powerfully as I thought originally.
Well, I got another question for you. Why do you think Ireland and Scotland are bringing more academy-based sides, and this is more an A side? What's your...
I don't know. I couldn't say why. I think it depends what you're trying to get out of the tournament. I mean, Netherlands, I think they're here to win it this year.
I think so.
You know, I think they also recognise that, you know, even for T20 international experience at the high level at the World Cup, you know, this is, you know, where you're getting put under pressure. So I think you're putting players here you want to see under pressure and see if they can perform under pressure. Because the world is watching this. And this one is going to be sliced away for 6. What a shot. Maximal! And he does it. 52 off 12 balls. And Musa Ahmed equals the fastest ever half century in ECC cricket. What a knock that is from Musa.
Yeah, well done, Musa. Sensational hitting. It's no easy feat to hit it off 12 balls. He joins Mohamed Baba, who did it last week for the Spanish side. Those two are setting the precedence. They tie the record together. A 12-ball 50. Well done, Musa Ahmed.
Yeah, what a knock. The funny thing is, he's actually hit quite a few of these not in the middle, and they've still gone to the boundary. He's been so dominant. Belliot can't, and offers him a full toss, and this one's going to travel far, far away. Maximal! And Musa continues his dominance in this chase.
It's almost like men versus boys at the moment. This is freakish hitting. I mean, he's 58 off 13. It's like cartoon cricket. What's his strike rate? 58 off 13, Vinny. That's what, 450?
Yeah, 58 off 13. Yeah, it's almost that. It's a shade under. All right, goes after it. Does he go once too often? Well, it probably gets over the infield, and if it gets over the infield, it's probably going for 4. And it does. So, well, Musa Ahmed, just have a look at him in this partnership. That makes him 44 off 9. And, well, the Dutch, I think they might be hungry as well for an early dinner, Corey, because this one's not going to last too much longer.
Well, the bus timetable doesn't change, so they'll have to wait no matter what. But, yeah, this is class batting from Musa. Really nice to watch. And that's a good learning curve for the Finnish side, who are going up against a pretty daunting lineup and a man that's in red-hot form right now. 62 off 14. It's a shame that he doesn't have more time to bat. Only 13 runs to go. Shot.
Yeah, it'll do, but it might be gone.
Oh!
There we go. So, well, I mean, I'll take 62 off 15 any day, but Moose will be disappointed he doesn't go all the way. And Netherlands, within reach of the target, they lose their opener, but not before. A really quite dazzling display of hitting from Musa Nadeem Ahmed. So he goes for 62, and the score now is 81 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. And Belliot Khan can say that he has the wicket of Musa Ahmed in the bag.
Yeah, he does. He's got him in his pocket, you could say. And with a nice shot off the bat, I didn't see the man out of the corner of my eye. A nice clean catch under the circumstances, looking into the sun for the nighttime fixture. And a warm round of applause for Musa Ahmed. That was clinical. That was brutal. 15 balls. He hit 13 boundaries out of his 15 balls. Only 1 dot. So that is scary. The 1 dot was his wicket. Unbelievable innings. One of the best you'll see.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Very popular player on ECN. Not just on ECN, though. He works hard at his game, and he's working hard to establish himself at the next level. Now, if you thought things were going to get easier, I got news flash for you, because Ryan Klein has been slamming the ball today.
That sort of first 2 days of the Netherlands batting weirdly is just gone now, and this is exactly what I expected to see. We're watching them just absolutely bully this Group B. It is class to watch players at the top level come down and show their abilities with the ball in the field and with the bat. Quality from the Dutchman.
New over starts. Adnan Ahmed's going to bowl it. This has made a very good sound off the bat of Corley. But we'll just get a single over to Klein to face the first time now. And hunting for every run. I like this intensity from Netherlands 11. I mean, they could be excused for coasting here, but I think they've been told, look, guys, treat this as your first final, because we want to kind of get our batting order the way we think it'll look tomorrow, and we don't want to be taking it easy. Don't want any bad habits going to finals Friday.
Well, of course not, because if you make one hiccup under lights tomorrow night, so the tournament's over. You've got to be clean and calm.
Just ask Ireland. This is going to be gone. So slightly slower ball from Adnan Ahmed. And yeah, Klein goes after it, but gets it kind of off the bottom half of the bat. A bit of a thick under edge, so it doesn't get over the fielder. It's catchable. Catch is taken, and some late highlights for Finland in this one That makes it 82 for 3.
Yeah, late highlights basically sum it up. Ryan Klein should have put that away, but he picked out 45. It wasn't a quick delivery, quite an innocuous ball, but he has to go. That gives someone else a chance to walk out to the middle.
Now, if you're going to make it golden, probably not a bad game to do it in for Klein.
It does slow down the speed at which we get dinner, so I'll be having words with Kleiny later about that.
Fair enough, but he's a guy that certainly has been impressive with the bat and the ball over these 2 ECC tournaments the last couple of years. He says, oh, well, that's the way it goes, and that's cricket, and he's not wrong. But still, Netherlands, matter of time until they get there.
Well, here comes more brute force. Sebastian Bratt has absolutely whacked it. I mean, you've still got Saqib Zulfikar in that lineup.
So do you think this is their top 5, the way they bat tomorrow?
Yeah,
got Floyd and Musa Ahmed at the top.
Yep.
Boris Gawley at 3, Klein at 4, Bratt at 5.
Yeah, Saqib 6.
Yeah, it's a pretty good 6, isn't it?
Oh, it's a proper 6. Shot.
That doesn't even include someone like Asad Zulfikar that struck a half-century this morning.
It doesn't end there. You've got Asad Zulfikar, who's shown that he has ability. Aryan Dutt can hit a big ball. Arnav Jain, maybe a little bit more sedate, but can get it away. And then Philip Bossavane showed that he can whack it. So, I mean, they are the red-hot favourites. Maybe not even for this, but they will push England the whole way, but we know how good England are.
That's the debate at the moment. It's taken off length. And it's into the gap. That'll be 4. So Gawley once again picking gaps in front of the wicket now. It's only 8 to win. Netherlands 11 making quick work of this target here in match 19.
Yeah, and the Empinadas get that one step closer. Everyone involved is very excited about it. Nice shot from Boris Gawley.
Yeah, so Finland, okay, let's just shake this off. Looks like they will finish 3rd, 4th, probably 3rd. But they'll have to win 3 matches tomorrow. Goes after this, gets it wrong. Phil's got a lot to do here. Comes in straight into the sun, and he can't quite hold on. Now, they'll have a go at running him out, but it will be 2. So I mean, that has been a bit of an issue for fielders over that side of the ground at this time of day. Raz Mohammed did well to get there, got hands to it, but couldn't quite grasp it.
Yeah, good effort from him. He made good ground, but it was miles in the air and right into that big orange ball of hydrogen, and it's not easy to catch it from there.
Well, breaking news in
Talk
a second,
to me.
Corey.
You don't have much time. There's 5 runs to go.
Keanu has officially changed his name in the comment section to Keanu Reviews because of his other channel. We'll give you a free plug, Keanu.
Wow.
There we go. Doesn't get much bigger than that in the ECN universe.
Yeah, well.
This one is going to bounce over his head. Well, there's the Tortuga, and this will tie the game. Well, he is the wild thing, but this is a wild bounce, really. And you could have got Shaquille O'Neal down there. He wouldn't have stopped that. And, well, that just shows you how hard it was hit. On one bounce, it goes over the outfielder. Game tied at 94. After 5 overs, it's 94 for 3.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he wouldn't have stopped that one. I'm glad he's got a smile on his face. It's quite comical. An awful bounce, and unfortunately, it's 4. 1 run to get, Vinny.
I think you just got to be philosophical if you're Finland about this. I mean, there wasn't a lot of fuss about them going in, but they have been the team over the first couple of days. Yes, it's kind of been a bit hit and miss in the last couple of days, but they'll know that if their players click, they are very capable of anything. I think that going into tomorrow, they've got it all to do. We've seen teams do it before, and we have seen upsets on finals day. We almost expect upsets on finals day as well. There's going to be some high drama tomorrow, so don't miss that one. Here is Parveen Kumar. He might deliver the last ball of this game. But it will be, because that's blasted over into the jungle. Don't bother fetching it. You can walk off. Maximo. Bratt just delivers one warning shot. That will end it. And so the Netherlands get there. It's 100 of 5.1 overs. Netherlands 11 defeating Finland 94. And, well, looked like a walk in the park for the Netherlands 11. And I think they're sending a signal now that they are hitting their straps and ready to play.
Well, they're hitting their straps at the right time. This is what we expected from them. They are a quality lineup. There's so many men on that list that have had international experience of the highest order. And it's great to see them deliver now. Put in a great bowling and fielding performance, but with the bat especially, it's so lovely to watch that striking.
Yeah, really. They seemed like they had lots of time when they were playing their shots, didn't they? I think they made the most of the power play. It was just so hard to defend the boundaries against Musa Ahmed in particular early. And so, You can see this is what's coming up. Sweden versus Denmark. Bit of an extended break. But this game will start in around about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Sweden winning the toss, selecting to bowl, so I think they're trying to pull off a chase like they did last night. But Denmark, well, they've got some good players. Shangiv Tanitikaisen up there at the top of the order. I mean, he's had a really good week. Barrage listed at 3, Saran Aslam listed opening. Musa Mahmood hasn't clicked yet, and Christensen 5 has been good. What I will say is that these two teams, one of them, whoever wins will get that double chance. So it's all to play for in the last game of the day. Join us for that very, very shortly. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. This won't take long because Musa was on a rampage early. And that was the first one that went away for 4. Bit of a half chance then, the next ball, which was skied. But after that, we just saw boundary after boundary after boundary after boundary. In fact, he got his 50 in 12 balls, the equal fastest on ECC. And that's despite hitting mostly 4s in there. The only man to fall early was Floyd. He just got that slightly wrong and hold out to Gallagher. It's brought Gawley in. He played some really exquisite shots, particularly that one clipped off his pads to get him off the mark. Yeah, but Musa just was not slowing down for anyone. And Gallagher copped the full treatment. All 6 balls in that third over from Gallagher went to the boundary or over. And it wasn't safe if you're in the 10s either, because these balls were flying all over the place. He brought up that 50, and really that set the basis for a pretty fast second innings. Just went slightly over the halfway mark, but not by much. And ultimately, the Netherlands 11, I think they're trying to send a signal, maybe not just to the other teams, but to all the other teams in the other groups, that they think that they're the team to beat in this ECC. They've got a high quality of players. They know the game now. They kind of know their roles. Got a fair bit of flexibility in there as well. Lots of options with the ball. And ultimately, Klein got out first ball. If you're going to have one of those, probably not a bad thing to do it in this game. But although that one got fumbled, it probably wasn't going to make a difference. And poor Wild Thing, watch that one sail over his head on the bounce. That one was the exclamation point from the captain, Sebastian Brandt, as the Netherlands 11 chased down this target of 95 with 29 balls to spare. Looking at the scorecard, you can see 62 off 15. That's pretty good striking. Over 4 a ball for Musa Ahmed. Apart from that, Gawley with 24 off 9 chips in. And Brandt, he's the one that crossed the I's and crosses the T's and dots the I's, I should say. Only 2 wides in the innings, so they make an even 100. And look at that, they're going at 193 pace in that innings. And well, bowling figures, not particularly good if you're a Finnish supporter. I will say they did get 3 wickets, 1 to Parveen Kumar, 1 to Biliat Khan, and 1 to Adnan Ahmed, who bowled an okay over that only went for 13. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 35 minutes, take you into the last match. The lights will be flicked on, and so there's plenty of cricket left here before we leave you. This will be the last game of Group B before we hit the finals, and it will determine the double chance. It will be Sweden versus Denmark. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Back soon with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol, and we're about to flick the switch because we're going into the last game of the day. In fact, it's the last group game here. It's match 20 in Group B between Sweden and Denmark. Well, these two teams, they met in the very first game of Group B and they'll meet in the last group match here in match 20. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, the tournament referee. He's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Heads. It's a score. Who's tails? Ball first.
So it is Shazeb Chandri that wins the toss for Sweden, and he's elected to field first. So interesting won that one because it means they will bat under lights, but they certainly didn't mind that last night. They really pulled it out in the last 3 overs to get a dramatic win over Hungary. So obviously, that's the blueprint, if you like, for the Swedish to do that again. They're a little bit disappointing earlier in the day, but they can finish their group campaign with a win if they play well, I'm sure. But against Denmark, who also are a team that seem to be coming good at the right time. And look, we know that both these teams, they can make their path to qualification a lot easier with a win here. So let's just see how Denmark go. And I think we might see a couple of their key players return for this clash in match 20. Let's go up to the commentary box now. And I can tell you that Corey Ruckers is up there. Corey, in match 20, the Swedes, they've won the toss. They're going to have a field. Over to you. Let's enjoy the last game of the day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back everyone around the world. Looking forward to this fixture. Denmark playing Sweden, and one of these two teams is going to sneak into second place after the Finns. Well, unfortunately for them, they couldn't pull off a miraculous win versus the Netherlands. And so this means it's a second place playoff. And well, both teams 3 and 4. It's been an interesting sort of week. Shaquille Zeb, not too sure why he's in gold. That's probably a good sign though. And I've just been informed by my co-commentator, Vinny Sandor, he's a late inclusion due to an injury. So first time I've seen that. Here's the supercomputer. Well, they're saying Sweden by 13. I reckon I'd flip that around. I have a feeling the Danish are slight favourites in this one. They're coming good at the right time. And I'm looking forward to seeing this match pan out as the openers for the Danish side get out there. It's Barrage. He's been a barrage of a batsman. And he'll be joined by Sanjeev, I imagine, who has hit it to all parts of the whole tournament. What a great tournament it's been. The Netherlands there have been a streak above Hungary. Well, they've been a step behind and they'll have to go home. A good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers, especially those in India via fan code, and all our network partners around the world, and especially those on YouTube and via the chat. It's always great interacting with you all out there. As you can see, the players getting themselves ready, and good to see this man with the ball in hand, Lamar Moment. Well, besides bowling 27 wides the other night, he's been pretty good and pretty accurate. And also on Saturday, when we do have the local teams coming, please stay with us. We're going to have a guest commentator from the Spanish team will be joining us in the morning. He'll be under the pump with me. So looking forward to plenty more cricket in the next few days. But this is the last game of the group. All to play for. That double chance, oh so important. So let's have a look here. Interesting deep cover in place for a left arm swing bowler. Interesting spot and deep backward point. I think I'd probably want one back on the leg side surely, because he does hoop it back in. But hey, what do I know? So double chance on the line. We're almost set to go in this evening fixture. Ball one from Moment, bowling to Barrage. Here we go. Yeah, shot, picks out 45, unlucky. I had a feeling he'd shuffle across and do that. Really peculiar field for me to have a deep cover in place when you're swinging it in to the right-handed batsman. A little bit different. Really looking forward to the next couple of days. It should be a good finals day tomorrow. Well, this man on your screens right now has belted it to all parts, Sanjeev. If he comes good, he can be extremely destructive. Hit in the air. Oh, no, I tell you what, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm going up to the third umpire. I reckon it might have bounced. Well, he's claiming it. That's a big moment if it's out, but the batsman isn't walking. We're going to go to the third umpire here, and I'll welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, I don't know.
This is a tough one because it does seem to pop out for a second, but doesn't hit the ground. It's going to be hard because the earth will shake when Sultan hits the ground here.
My gut feel, Vinny, I saw the ball hit the ground, I swear.
Let's have a look.
Oh, well. We're going to have to slow it down. The big man
I just think there's a moment, whether he realizes or not,
hits his hand. Yeah, that's on the ground. Well, you cheeky man, I don't think that was ever out.
Yeah, it's not going to be out. I tell you what, good celebration. But I tell you what, you can't trust your judgment at that altitude that Sultan was cruising at there.
Well, when you're that big and you fly horizontal through the air, it's like a flying bus at one stage, Vinny.
Well, the flying bus, Eugene Molion, of course, shades of 2019.
Would have been an absolute
I mean, the thing is, he gathers it so quickly, he might not have realised. But, I mean...
Great work from Spring Productions.
Yeah, it was. It was that little kind of bobble where we saw the ball certainly came out of the hand.
I think we've made the bus angry, Vinny. That's the worry.
Wow. Lucky we can lock the door up here. And anyway, it's great work from Spring Productions. What a catch that would have been.
Well, it's the big man, Shanjeev. It actually goes down as a chance, and that's huge in the context of this game. It's all on the line for these two teams, Vinny, considering the double chances there.
Here's Momand, who is... You get funkified now, and yet Shanjeev T was rested in the early game, he was 12th man, but they're trying to get a bit creative there. Is this necessary at this stage?
No, it's definitely not necessary at this stage, but I guess with the field setting, it's making him play some odd shots. I mean, deep cover for a man that swings it back in is a little bit odd. But, wow, what a moment we had earlier here. That could have been out. It could have been 1 for 1.
So you got Jyoti back behind the stumps for Sweden now. And Sultan out in the covers. But, yeah, I suppose it goes down as a good stop. Here's Momand. Wow.
It's loose.
Yeah, it is loose for a guy, Barrage, that can go down the ground pretty correctly.
You know what excites me about the evening game the most?
Talk to me.
Closing into empanada o'clock. It's almost 10 p.m.
I'll be impressed. If you can get it right once, it's empanada, not empanada, because there's not a little thing over there.
As the coach of the country, I can make things up and people have to believe them.
Hey, they just flick the switch. The lights
are on. Well, that's when all the kooks come out a little bit.
There's Momand. Dangerous when he gets it right. Barrage is continuing with this strategy, and if Momand gets one on the stumps here, he could be in business. It's a strange one that they're kind of persisting, trying to hit backwards in the power play when you've got two guys that are very, very good at hitting down the ground. The sweepers at the moment, they've got deep cover and deep backward points, so a bit of an interesting one.
Well, controversy here in Cartama. I've got a point to bring up with you from one of our eagle-eyed viewers.
All right, I'll wait for it. Last ball of the over. The old charge and leave, end of the first over. It's 2 for no loss.
You're going to like this.
I know what you're going to say.
We missed things. I missed this.
Talk to me.
Well, one of the Dutch players on the side has spotted when he's claimed the catch, he's thrown it at the stumps, and it went for 4.
Well,
so what happens there? Get this off our screens. I don't want to look at it.
Leave it alone because Sher Ali's been the top batter for
Vinny,
Sweden.
get it off. We need to talk about this.
Shh. Everyone calm down. Everyone gets all the kooks come out at night. You're not wrong. And yeah, 236 for Sher Ali has been the key to Swedish batting. But how about Tani Kaitasen for Denmark, 211, and Aslam 141 seconds. So that's pretty much their top 3. That are top 3 run scorers. So this is what I would say is that he claims the catch so quickly. Does he? Well, whatever he does then, I think the ball's dead because he's no longer treating the ball as in play.
I don't want to name names, but B. Gourlay,
a.k.a.
Mr. X, spotted that it had been thrown for 4. So shouldn't that be given as a 4?
Well, the issue would be that from the moment that catch is claimed and play is stopped, I don't think it's a genuine attempt to run out the batter. It's probably a dead ball. But anyway, Boris. Well, he loves a funky shot. This is more of a genuine leg glance, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's bludgeoned, I suppose. It wasn't really off the middle of the bat, but brute force from Tani Kaitasen. as he will get a boundary. Not a good ball from Zadran first up.
Well, I'll tell you what, with all the controversy early, everyone in the fan zone's pumped up. The Danish are pumped up, the Swedes, even Daniel Dorokaier's probably running around somewhere here. There's the fan zone. There's Sebastian Brutt. He's pretty happy with his team's effort. But this game's got a bit of fire early. There's the Finns. They'll be finishing third. Look at this. They're going, oh.
Okay, thanks for that heads up. So in the block hole. Oh yeah, you're pretty excited. I mean,
I've had a lot of sugar in the break, Vinny.
Yeah, this is the upswing, and this is probably what happens when we have an early finish. That you kind of 35% more
sugar.
It's not a sugar-free Corey Rutgers we're dealing with here.
I like this though. When you get controversy at the start of a game, everything heightens. All of a sudden, everyone's in it, and I'm in it.
Yeah, I can feel that you're in it. Zadran, he's in it as well. Got to get rid of these dangerous top order hitters for Denmark. They've had a weird strategy so far. Barrage back at the top of the order. Again, thinks he might get a wide, but he won't. It's just inside the tram line.
Barrage is having a bit of a shocker here, and he stares down the umpire.
Oh, look, if it was a staring contest, I think that Barrage is certainly the winner here. That was fine. He feels it's a wide. He wants it to be a wide, but doesn't make it a wide.
Well, he's 1 off 6. The Finnish boys are watching on the side, getting right behind. I think they've got a couple of victorious evasers in hand.
Finland can finish second, but they need a washout, so they should be rain dancing.
Well,
and I don't see any clouds at the moment. Maybe the earthquake from Sultan hitting the ground might have stopped play for a while. Now he goes straight. Now that's what he should be doing. He goes straight down the ground. Maximo Barrage. Well, stick to plan A, and he'll be fine, I think. And he swings Denmark into double figures.
He looks so much better when he's playing through the V. Why would you play ramps and peculiar shots when you can do that? Good hit, well played.
Really packs a punch for a guy.
He's got big forearms, Vin.
Not a tall man, but generates that power and pure timing. Seb Chowdhury will now make the change. The Swedish skipper goes back himself to long on from mid on. Goes for it this time, gets it pretty good. It's off a good length and he swings it away. Front foot pull shot, Maximo back to back. Well, Manav Nayak might have caught that one in the bleachers. And that will be more runs for Denmark, who are starting to make something of this power play.
Yeah, better striking, I should say, deep in the crease and gets the elevation needed. Manav Nayak, well done, young man. Well, that's the second best crowd catch you'll see today. Maybe not even in the top 10 if they keep replaying mine.
So what if he throws that at the stumps and it goes for 4? Last ball of the over coming up from Zadran. It's gone for 19. It goes magical now because that's going to get over the fielder. Cuatro carreras más. Magical over gets Denmark back in this contest. And Zadran couldn't find the pitch when it mattered. Lost his length. And in the end, loses the over as Denmark are 25 without loss after 2.
I'll tell you what, there's some spectators here that are enjoying this. There's a lot on the line here. I mean, I'm watching the Netherlands out the corner of my eye. They'll be playing one of these two teams, and I reckon they might be a little bit twitchy if they watch this power hitting.
I do like the atmosphere. Now, who do you bowl? Do you go back to Momant?
Yeah.
Probably, don't you? Let's have a look at the table. And this is what we're talking about. Finland are in second, but because of their net run rate being inferior, one of these two teams will win and join Finland on 8 points and have a better net run rate. So basically, this is a straight shootout for the double chance. The only way Finland could possibly hold on to a second is if the points are split and it's a washout. And look at that sky.
Well, games can be abandoned for many ways, and you never know what could happen.
Don't make me nervous. Anyway, here's Momant in the third.
Oh! Oh, bale, 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 bale! That is absolutely massive. Oh, he gets down and he smokes it for 6.
Yeah, look at this. He kind of plays this one on length, doesn't he? And yeah, Momant, he bowls more or less a stock ball at Shangiv. Danny Keisterson, he just says, thanks very much. And he gets most of it.
Well, there's the Dutch. Well, they're enjoying a victorious of aces. Give us a... Whoa! Get that off your screens. Sorry,
are you okay?
Sorry, B. Gourlay. Oh, no.
There's a guy you can trust.
There's a blooper.
Oh. That's kind of last game of the day feel at the moment. We'll take your random questions as well. How about that in the viewer comments? ECN European Cricket Network. Now they have to try and find that ball in the jungle. Good shot though, wasn't it? Sangeev T Again, when he looks good, he looks real good, doesn't he? Gets it wrong. This one doesn't swing back. Jyoti does well. Good sideways movement. He's their preferred option, I think, with the gloves, although I think Sultan has done a pretty good job when he's been asked to take over. It's good footwork makes that from Jyoti.
Well, what's happening here? What an evening. Why does it all turn it on in the evening skies?
This is why we love to flick the switch. It's all happening here in match 5 so far of the day. This is square drive, and he gets plenty of this. This is flying into the sky. Well, look both ways when you cross the road. Maximal. That one almost took out Ken as he was walking down the street.
Yeah, special guest, Ken Weston.
Yeah.
He's here all the way from Perth, Australia. What a shot. The old splice over backward point, 6 runs.
I would say I love the follow through there as well, as he certainly made an effort to open the face then at the point of contact. Tony Carterson is off to the races.
He's done this a few times, Vinny. When he gets going massively.
Moman just has to find a way to rein it back in. He's had some very good overs in this tournament. He's also had a few where it's gotten away from him. Denmark looking dangerous here now. And they're going to put back the deep point. And they're going to bring up Shazeb Chowdhury. That tells me they're going to bowl a similar ball and hope that Tony Carterson goes for it again. Maybe skews it to deep backward point. Instead, he tries to go leg side. A bit of premeditation about that stroke, I think. Just a dot. Look at this on the replay. Again, Moman, that's pretty much where he's wanting to put the ball. It's a risky shot to go after it, but we have seen Sanjeev T get away with it once or twice.
Yeah, Sanjeev, he is the man with the crazy strike rate. He's played some amazing knocks all week. Can he go again?
Well, he can and does it really, really well. He drop kicks this. That's another one. That's Jungle Food, Corey. Maximal. And another 6 to Denmark.
Well, how still is he at the point of contact here? What a shot. That's gorgeous batting. They're taking the sword to the Swedes at the moment. Oh, my word, that is class.
I know you like that. It's very compact, isn't it? I think the difference here, he's not reaching for it to fetch it. He just kind of lets it come to him. Just uncoils those wrists at the critical moment. 26 off 7. What an interesting match so far. No wickets though for Sweden.
Yeah, this is a bit of a doozy.
Because the first over only went for 2, remember, from Moman. Gone. And so Moman, he gets his man in the end. He knocks the middle stump back. All right, smile from Sanjeev T, but it's going to be a 6 and out situation. He goes for a lightning 26, and finally Sweden break through. Denmark are 44 for 1.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He just bowled him. He ripped out his middle stump, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. You're allowed to celebrate. You're allowed to have a little bit of emotion. We're not robots. We're cricketers. We're humans, and well, you can see how much it means to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think these two teams know each other pretty well as well, and I think, yeah, Moman, you can understand.
Well, he doesn't do anything until what he bowls him, and then he gives it the big fist pump, which is okay. And bang, and just the big eyes. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, and he kind of looks away.
Just don't touch him.
Yep, that's right. Sanjeev T, he has plenty of highlights in there. 4 big maximos in his 26. He is the first wicket to fall here in match 20 of Group B. The score 44 for 1.
Don't you think sometimes batsmen get a little bit precious?
I think the difference is that in this 10-over format, you know your risk of getting out, so it doesn't come as such a shock. So you should be able to deal with it. I think that in the longer form of the game, for example, when your day is ruined, for example, by getting out, then I think the batters are more likely to see red, and it's just going to be an ugly situation. Anyway, Aslam's the new batter coming in at number 3. It'll be into the power play. Real mixed bag for Moman. He ends up 1 for 21 off his spell. And after 3 overs, Denmark are 44 for 1.
Yep, 44 for 1. You think the spoils go to the Danish side there, but they did lose the dangerous Sanjeev. And we look at the power play. Well, one little baby house and then a couple of skyscrapers.
Yeah, certainly went from from 2 to 25 pretty quickly. In the second over, even that third over almost went magical. 19 came off it, but they did get that wicket of Danny Carterson. Now, looks like we're going to go to spin. Zaka Takawi, the left armour, is going to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, I've liked the spinner Takawi all week.
It's clever, isn't he?
Well, he bowls this arm bowl quite a lot. You could almost call him a swing bowler.
Yeah, it does come in, doesn't it? It doesn't just hold its line. It tends to actually come in. Occasionally hits the seam and breaks left to right. Takes some good catches in this series as well. Sucker. Here we go. Good contest this. Barrage on strike. Goes after this. He's going to get stumped off a wide. Well, can you believe it? And Jyoti is away. Oh, he is flying. And Barrage, unfortunately, he's got to go back to the nest. He just made up his mind. He wanted to go after Takawi, who beat him for turn. So that's a second wicket. And before a ball's bowled in the 4th over, it's 45 for 2.
Yeah, the old wide stumping. Well, this wasn't the arm ball. This was a little spinner. And he slowed it right up. Great delivery. And he gets the wicket in the end. And Sweden are pumped up. Takawi's going to have the funny old figures of a wicket without bowling a ball.
Yeah, it's always a funny one. But, I mean, it is clever bowling because it's certainly a good trade-off to give up a wide to get such a dangerous hit. I don't know if he sees him coming or not, but he just really commits to the shot. Jyoti, again, does everything right here. Doesn't snatch at it. He knows as long as he takes that ball cleanly, Barrage has got no chance of getting back. And Humio Jyoti, he's a player I always like to see. Very enthusiastic gloveman. He'll take the stat, and Barrage has got to go for 17. Sweden working their way back into this contest. It's 45 for 2, and Barrage, as you can see, he's annoyed with himself. He knew that wasn't a good decision to go through with that shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't do it. Oh, don't. Yeah.
He knows at least to get out of the camera shot first. But, I mean, that shows it means a lot to him because, you know, this is a big game here for both these two teams. Only one of them will get that double chance, which could prove crucial on finals day tomorrow.
Well, you're probably going to need the double chance. You want to get to Netherlands under lights, don't you? And then hope that you get a little bit of luck. But, yeah, this is a huge game for these two teams.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, I mean, if you can upset the Netherlands in that 1 versus 2 game, you're straight through. You've got nothing to worry about.
Yep.
Yeah. More about that shortly. Takawi, 1 for 1 off none. And here's a guy I've loved watching him develop this week, Magnus Christensen, native-born Danish player, coming in at number 4. Well, there's doing it and there's overdoing it because this misses the pitch from Takawi. This will be a no ball. And Christensen, he can even afford to charge you because he can't get stumped off a no ball. Or can't get stumped off a free hit.
Yeah, maybe he wants to. He doesn't want to ruin those figures and bowl a legitimate ball.
1 for 2 off 0.
You don't see that often, do you?
No, you don't. Still, Christensen, he can really launch at this. Likes to hit straight. It's clever bowling. Just cramps him for room in the end. So it's Takawi wins that little battle.
You can hear the Swedes through the effects, Mike. They are absolutely pumped for this.
Well, they haven't had a good start to this game, but they do see a window of opportunity with 2 new batters at the crease now. Sucks the life out of this one. A lot of work to be done, and it's been fumbled across the line. Azam Khalil, normally such a reliable fielder, but this one gets away from a rare error from him, and that will bring up the 50 for Denmark off a misfield.
Yeah, he'll be super disappointed. He should have stopped to that. It was hit into a good pocket of space, but he made good ground. It does bring the 50 up for the Danish.
Yeah, nonplussed. I'm normally smiling, but he's not smiling on that occasion. Christensen off the mark. Goes back and just hit hard.
Christensen got an issue with the kookaburras because he hits them hard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word. He is smoking those cuts.
I love his decision-making here. If it's not quite there to drive, he goes back and actually plays it with some intent off the back foot, even though...
He looks a good player.
Yeah, well, he's a good player. Goes back and decides to stab this away. It'll just be a single. So, Sweden just early call here. They need to hustle through their overs a little bit more now. Just looking at the official timekeeper graphic there. They still have to bowl 5 overs. Under 20 minutes remaining. It's 5 overs before the clock runs out. You just have to start your 10th. or be ready to start your 10th before that clock runs out.
Yeah, I do like it. It's like, reminds me a bit of the shot clock in basketball, Vinny.
Yeah, I think it's good to have that constant reminder.
Do any other sports have like a whole match clock like we do?
I'd have to have a think, but it's a bit wide. Even though he steps across a bit, but it's very, very wide from Takawi. He says, give it back to me. I'm trying to think. I know that in baseball they're trying to go that way with like a pitch clock. So just try and speed the game up a little bit. Slight field change here. Cover comes up and deep point goes back for the last ball of this over. Push through. There won't be a run here. So at the end of 4, Denmark are 54 for 2. So
I've stumped myself there. I can't think of another sport where the match is on a clock.
well, I mean, there's lots where they are, but it's built into the game, like rugby or football or
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
hockey. I know what you're saying. You're talking about
There's a penalty if you don't.
if you don't do something in
Yeah.
time. Well, maybe some of our viewers in the comment section can provide some suggestions there. Cricket is pretty unique, I suppose, in many aspects. Barrage gets stumped off a wide, that over for 17. That's after Danny Kajtasen went for 26. Now Azam Khalil will be hoping to atone for that rare error in the field last over. He's going to come on and bowl over number 5. They bowl a bit quicker for the most part. This is going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! Well, this is what Magnus does so well. He's just powerful and doesn't try to overhit this. Hits through the line of the ball and gets 6 for Denmark.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Khalil, he's going with that medium pace leg cutter against the right-hander. I like it when he bowls his off-spin to the lefties. I like to see him bowl offies to the righties as well.
Well, Terry's given us one in the comment section,
Yeah,
saying that chess or speed chess has a turn clock. I've seen that.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, the penalty is.
You lose. Yeah, speed chess, you lose.
Yeah. Okay. Wide call.
I've actually got a 5-move checkmate that's bulletproof.
Yeah, well, pity we don't have a chessboard up here.
Mm.
Won't be able to show that one off just yet. These wides aren't helping the over 8 either, are they? Goes after this, and it's dropped by Momand. It's just slow to get going forward there.
He went backwards first, Vinny. I think he thought he hit it better because he ran 2 steps backwards and then had to readjust. That's a good opportunity missed.
It is. Aslam can really hurt you as well. He gets dropped on just 1. Remember that moment. He's taken a few of these catches like that, Momand. Next one slides into the pads, no run.
Momand's had a bit of a tough week since the first day. On the first day when he rocked Netherlands and had 4 for 9 or something crazy. He struggled a little bit since then.
Yeah, Kitty's talking about basketball. There's a shot clock. There's a play clock in NFL as well. It's true. Quite the same, but I mean, time is of the essence in life, and of course in sports as well. It's very important.
There's nothing better I'd rather do with my time than spend it with you, Mr. Maximo.
That's very nice that you'd say that.
Mm.
The feeling is reciprocated, especially in these night games.
Yeah, the nights are the best.
It's a quick one, pummeled. It's a really good effort out there from Zadran because he wants to make a catch out of it, but it doesn't carry, and then he just pretty much puts his body on the line to make sure he blocks this. It's the end of the over as well, so Denmark get 11 off Khalil. The score is 65 for 2 at the halfway point.
Yeah, they've got a great platform to go absolutely bonkers in these last 30 balls. Good fielding there. I mean, if you're not going to catch it by any means, you've got to stop it. But this is what's coming up, Vinny. You and I have to have a private word about the next one. We're off to Croatia after this.
Yeah, Croatia. I know the plan is for you to be on that one with Rico. And I'm sure you'll love Croatia in Zagreb for the first time, so a new city. And then Malta for 2 weeks before we head back to Spain for Barcelona. 5 weeks. Oh, as the national coach, I know you'll be doing half of that with me as the sun goes down here on the Costa del Sol. But what a great opportunity for you to have a look at a few more players, potentially for the national setup, Corey.
We're actually going to use one of those weekends as a talent camp for the under-19s and for the men's, in all seriousness. So, yeah, combine the two.
Clever thinking. As Chowdhury, captain, comes on to over number 6. Low full toss, just knocked down for 1. So 65 in the first half of the innings for Denmark. The second innings, so second half is really crucial. If they go the same again, 130, that'll take some catching. Sweden will be hoping that they can just rein it in a bit.
Question. Who do you think Netherlands are more fearful of these two? Honestly.
I don't think Netherlands care if
they were to care.
Oh. I'll have a think about that. Well, I'll have a think about this as well, because that could be a tree topper. And what's into the trees at least. Maximo Chowdhury just misses his length slightly. And that one was blasted out of here. 6 runs.
Well, you know, for me, Vinny, this team, Denmark, I feel like they're starting to go the right way when it counts the most. We always talk about teams timing their runs. I just feel like if they were to time their run and steal second, which they didn't look like getting at all this week, they've timed their run perfectly, and they're the one team I think that could really, really push the Dutch.
But then, for example, when Denmark played the Netherlands, I think it was yesterday morning, Netherlands picked them apart without too many issues.
Yeah, but the other game they hit 115 against them,
Yeah,
and they played
true.
their spinners okay.
Yeah, I say fearful. I don't know. For me, it's not the right word.
Mm.
I don't think the Netherlands will care too much. They'll just worry about their own game. Once you start worrying about other teams, I think it's not a smart way to go.
This is that sitting on the fence thing you and I talk about off
Yeah,
air,
well-
how you always
Well, your
sit on the
question is,
fence.
who do I think they're more fearful of? I'd say they're equal because they're not fearful of either.
Yeah, that fence must be comfortable at best times.
Made a home there. The in swinger from Chowdhury. Should be handled by Momand. Handles this fine. Just a single.
Good platform here for Denmark at the moment. They've got all control of this game. Sweden have to remain calm. With Christensen, he's been mighty impressive. The way he strikes the ball, how still he is.
Simple technique.
Yeah, it's
I
not
like
slogging,
that.
it's just
Yeah.
timing.
This time it goes over cover. It's in the gap. Well, they almost spoil each other there, but that run in the end does pull it in. Just a single.
Yep, just a single. Chowdhury coming back pretty well considering he went for a 6 early in the over. Can Aslam get going? He's just 5 off 7 at the moment.
Can launch it though. That's exactly what he does here. Stands and delivers, not too much footwork. Plays on net, then dispatches it into the HCL software dome. Maximo to finish the over. Aslam's first, and after 6, Denmark are 81 for 2.
Yeah, nice stroke. Really nice stroke. 81 for 2. They're really batting well here. Gets enough of it, hits it into the little dome. I've been calling the HCL software dome my little office this week.
Yeah, well, you were invaded earlier, weren't you? When all the kids were here from the La Campina school in Cartama. Wickets for Momand and Takawi in this inning so far. Momand, a bit of everything, but finished with 1 for 21. Takawi still got an over to spare. In fact, they are going to use it here in the 7th. So, yeah, what's your best case scenario from here, Sweden?
Best case?
You can go keep them to, say, 10 and over.
Best case is...
Best case.
Is 100 and...
Yeah, maybe...
110.
Yeah.
Best case.
I think something they'd settle for was about 120. Chase from here. Probably would have been a wide. Christensen's...
Well, you never know what a wicket or two will do, Vinny.
Yeah.
A new batsman comes out, might choke up a little bit. But yeah, at the moment, it's all Denmark. What you don't want it to blow out to a 140 or a 130. No. That can't happen. You've got to stay composed.
Goes straight, goes pretty well. Watch that kookaburra fly through the twilight sky. Maximo Aslam gets 2 in quick succession. He's looking dangerous now.
Yeah, good shot. Well, it's a half volley, but you still got to put it away. Great timing there. Connects beautifully. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's good batting, wasn't it? It's clever bowling by Takawi, though. I do like the way...
Just doesn't dart it, does he?
He's demonstrated temperament, hasn't he, in this tournament. Yeah, it doesn't... He's prepared to be brave, I suppose, and challenge the batter to go again. Much like this, the batter will take plenty of this. He gets more than a piece. He gets the whole lot. Maximo Christensen, 29 of 14, once again performing for Denmark.
Class hitting, because this was slow and outside off stump. He actually had to reach it, and he reaches it and clobbers it. There's a lot to like about this, man. A lot to like.
Gets the contact point just right there, doesn't he?
Native-born Danish?
Yeah, he is native-born Danish.
Beautiful.
Dad played cricket in the Danish system.
Yeah, he looks good.
Wide. So
this is the thing with spin. Sometimes it can get absolutely met.
And that timer as well. They got 2.2 overs to bowl here. Under 10 minutes. They got to hustle. The thing is, if there's a wicket now, probably cost you a bit of time because you won't get any extra credit for any of the first 5 wickets you
Yeah,
take.
it's 5 wickets, is it?
Yeah.
You get the extra minute. So what do we got? Under 9. We haven't seen a penalty 5 in a while.
It's been a while. I think they're having the big clock up there. Keeps people pretty conscious of it. Goes this way again, and this is even better. Maximo! Magnus goes Maximo, and what about that? Brings up the 100 for Denmark. 7 overs down, 103 for 2.
Yeah, 103 for 2 after 7. It's pretty phenomenal hitting we're watching right now. Denmark coming good when it matters most, and they'll be desperate to sneak into that second place. They haven't been up that end of the table all week. And, well, this is tomorrow. We know the Netherlands, they're waiting to see who wins this one because they get them first thing in the morning. Yeah,
that's right. And it would seem, you know, as long as we don't have a washout, that Finland will be in the 3 versus 4. I don't see any rain, but we can't lock in any of those yet. But that's the structure. The top 2 do get the double chance. The winner goes straight through to the Group B final in that qualifier 1. The loser plays the winner of the 3 versus 4 eliminator in the 3rd match of the day. So join us again. Finals day is on the way, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India for the exciting conclusion of Group B. We'll find out which team will join England 11 and Spain in the Championship Week 5.
Yeah, it'd be good if all my plans were available.
It's a tough one to juggle, isn't it? Here's Zadran. Sabi Zahid, pardon me, coming on. And he's been really good at the death. So he's one guy, you know, you're going to get 2 overs out of him. If he gets it right, you might only get a handful.
John Cena.
Yeah, he's shown he's not afraid to kind of
mix it.
Be uber competitive, put it that way.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I think I'm all for send-offs.
Not just that, tried a little cheeky run out before the non-striker backs up. Wow, to get a little finger to this, he might have, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think he's ever really got a chance of catching it though, Vinny.
It's more a reaction thing than anything, rather than a genuine attempt to catch the ball. But, you know, he has been really good for most of the week. Just nailing his Yorkers. Does have a slower ball, but doesn't have to use it too much when he gets his length right. This time he just drags it a bit short of that block hole, but it'll be fine. It's just going to be a single. It's a good comeback, really, from Sweden. He's staring down the barrel a couple of times in this innings. They're going to have to bat very well, though. Last night under lights, they had to chase, I think it was 106 in that previous match, and they were well off the pace.
I swear under lights, we've had some remarkably close games as well.
Yeah. And some epic chases as well. Yours in Spain last week. That one last night was pretty good as well. Overcooks it this time, but
Christensen
gets
just
away with it.
Yeah, missing out on 2 full tosses this over. Usually he clobbers those.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more pace on the ball from Sabi Zahid. Just made him a bit late on those 2.
Sometimes full tosses surprise batsmen so much that you don't really get them in the arc.
Definitely, definitely. Wow, this one is asking for it though. Oh, he gets lucky
Still
here,
again, yeah,
Sabi Zahid, because I thought the way this was presented, it was going to disappear into the cube.
Well, what would you rather, bowl a low full toss at about knee height or a half volley?
Yeah, 100%. You'd rather go full than short of the block hole for sure. Said that a few times because then the half volleys were just short of the block hole. They're already on the way up, so they're easier to drive on the up, get out of the ground. Zahid knows he's been a bit lucky here with some of these, but he's only gone for 4. Last ball of the over. Get one here. So yeah, really good result. That's just what Sweden were looking for as we get to the end of the 8th over. The score is 108 for 2.
Yeah, 108 for 2. Christensen and Aslan putting on a good partnership here.
Yeah, we value all the players in the European Cricket Network and all the tournaments. But yeah, it always is a bit special, I think, when you see a native-born European player with a family background. No, in Greece, we've got Georgios Galanis, who's a good young leg spinner that's played all his cricket there. And see someone like Magnus Christensen come up through the ranks to represent his country. And there's others, of course, like Mark Simpson-Parker of Austria, Christian Munoz-Mills as well in Spain. Yeah, there are a number of them. But I do think it's also important to understand that everybody makes sacrifices in Europe to play cricket. It's not a professional pursuit for the most part. Now we've got a slight delay here to Sabi Zahid.
Yeah, not too sure what the delay is. Oh, no, I can hear it.
I
It's
can
Magic
hear it.
Spray Mary. Well, Magic Spray Mary once again has delivered the goods.
Yeah, so because of that, the clock will be stopped. And so we'll still have, I make it about 4 minutes or so to bowl this over. Normally that's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here is Shazab Chowdhury, the captain, coming back to bowl over number 10. He bowled in the 6th. He went for 16, including 2 Maximos. Can Denmark finish with a bang here? Well, they do bang it straight, and this is going to beat everyone. 4 runs. Well, powerful strike. Just right in the arc of Christensen, wasn't it? And like you said last over, if you're going to miss your Yorkie, you'd rather miss it full because he just drives straight through the line of this. This one crashes into the fence.
Yeah, good shot. Really good shot. Not many people put a fielder there. 4 runs.
There's the clock saying about 4 minutes, I think. This is another one, but this time the field is straight and Sultan will do the rest. He almost pulled off a hanger early, Nusratullah, but he will get this one. Christensen goes, but not before a valuable contribution of 37. And the score now 112 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket. It's a dot ball as well, Vincenzo. So Christensen, the dangerous man, has to go. Nice bowling from Chowdhury. Getting it low on the bat. And Sweden, well, that helps them get together, have a breath, bit of a reprieve. Because Denmark, I think they're in the ascendancy at the moment. Just couldn't get his bat under it enough to get some volume on it. And he has to go.
So you see that, Christensen. He's upset that he doesn't get that one. I think they definitely moved the fielder straighter.
Why don't more teams do it?
Yeah, that's been effective. And often it's not straight, but it's almost straight. And so Nusratullah Sultan does take the catch. Chowdhury chips in with a wicket, his first of match 20, 112 for 3.
Good innings though, very good innings. Should be happy with himself. He'd be disappointed to get out, but came in after a couple of quick wickets happened and batted really, really well.
I'll say hello to Ismail Zia, who's watching in the chat, and he said, just reminding us that Sweden have Swedish native Liam Carlson. Yes, for the Djurgården club. Hello to you, Liam, if you're watching, and hello to Ismail as well. Missing you here, but I'm sure that you're watching with interest. One of these two teams will grab the double chance. This is Musa Mahmood, who's just been starved of runs really in this tournament so far, but he's very capable. We saw him playing for Svanholm in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, earlier this year. Had some success then. Fielder goes back now, a deep square leg. Aslam has moved quietly along to 26 off 13. This is pretty hard, but picks out the outfielder. Azam Khalil has no problems dealing with this one.
Oh, in the viewer chat, Stephen Kelp just asking, can someone remind him what happens when the clock runs down? Well, that's when all the lights, we lose the power to the generators, and the boys will have to play under dark and bowl the remaining balls in the dark. So, unfortunately,
don't think that's going to catch on. But you do have to start the 10th over before that clock runs out, or be ready to start. So I think they'll be okay here.
What about night cricket? I mean, if you don't bowl your overs in time, you have to bowl it in the dark.
What about the batters, though?
That's okay. It'll be wide, you'd imagine.
Hey, but I got to tell you what, having the big clock, and it's here at the ground as well, we're just not seeing teams going over time. It's a constant reminder. Even I'm getting nervous for them when I'm watching that clock tick down, thanks to our official timekeepers, Frederick Constant of Geneva. So, here comes Chowdhury, and this is launched high into the sky, and that is going to fly. That's Maximo. Big shot, really, from Aslam. Moves into the 30s. End of the over. Denmark, 121 for 3.
Yeah, class hitting. He misses on the early side, I should say, and it's a half volley instead of a low full toss, and it gets absolutely bombed. That's a big 6. I thought that was going to join us in the commentary box, but it was a bit straighter. And Denmark just showing they've got the hitting capability. Oh, there's our man.
There you go. That's where it went. That's Kirill's. He's saying
that ball looks tiny in his hand.
Yeah. He's saying, why did you hit this here?
Yeah. How dare you intrude
his
his
angry
office.
neighbour, intimidating neighbour, I should say, about Kirill's. He's actually not an angry guy at all. He's a lovely guy.
And he's a big bear, a cuddly big bear.
Right, here's the heat in the 10th, so they make it on time in the end. And so, yeah, that's such a good development. I think we can have that clock on display. I know we can have it here at the ECC, but even at the ECS, because I just think it's a constant reminder of how you're going with time. And instead of just trying to hustle through the 8th or 9th over, teams are kind of trying to hustle all the way through, I think.
Yeah, it's good to see. A bit of ownership on the team.
Pretty good block hold delivery. Long chase out here for Zadran. He'll turn for 2. Good throw has him. And, well, doesn't get there in the end.
No, the keeper snatches at it. Oh, I know. And he might have thrown his shoulder out, Vinny. He looks like he's in pain.
Hopefully he's not too serious.
Oh, he grabbed it straight away.
It's the bat plug here. You see Jyoti just snatches at this last moment. The throw doesn't get to him on the full. See here.
Oh, he just snatched it. All he had to do was gather it. Well.
Yeah, well, okay, the fielder. I see what you're saying. The fielder.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about the fielder.
The batter was also holding his shoulder because the bat got plugged in.
No, sorry, I'm talking about Zadran at deep cover, but he looks okay. He went down, though.
Yeah, okay. He's still holding that shoulder. Interesting if it goes that way again. Doesn't swing and a miss.
Yeah, you sort of think maybe he's thinking, let's just get through these next few balls and then I can get Magic Spray Mary to spray me.
It's amazing how many of the players, they tend to just want to get the Magic Spray when Magic Spray Mary's here. She's had a couple of days off.
I've been trying to feign injuries all week, but she won't come near me, unfortunately.
Not surprised. So he's been good here, though, results-wise. 8 off the 9 balls. He's bowled, and well, jinxed him pretty good there because it's a full toss on the shins, and this one will get met. Maximo! That one takes Denmark to 130 and still 2 balls to spend in this innings.
Well, that's the right way to play a low full toss, to go with it square. Very hard to hit it over straight. So when you get the low fully, you got to go with it, sort of, and get your bat under it. It's good batting. And Denmark, you can see they're pretty pumped up. They'll be feeling that second place is getting closer. 130, Vin. 130.
Yeah, look at Zabi. He's annoyed, isn't he, the line man? He knows.
Big shake of the head.
To be fair, he got away with 1 or 2 of those last over. He doesn't get away with that one. So 2 to go. Denmark, we saw them blow a 130-plus score to Finland earlier in the week in match 4. Another low full toss, and this is going to be manipulated through the square point region. And so Aslam, within reach of a half century now. He's been good for Denmark here. Held it together. 45 for him now. The score 134.
Well, the wheels just falling off a little bit at the back end for Sweden here. Boundaries galore, and they're getting themselves up to a score which I would say is already 14 above par.
Well, here's the thing. We talked about their first half being 65. Already they're 69 in the second half. So they've actually accelerated. Nice second half for them.
Nice.
Last ball, and this is going to go, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal, and Aslam does get his half century of 20 balls, and what a finish. It's 140 for Denmark, and that's going to be an epic chase for Sweden right now. It is Denmark in the box seat, but what a good innings that was from Aslam. 51 off 20, and he brings it up with his 6th big Maximo, 1 boundary in there as well. And I think right now he'll be very happy with his contribution.
Yeah, triple 20, 20, and well, 140. They'll be pretty happy with that. And Denmark, they've gone away at the back end. And Sweden, they're going to have a big run chase on their hands.
They sure will. But they'll feel they can do it under lights. Of course, they came back from the bleachers last night with a good last 3 overs against Hungary, but that was a much lower chase. That was in the low 100s. This time they will need something in the 140s. 1-4-1 will be the target as the sun goes down on another day here on the Costa del Sol. It was Momant early where we almost had one of the catches of the tournament. They loved it, but upon further review, the ball did touch the ground, and so Sweden weren't able to claim that one. Meanwhile, the openers went about their work, and they kind of mucked around with a bit of the funky stuff early, but they looked a lot better for me when they went straight through the line. Nice catch by Manav Nayak down there over the boundary. You could see that Zadran didn't have a good time in the second. He went magical for 13. The third went for 19 from Momand as well. But what it did do is it picked up a wicket, and I think that Momand was pretty happy about that. That just kind of stalled the innings for a little bit, but they still were able to pick up double-figure overs, albeit not huge ones. That was the other opener going. The captain Barrage stumped off a wide. Bit of an unnecessary one, but still, he was angry, to say the least. I'd say this brought in Christensen, who's been so good, gets a bit of help from Khalil there, but I'm really impressed with his natural ball striking ability and his technique.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was this partnership that really took it away from the Swedes. Just nice ball striking. It wasn't slogging. It was just timing of the ball, and they hit it to all parts, whether it was the offside, dead straight, or over the leg side. And you can see why the Danes are so happy, because they've gotten themselves up to a score that's probably could be insurmountable. And I just love how often they hit it dead straight, Vinny. They were peppering the sight screen.
Yeah, they sure were. As you can see, that It was Rutila Sultan. He was able to get Christensen eventually, but not before. He contributed a very good 30-odd. And then, wow, it was Kirill's doing the fielding. That wasn't in the plan. Big thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. But, yeah, Denmark just got a little bit of a boost at the end, didn't they? Because Zabi Zahid got away with his first over in the 8th. Only went for 5 singles, but he does go 6-4-6 at the back end. And so 19 came off the last to get them to 140. As we look at the scorecard here of the batting innings, and it was Barrage and Tani Kaitasen who got them off to a pretty good start, 26 off 8. Tani Kaitasen before he had his middle stump rearranged by Momand. Barrage was stumped off a wide for 17, but how about 3 and 4 there, picking up the pace despite losing the openers. They came together about the same time. Aslam 51 not out of 20, brings up his 50 off the last ball. Christensen with 37 off 21. Moose Mahmood comes out to help at the very end, and they do get to that 140 off the 10 overs. And with the bowling, well, a bit of a mixed bag. And some of the bowlers had one good over, but kind of let it go, and the others, Zabi Zahid was a good example of that. The wickets went to Lamar Mamand as well as Zakir Takawi and Shazeb Chowdhury, the captain. Khalil went for 11 in his over, but we didn't see him again at the back end of the innings. We'll take a quick break, always a quick turnaround, last game of the day, but in a few minutes we will be back. Denmark will defend 140. Sweden, they'll need 141 for the double chance, so all to play for here in match 20, the last innings of the group stage here in the second week of the competition. The sun's away, and so the lights will come on, and we're going to play the night series right after this. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers with me. Back soon with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. The lights are on and we're home and we're ready for more cricket. And this is going to be a crucial 10 overs in this week's proceedings because Sweden, they are going to finish 4th unless they can chase 141 here in 10 overs. If they can do that, they'll finish 2nd and get the double chance. So it's going to be Ishan Karimi to open up here. Let's get going. The first one just angles in. Batter can't do too much with this. They have gone with Debashan Dash at the top of the order with Sher Ali. So Sweden really, they can't go lower in the ladder. They will be 4th unless they chase this. So it's kind of all or nothing here. Not really a net run rate situation to play for. Another one slides in. So no run as yet. It's a bit of a funny one if you ask me. Sher Ali wouldn't face here. I just think he's been the dominant one. And he still won't face. That's 3 dots in a row. Debashan Dash has never really gotten going in this tournament so far. Last game of the day, last innings of the day in fact. Or the night, if you like.
Last innings of the group there.
Corey Rucker's with me and you can throw your random questions into the comment section if you like, or we're more than happy to answer them. 4th time lucky. Gets a bit of leg on this. It'll be a leg by to get the scoring started. I'll do a say hello to Chris. Like I said, he's asking, is Corey still milking that flying catch? Well,
yeah,
the
rumour
highlight
has
of
it
your
there's
day.
no milk left in any cows in the Cartama area.
The empanadas are on you tonight, actually, after that catch.
Well, might as well. We'll probably own the shop after that catch.
Decent thing to do. It's a bit of bad on this.
I've got one for you, Vinny.
Go on.
Right now, Karimi, I believe, is a ball away from his 2nd maiden of the tournament. Now, I don't reckon we've had anyone else do that. I know he bowled a maiden while I was on the air the other day.
Okay, yeah, I can't remember anyone that's done 2. Leg by off this over only. This will be a single, so won't get the maiden, but it's almost as good, isn't it? Because just 2 come off the first over. It's 2 without loss after 1.
You've seen some chases in your time.
True.
Now, if they were to get this, would this become one of the best chases you've ever seen?
Yeah, it also depends on where they're at in the chase. You know what I mean?
What is the best you've ever seen?
Well, I can tell you in a second. First, I'm going to tell you the highest golden ball we've ever seen, 167, 167.
Wow.
That was in Cyprus in 2020. And you know what happened to the golden ball? Went for 6.
Wow, not
Not
surprised.
surprised. But I can tell you that as far as chases, best chase we've seen, I think Sweden have the best chase I've ever seen. We've seen one that was a little bit higher. It was 151, I think they chased down against Belgium last year. And that was when they were in the 60s after 6 overs.
Where does the Spanish one rank for you last week?
Yeah, right up there.
Top 3?
Yeah, top 5 probably.
Like,
Seen a lot of games though. I've done over 1,700. Anyway, here we go with Saran Aslam over number 2. Sher Ali's after him straight away, and this is going to be 4. So this is why, for me, it's actually important who faces sometimes, because we saw Dash eat a few dots there in the first over, but Sher Ali takes Aslam down the round for the first boundary of the chase.
yeah, nice shot, lofting it over mid-off. They're going to lead a lot more of that, Sweden. They really will. They're behind the 8 ball. They have to go up 15 and over already. Unbelievable, but we have seen some crazy chases on this network.
Say hello to Hashim Khan. He'll be playing for Granada, the weekend series. Looking forward to that. Thanks, Hashim. Goes after this. Lucky gets it to the side of Christensen, who can't quite catch up with it. Another boundary to Sher Ali. Sweden, they've burned it over, but right now they're trying to make up for it. Back-to-back 4s from Sher.
Yeah, they have burnt it over. Back-to-back 4s. This reminds me of the chase last Friday with Spain and Ireland. All we spoke about was get 2 boundaries and over, and the odd big over that would come, and it did happen early. Can they get a big over early? They're going to need it. Oh, that was there to go. That was there to go.
It was, wasn't it? He didn't get it anywhere. And the 786 on his back. Barrage just stopping for a quick word with his bowler Aslam.
So, Sher Ali, he is the key right now. We know how good he's been all tournament. Can he get a couple more boundaries away?
It goes over point, the fielder there, but he watches it sail over his head. That's into the fan zone. Maximo, well, that one is up to the bar. And ordering a Victoria Cerveza. Good fielding by Christoph Breitrunner.
Yeah, Christoph gave me a lift to work this morning from him, but what a shot, what a shot. He makes that look way too easy. Over extra cover for 6. Cher Ali, he's a man on a mission.
Rude vibes in the comment section asking, where am I? Well, I think he said, where are you live? Or where do I live? Well, I live where the cricket is at the moment. And this one's going the same way, and that's just as good, maybe even better. Maximo! That one's peppering the tents, and Cher Ali has gone to the races now. 21 off just 7 balls.
That is absolutely filthy. Oh, what a shot. Oh, yeah.
This is what he does, though. This is where some of the faster bowlers have worked him out a little bit because they won't give him room to play that shot.
That is an unbelievable shot, Vinny. The last 2 strokes are not easy, and he's made it look easy. This over's gone for 20, so it makes the first over a little bit more obsolete now. Can he get another boundary here?
This is going to be 4 more. It's another little slice away. And so how about this over? It goes magical in the end. 24 come off the second. What's a little bit like the first innings. There was 2 off the first over in the first innings and 23 off the second. This time we get 2 off the first and 24 off the second. So pretty similar starts for these 2 teams. 26 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, unbelievable, really. Now they're back on a little bit of this hunt of a chase. That from this moment on, you need to go 2 boundaries and over, a 6 and a 4 ideally. And we have a look at the table. Well, this is what's to play for. Because of the net run rates and Finland's been quite poor, the winner will still second. The loser will stay in 4th, and Finland will go 3rd.
Yeah, so you can see it wasn't actually updated from the last game. It doesn't make a difference too much.
No.
Netherlands actually 8 and 0, not 7 and 0.
Yep, so here we go. Dash is on strike now. He's 0 of 4. He can't keep chewing up the deliveries. He needs to get on with it.
So they're going for Shaquille Zeb here in over number 3.
Get him out, get him out, drag him off. That's just wild swinging. There's no technique to that.
This is one time you probably can just afford to take the one and get Cher down there, surely. Cher's got the hot hand.
I'd rather them open with Nasratullah Sultan. Remember when it's such a big chase, how you go all cards blazing at the start? Bit of Mohammed Babra and Daniel Doyle. There's no more risks. You just got to go with your top.
Clever by Zeb as well. He knows he's trying to get forward and drive, just to give him the length to do that. This time he gets it. Well, you want to drag him. That ball's gone straight over your head, Corey. Well, it might have ended up in your mouth if you weren't careful, but Dash off to the races with a Maximo. He moves to 6, and 6th time lucky for Devashan Dash.
Well, there was nothing about Dash and his name until this ball. He has moosed that. That is not okay how big he hit that ball. I've only ever dreamt of hitting a ball that big.
That's why he's there, I suppose. Losing the natural light pretty quickly there.
If they can turn this into a big over, game on.
Oh, this time it's a flat bat smack from Dash. Rolls the dice, comes up double 6s. Well, he got his eye in, and now he's making him pay. And Sweden, this is a really good start for them now. It's really similar, actually, to the power play we saw in the first half of this match.
This has Irish-Spanish vibes all over it at the moment. If you get your 2 boundaries in the over, but you get them early in the over, then you have the chance to turn into a massive over, 20+ magical that Vinny calls it, and then it's game on.
The last 8 balls have gone for 36.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Striking at 450, Sweden. Oh, once more, doesn't get it. Zeb trying out the shortish stuff.
Even if you get an edge on that, that's flying. We'll be disappointed.
Good game on the cards here. Imagine a golden ball to determine the double chance.
Nah. Rico would be pretty happy at that back at the hotel.
Sure he would. Have a look at that scene. I love this time of day. Back to the middle though. And now he's going to get lucky, and he will get 4 here, Dash. Well, he's dashing right now. It's go large or get out trying. He gets a couple of 6s. They weren't convincing. This one wasn't, but still 4 more runs for Sweden.
Yeah, 4 more runs. Valuable runs. You can't do anything about that as a bowler. A little bit of luck. Well, right now they're going at 14 and over with that boundary, and this is a free ball, basically. It's the last ball of the power play. If you can hit this for 6 and be at 48, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. What a comeback.
Sliding doors. It's so interesting, isn't it? We're all saying take the single.
I love
didn't
night
do that.
cricket. I love night cricket.
Well, he bangs this as well, and this is gone. Maximo! Well, that one sent us scrambling because we had no idea who that was. Lost that one in the lights, but when we found it, it was well over the boundary. And another over goes Magical Zeb. Cost 22 in the third. The score is 48 without loss.
I'm not going to lie, that got me ducking for cover because I didn't see it off the bat, and it was on the right trajectory. I panicked.
You sure did. Yeah. Well, that's us
Well,
on a Thursday night.
What else would you rather do on a Thursday night, Vinny, than with your best friend, Corey Ruckers?
Yeah, I don't mind that. But I'm pretty happy it didn't join us here. That could have been a bit of a mess.
So let's get into this, Vinny. This is going to be an absolute doozy. How will they play the spin, though? That's the real question.
Yeah, short answer, I don't know, but I think they're going to be aggressive.
How similar are these power plays, Vinny? Look at that.
Yes, so weird.
Whoa, that is Illuminati confirmed.
I'll give you the first innings, 223-19. This innings, 224-22.
Honestly, there's something in the air this tournament. Well, here we go, spin.
Yeah, all right, well, this is where the rubber hits the road. Can they be that effective against the spin? And we're going to have a very clever spinner, Razel Sormi, to bowl over number 4. Pretty good power play, 48 without loss.
They've gone with the umbrella field as well.
Tossed up, it's launched, and that's still going up. That's flying into the night sky. Maximo! Sweden bring up their 50 in only 19 deliveries. That was unthinkable after they only scored 2 off the first over.
Well, what's going on here? Because Sweden are absolutely lacing everything. And I mean everything. What a shot that is from the big man. Gee willikers, this chase is on.
How long can it last? That's the question. Sweden with all the momentum here. Lures him into it again. This one might be even better. It's going over, and it's off the hands for 6. Maximo! I don't know if he was ever pulling that one back. Lucky Malik, but he was fresh out of luck again, and Sweden gets 6 more.
Well, what a moment. I don't think he was ever really going to pull it back, but he got his hands to it in the end. It's a great shot over extra cover. Yeah, good effort, but not easy that.
Yeah.
It was pretty much over. So back-to-back 6s.
Gotta love Sweden in a big chase.
What's
We've
going
seen it
on?
a few times here at Cartama. You know he's going again. This time, again, this is a bit of luck in a way, because he could easily drill this straight to the fielder, but he mishits it well enough that he survives. Sherali gets the single.
Vinny, this is chaos. Didn't the first over go for 1? What is going on?
Yeah, 2. 1 and a leg bite.
Yeah, unreal. Under lights, we have had so many close games under lights.
Yeah, Cam, you see, it's basically a challenge length from Sormi saying, I'm going to toss it up. It's not a half volley. You can drive it, but you're going to have to get it just right. Thing is, at the moment, most of the time, they are getting it just right.
Do you think we could just play all our cricket under lights? Because every night game for the last 2 weeks, it has been a doozy.
Hey, when we do the T10 marathon, 48-hour cricket,
I'm
are we
waiting for it.
Plenty of cricket under lights then.
Ready for it.
Coming soon, hopefully. He goes for it this time, and he might have hold out. It's going to be touch and go, and Magnus can't get off the ground. Maximo gets it just right there, Sherali, and the Swedish bench goes crazy as they get another one, and yet another over goes Magical. This one's 20 with a ball to spare.
Unbelievable carnage. We are witnessing carnage right now. This is crazy hitting from Sweden. I mean, they've got it down to under 2 a ball. I was talking to the Spanish team about this the other day. When we got it under 2 a ball, we felt comfortable.
Last ball of the over. Shorter. Well, I think this is wide. It is. Turns outside the line. Sormi won't be impressed, but it was a wide.
He's looking at a 13 ball 50, Vinny. Who would have thought Sweden would come out and do this?
You were wanting to hook dash. I think
Never.
that is a wide. I think it's a little bit of the tram line there. Has to be a wide as well. Watches it.
Yep.
He does move towards the ball there, but I think it's not a pre-movement.
No, that's fine. That's a wide.
Yeah, so that's why the line stays where the line is.
Vinny, it's only 12 and over, 11.6.
Long way to go. Hey, they're not even halfway there yet.
This is crazy.
Just saying. And he finally pushes one through and beats the bat, but not before 22 are conceded. And Sweden 70 after 4 overs. Remember, they were just 2 after the first over. This is why ECN cricket, I think pound for pound, it is the most entertaining cricket in the world. Changed my mind. Well, good news. I think we do have the updated standings, so let's have a little bit of a look at them. And you can see the main thing with Finland is, okay, they're on 8 points, so they're going to be third pretty much no matter what here. Whichever team wins this game jumps above them into second. Whichever team doesn't win this game will be fourth. So they're pretty much the only things that can happen now. There was a possibility for Finland to hold on to second, but this game would have had to have been abandoned. And just looking at this beautiful clear night sky, I don't think that's going to happen at all. Maybe a power cut or something. If you're Finland now, you're trying to pull the plug.
Oh, you're cutting the wires. 100%. Karimi back. He's been their best bowler all week.
All right, here we go. They bring him back because they need him to fire. So they're using him here in the 5th.
Well, they've got it down to 11.8. So realistically, if you hit 1 6 and over from here, the odd singles and wides, you're going to get close. They've done the hard work. They've done the heavy lifting. They're going to get close here. This is unbelievable.
Keep an eye on that clock as well. Goes, and it's been dropped.
No.
Dropped by Abdullah Mahmood.
Oh, no.
Went to his left. It was to his side, so they do bring back Karimi. Sher Ali pops a catch to point. Unfortunately, Mahmood can't hold on. Big moment in the match.
Massive moment. He got there, and he should have held it. He really should have held it. He had 2 bites at the cherry. Oh, Karimi is absolutely filthy.
Karimi might have had more catches dropped off his bowling than anybody this week. Clever bowling. Hunts the off stump, but it's a very, very good shot. And Sher Ali just continues on his merry way. Gets dropped, then gets 4. Moves to 48. And Sweden, they are rocketing through the first half of this innings.
That's a class shot. That's off stump, angling in, arm ball, and he just cuts it between the 3 men back there. Quality batting from Sher Ali. He's not just power, he's precision as well. He's looking at a 16 ball 50 here.
He's had a really good week. Sher Ali's a guy last year in the ECC, didn't really fire, and they had high hopes for him, but he's really performed well this week. Now moved to 49 with this straight down the ground.
You look at the comparative scores, they're 12 ahead of Denmark. What a game of cricket here. Under lights. I swear, honestly, Vinny, every game under lights. The 2 we played with Spain, we had a close one with Austria, close one with Ireland.
Yeah.
The one I had last night was close. Hungary, Netherlands.
Yeah.
There's been
5 runs in that one.
There's been so many close evening matches.
Maybe you're right. We should just start after dark. Challenge length again. Sit down to Christensen for 1. Slight fumble, but don't see many 2s out there. Dash moves to 25. He's been an important component of this rebuild, if you want to call it that, from Sweden, because remember, he was 0 off his first 5 balls. And then he found his touch. This time, Sher Ali will get his 50. Slightly mistimed. 1 bounce out to Musa Mahmood. But what an innings from Sher Ali. And he's not finished yet. 50 off 17 balls. 5 maximos, 4 boundaries in it. And right now, Sweden, they've done the heavy lifting, haven't they? Sher Ali, well, let's see if he can get them home. It's the end of the 5th over as well. And it's 78 without loss after 5. Well, once again, want to welcome you to the Dream Box here, and we are under lights at the Cartama Oval. It's always really exciting when the sun goes down and the lights take full effect. And right now, you made a good point. We've had some real thrillers here after dark.
I don't know what it is about the night fixtures, but I can remember maybe 5 or 6 out of 9 that have been last over thrillers. So I have the feeling we're on for it again. Sweden, pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure, but anything can happen. This is ECN. Big prize on the line as well. Yep. A double chance to whoever wins this game. So, I mean, this format's so dynamic and so many matches that matter. I think this group has been pretty even as well. Even Hungary, who only won 1 match, but they were no easy week to the Hungarians. Things just not rolling their way. Of course, today is the day we will say goodbye to them in the competition. Here's Abdullah Mahmood. Came fresh from dropping a catch. Now this one's in the air. Magnus will catch it at the 2nd attempt. It burst through the hands. So Sher Ali gets lucky once but not twice. An even 50 and a big turning point potentially in this crucial match. And it's Abdullah Mahmood who gets his man in the end. Sweden lose Ali, and the score is 78 for 1.
Yeah, well done, Magnus Christensen, because it bobbles up, but he keeps his composure and he takes it on the 2nd attempt. Mahmood's been effective with his right arm around the wicket off spin all week. Sher Ali, he'll be devastated because he was so set. That's the format, that's the game. He got a big piece of it, but straight to Magnuson. Vinny, I like the composure.
Yeah, I mean, I always think it's a bit difficult to go down but keep your fingers up. You can see Sweden they were hopeful that Magnus wouldn't get another chance.
Yeah, big moment in the game. He'll go for 50 off 18. 5 6s, 4-4, striking at 2-7-7.
Not bad at all, is it? I mean, that one just seemed to kind of dip on Magnus a little bit down long on. That's why I think he goes fingers up, thinking he's going to catch about shoulder height, but he's forced to go down, kind of drop at the knees. And Sherali got his team off to a very, very good start.
Well,
here's a man.
Whoa. They've sent out basically a brick wall of a man.
He is.
He's massive.
Nusratullah, cult hero. Coming in at number 3. He gets a big filthy wide first up. Needs to be stopped. I think the keeper gets a finger on that.
He must have, because otherwise that would have shot off for 5 wides.
Yeah.
I thought he'd missed it. I thought it was 5 wides.
Yeah.
My first.
Mirage gets a finger on this. Look, there.
Just takes the pace
Just a
off
little
ball.
finger and allowed the fielder to get round. So Sultan's someone you don't want to get too straight to, and I think Abdullah Mahmood knows that. Changes the strike though. Now Dash is going to hit this down to long off. Adam Lee will handle it on the bounce.
So when Spain beat Ireland last week and we got up, it was because every batsman come in got away quickly as well.
Yeah.
We got lucky a little bit that every batsman got a boundary early in their innings, so Sultan's got the pressure on him to get a boundary early.
He'll be trying. Faces up now. It's hard, but Magnus is going to do a nice little slide stop there. Good field for sliding. Yeah, that was the thing. Now, Daniel Dolakaya got you off to a good start. I think he hit 45, and all the other guys came in and could knock off the second half of the runs in basically. I think no one got more than 20 apart from that. That's what pretty much has happened here so far, with Sherali getting 50. And they go on with it. This is high in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It's miles in the air. The fielder comes down and takes the catch. And it's going to be Saran Aslam that takes it. So Debashan Dash is gone now, and that's both openers going in quick succession. Mahmood with a double strike in the 6th. Sweden are 82 for 2.
At the baby face Mahmood, he strikes again. He slants it across the right-hander, and Dash, well, there's no more Dash to give. He goes. It's a double wicket over. And Sweden just falter for the first time in the chase, Vinny.
Yeah, credit to Mahmood, who dropped a catch, don't forget, not too long ago, but then he got rid of Sherali. Now he gets Debashan Dash.
Good catch.
Let's see who they send out here. It looks to me like they've gone for Azam Khalil.
Like it.
Now at number 4.
It's a good catch under the lights, Vinny.
Really was. I mean, there's no easy catches, I think, anytime. Yeah, millions of people are watching on global television, but Debashan Dash, can't really criticise his effort after a slow start. 26 off 15. He departs at 82 for 2. We've also got Umar Nawaz, but I think Umar Nawaz hasn't quite hit his straps in this tournament yet. He's one of the few century makers on ECN this year. Azam's after him straight away, and he might have found trouble. Luckily for Azam Khalil, doesn't get in the middle of the bat anywhere near this, so it doesn't carry out to Mahmood. This is a very, very important phase of the game. 141's a big chase. It can go wrong at any time. Nusratullah hasn't got this at all. This is going to be out as well, and it is. So full toss brings the wicket, and Denmark with the triple strike now in the 6th over. Abdullah Mahmood, 3 for 5 off over number 6. As Sultan goes for just a single. And unfortunately for Sweden, things falling apart in that over. It's 83 for 3.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. T10, it swings. It really has violent swings, and I can't believe it. 3 wickets gone, Vinny. And it just means it's a big dagger for that Swedish batting lineup.
Yeah, having a look at the rate required, I mean, that's not so much the issue here. They want, what's 14 sixes, 84, so I mean, they're 1 behind, I suppose, the required rate. They do have a long batting lineup. We have to wonder who will step up now. Nusratullah, unfortunately for him, couldn't middle that, and he found the safe hands of Christensen, who bit it at the first opportunity this time. But here's a guy, well, how good was he last night? Shazeb Chowdhury towards the end. He loved batting under the floodlights here at Cartama.
Yeah, me and Rico were sitting here going, well, Hungary's in control, and then he came out and hit 5 sixes in the blink of an eye and won it for Sweden. So he'll need a little bit more of the same. We look at the scorecard, 26 and 50 for the openers, but now it's up to the men in the middle. Someone needs to step up. Someone needs to play an innings for their country to get the double chance.
Yeah, Chowdhury. I do like the move to bring him up to number 5 here. I think it's the time. He did hit form last night in a similar situation. Here's Saran Aslam. And well, it's a classical shot this time from Azam Khalil, and that was pure Maximo. And Sweden might have lost those 3 wickets, but they're not going to go down unless they're going to go down swinging. And Azam gets this one really good.
The minerals on this guy, Vinny, after 3 wickets, to just walk down and play that shot is phenomenal. It's just brave. It's pure brave batting, not going into your shell. What a shot.
Incredible shot, really. I mean, you're right. Get that wrong. Doesn't look good at all. Azam, very popular cricketer in Sweden. Now they probably will only get the one here.
Well, they need 14 and over. So if you get the 2 boundaries and over, let's say it's a 6 and a 4.
Yeah.
And then off the other 4 balls, there's the 4 singles or whatever happens.
That's right. Might get a wide or something.
So they've already got the 6. They need to get the 4 now. Anything else is really a big bonus.
It's a great format. It's great entertainment. It's great to see these players develop all the ups and downs they have in a week as well. Aslam to Chowdhury. He'll get off the mark, or will he? I think he will, because it doesn't carry up to the man. It's Karimi. Keeps it to 1. Shows the keeper where to stand for the next ball.
Di Maria in the chat saying this is match of the day, and I do agree right now. Under lights here in Cartama. This is a pretty special match. It's a high-scoring thriller.
It really is. Aslam has got the journey, but he's got 3 important balls to deliver here. This one's flicked away, and this will probably go all the way, I think, as well. Maximo! Well, that one was a bit self-inflicted, you have to say, from the bowler, Saran Aslam. Just drifted outside that front hip of Azam Khalil, who caught up with it, and he gets 6.
Yeah, I have to wonder about the Danish tactics here to not go pace off the ball. These Swedes love it coming onto the bat, and the spin was working. I mean, you can even come off the long run and bowl some slow cutters and that, because the pace is getting hit everywhere.
You're not wrong there. Sweden have had such an interesting tournament, I think, because they've literally won one and lost one every single day over the first 3 days. They lost one earlier on, and now they could potentially get second spot with a win here. Will that pattern continue?
Big 2 balls, Vinny. He's fancying this pace as Khalil.
Backs away, wants to go over point and gets it. Does he get it away from the fielder? He does. Cuatro carreras más. And Sweden will erupt there as they bring up their 100. I'm telling you, there'll be kids at the Albies Army Club right now watching this. They will be cheering. They'll be going crazy. He is their hero. And right now, he takes a bit of a risk as he backs away. But he does get that contact point a little bit later. And that got it away from the fielder. And an important 4 runs. The score building for Sweden here.
Yeah, tell you what, class batting. Class batting.
Last ball the over. He gets a bit lucky here. That could have easily gone back onto the stumps. It clunks off the pad for a leg by. So Sweden bring up the 100 during that over. 7 overs are down. 3 remaining. They need 39 off the last 3. Sweden 102 for 3 after 7.
Tell you what, this does have a golden ball tingle about it. Hate to admit it.
Look at the black sky now. Loving that. Well, if you're enjoying the cricket, well, you don't want to go anywhere, because tomorrow it is Group B finals day. The only one we can really lock in at the moment, Netherlands 11 in first.
You know Finland's 3rd.
Yeah, but I mean, it could rain, so...
Well, no, but they finished 3rd no matter what right now. There's Duckworth Lewis, so...
Ah, okay, yeah, very good.
Could have locked it in. So
that.
Finland are going to finish
Okay,
3rd no matter what.
Yep.
And then the winner of this will be 2nd and the loser will be 4th.
Yep, agree.
Come on, Vinny.
Very good. Good from you, Corey. We'll update that after the game for you. Here's Abdullah Mahmood. 3 wickets his first over. Will it be a 4th? Well, this is going anywhere. In fact, it's going to go dead backwards. Very good stop down there. But also good running by Khalil. He was off to the races and he gets 2. 13 and over now, so it's come down a little bit, the required rate.
Who are you tipping? Who's ahead right now for you? Sweden got their head at... yeah, I think they have.
Sweden with those wickets in hand after what they did last night. But maybe 51-49. Yorks himself here when he's on the charge, Azam Khalil. Yeah, just.
What a game. What a game.
Really good game. Really didn't give Sweden too much hope after that first over went for 2, I've got to admit. Abdul Mahmood though, love another wicket. And he might get one here. No, it'll be 4. Well, that's perfect placement. Straight down. It was nothing more than a push really from Chowdhury. But you can see Adam Lee was herring round from long off. He couldn't get there. And another boundary to the Swedes.
Yeah, great shot. Just hitting the side screen. He just chipped it. 1 bounce 4. Well, Sweden continue on their merry way. The chat is blowing up. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, if you win a game like this, and Sweden have won games like this before, it gives you all kinds of confidence that anything's possible. And that's a good kind of confidence to have going to finals day. Completely misses this one. Slants across him.
Around all the carnage, Mahmood's bowled exceptionally well here.
Yeah, agree.
The spinners.
Mahmood's been excellent under pressure and had bad outcomes, but I think he's bowled pretty well. Maybe he bowled that last ball the other day to Finland where they needed 1 to tie 2 to win. Somehow the batter jagged a boundary off it. This is a thick outside edge. It's going to set a bit of a task for the fielder. This is 4 as well, and Chowdhury misses out on 1 but doesn't miss twice, and Sweden looking nice in the third, up to 113 now, 28 off 13. Still game in the balance, but you just feel that the gods at the moment are with the Swedes.
28 off 13. Well, it's still 50-50 for me. This is a crazy game of cricket. Big ball, this one. Huge ball.
Massive. Chowdhury has been so good this last innings of the day. Get 1 here off the end of the bat, more or less. They kind of want 2 here, but they're going to take it on. Good throw, and he's gone here.
What's he doing?
Going to be gone. Well, it's not the first time we've seen it either. But Alazam Khalil has run himself out. They'll probably have a look at it.
Oh my word, it's crazy.
He knows he's gone. He's going to turn and walk. Look, it was a really good piece of fielding, not only from the guy that threw it, but from the bowler, Mahmood, because that was travelling. But you got to say, it's a mental error to go for 2. There's not many 2s on this ground at this standard. And so that's going to be 1 and a wicket. And maybe that puts it right back in the balance, because a new battle will arrive in Sweden. They're going to be 114 for 4 after 8.
That's some of the worst running I've ever seen. It was never there. It was never there. He's not even in the frame. Oh, did he take the stumps with his arm, Vinny?
No, he's all right.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, no, he can take the stumps with his arm because the ball's in his hands.
Okay.
So that's completely fine.
What's going on there? That is...
I've seen Azam do this in some key games. It doesn't matter if he takes it with his arm because the hand's holding the ball.
But, I mean, all he has to... It's never a 2 there. They're in control.
For 1 run as well. For 1 run, which at this stage...
And now you've got a cold batsman facing the first ball of the 9th.
That's true. Yes,
That was
I
crazy.
like the energy, but it was just a poor decision. No other way to say it. So Abdullah Mahmood is going to finish with 3 for 17 off his 2 overs. Score 114 for 4 after 8. And Azam, we'd love to have those couple of minutes back, no doubt about it. And we've all been there as well. It makes a split second decision. It wasn't right. He was looking so good at the crease, wasn't he?
Well, the thing is with Sweden, Denmark, their spin bowlers have bowled exceptionally well tonight. They've barely been hit. The pace has been taken to the cleaner, so they're going to go to more spin, and I like it. Lucky Malik. I think this is what Denmark should do for the rest of the time. Stick to their spinners. They're actually bowling pretty well.
So Umar Nawaz is the player that's come out there now. I don't think we're in time penalty territory.
No,
See,
no.
they've got about
They've got plenty of time.
7.5 minutes to bowl this over, so no problems there. But really,
more spin, Vinny.
well, for me, it's just whether Nawaz clicks or not now. It's about as simple as that. You got Chowdhury doing his best at the other end. He's 10 off 5, but it is Umar Nawaz facing Lucky. And he smacks him for 6.
Wow.
Maximo! Well, that one's lost to the deep, dark jungle. Well, no Azam, no worries for Sweden as they hit 120.
I'm in shock. That is a remarkable shot. Wasn't the worst ball you'll ever see. That is a remarkable hit. Pinned the earbacks and let it fly.
It wasn't a half volley. It wasn't a short ball. It was pretty much a good length ball. It wasn't a bad ball from Lucky Malik. Umar Nawaz, we haven't seen enough of that from him, but he absolutely nails that. 21 off 11 now. 6 wickets to play with. Now, he almost gets dumped off for wide. That's smart batting to leave it. Hit it in reverse pretty quickly.
I think the batsman wants his helmet off, but you can't give it to the umpire.
Centre right. Big quick then. Well, obviously, Malik not as intent. I suppose he didn't know he was going to come out and face, to be fair. Umar Nawaz.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, it was the end of an over, so he didn't know who was going to bowl the next over. So he wears the helmet, thinking it might be a paceman, and it wasn't, right? True? Have I lost you there?
Yeah, but no, you got to. If you wear the helmet, you should have to stick with it.
Yeah, probably. Anyway. This one, self-inflicted, takes off a run that's not there.
Good comeback.
Tension. Tension with a capital T. In fact, maybe all capitals and an exclamation mark.
Well,
because
really?
This is going right down to the wire.
With 10 balls left, if they hit 2 sixes in that, they win the game.
On the charge, this won't be a 6, but it's a pretty powerful drive down to Adam Lee.
I like the bowling. It's a really good comeback from Lucky Malik. What a game. This has got golden ball territory written all over it.
Yeah, not going to disagree with you there. Lucky Malik holding its nerve at the moment. It's good length as well. Can't do much with this. Just a single.
Good comeback from the young bowler, and his first ball got clobbered.
If we do get a tie, we will go to a golden ball. We've had 35 of them. Haven't had one since the 2nd of September. That was 20 days ago. That was in Belgium. Mechelen Eagles defeating Ostend Cricket Club. Goes for this. Doesn't get the elevation. Lee does well. They may think it 2 here, but a good throw might gun him down. But just a little bit too short from Lee. Went for the bounce throw. They do scramble back for a couple.
Well, 16 off 7 now. It really is. This is just down to the wire. This could go either way.
You're not wrong there.
Good aggressive running that time. It was on, because he tapped it so far away from himself.
So I'm going to have a bit of a chat. I wonder what this is about, because for me, there's no real set batter here. I think they're equally capable. Yeah.
Here we go, Vin. What a game.
I think he's going to go after him here. 16 off 7. Does not a good ball, but how about that? Look, 2 meters either side, that's 4. But instead, it'll just be a single. So we're going to the last. 15 will be required of the last over of the group matches in Group B to determine this double chance. Sweden with it all to do. For me, I don't know, I'm probably slightly leaning Denmark at this stage, but anything can happen here in the last. It's 126 for 4 after 9.
Well, I don't think they've got any other spinners that can come on, and you can see here, well, surprisingly, Sweden have been ahead basically the whole time going into the last. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be some pace. It might be Adam Lee. Looks like he's been given the responsibilities. The winner of this game will get the double chance, so plenty to play for. And it's a Thursday night classic. An absolute crazy game of cricket. So 15 off 6. You can see the team taking a bit of a long chat. Don't mind that.
It's true. It's significant that they're having to go back to pace. They've kind of exhausted their spin options, right?
If you look at the spin figures, Vinny, the spin has gone for nothing. The pace has been absolutely smoked.
But not with these batters, I suppose. That's the thing.
Adam Lee. Well, imagine getting your first over now. Your team wants that double chance. Good luck, young man.
He's a great guy, Adam, from Derbyshire in England. Qualifies due to citizenship. Speaks pretty good Danish as well.
Nice.
All right, but guess what? Right now, that's a nervous man. Azam Khalil, he's not the only one in there. 15 off the last over. Double chance on the line. This is Thursday Night Cricket live from Spain on the European Cricket Network. Let's rock and roll with Adam Lee to Uma Nawaz. Misses, they go.
Good.
And now, well,
see, I like that.
And they're going to get a bye. And tell you what, he was really off with the ball, wasn't he, Shazev Chowdhury? So they get a bye there, 14 off 5.
Don't mind it. Chowdhury wants to be there, and he went straight away. And well, Barrage, the keeper, held on to it for a little bit too long.
If he'd thrown straight away, he might have got Chowdhury there, you know.
They need to boundary this ball.
Yeah, so got to get one. 14, 6 and a 4, somewhere along the line here.
Tell you what.
Scramble the rest.
What a game. What a game.
Tension, tension, tension for Adam Lee. Bowling to the Swedish skipper Chowdhury. Nails it, but where? Not that well. They'll want to go for 2 hits. A long throw.
Yeah.
They'll probably get away with this. A dive comes in. Scramble from Uma Nawaz. So 2 makes it 12 off 4.
Well, that ball could have gone. I reckon Chowdhury's upset he didn't get more of a piece of that. 12 off 4. Oh, your slight advantage to the Danish. Double chance on the line. I'm sure the Dutch are sitting at home watching this as well, thinking, who are we playing tomorrow morning?
I honestly think that more often than not, I favour the runs on the board in this situation, but anything can happen. Chowdhury gets another crack at Lee. He hits it high.
That's safe.
Now, I don't think the fielder's going to catch it, or is he? Well, he doesn't. And now we'll get for 2 here. I think it almost turns out to be a catch.
They could have gone.
They thought of it. You know what? I just think that Chowdhury felt like he wanted to face again, and he made a quick calculation. He didn't want to take a dicey 3. So it'll be another 2 runs. I think this, it's a tough one, but I think he does reach it. Actually gets it on the full there, Abdullah Mahmood. Well, lucky he doesn't knock it over the boundary, actually.
Well, 10 off 3.
Yeah.
Boundary time. Boundary time if they want to win it, surely.
Got to get it down got to get at least 3 runs off the next 2
I can
balls.
feel in my loins here an edge for 4 or something like that. He's swinging so hard.
Lee's held his nerve so far. Hit hard. Well, that's going places. That's 4. What a shot from Chowdhury, who takes pretty much a good length ball here, and he laces it. I love that he doesn't take the bait and try and hit across the line. That's a proper cricket shot at the biggest moment. And whatever Nawaz is saying, Chowdhury's not listening because he's in the zone. That makes it just 6 more required. In fact, now they can win it with 1 swing of the bat.
That is absolutely smoked. He couldn't have hit that any harder. What a shot under pressure. 6 off 2, Vinny. 1 out the screws. They win it. Oh, wow.
I had the fielder back for that and everything. He just hit it too hard there. Chowdhury.
He did this last night, Chowdhury. He got them home unbelievably.
He's a night owl, but tell you what, this game is not over yet. And tell you what, this is not ball. In fact, if this is anything but a boundary, then I still think it's advantage Denmark in this. So Lee with the comeback ball, but Chowdhury can win it with a Maximo. Try. It's going. And well, it's up here. It's up here.
He's done it.
We got the match ball. Unbelievable stuff from Sweden. We're sent our equipment flying, and would you believe it? The end of the game, and Sweden, they do it. Unbelievable scenes. The last ball of the day ends up in the commentary box, and will you believe what you're seeing here? Chowdhury ends up 31 off 11, and Sweden secure that double chance.
I am in utter shock. He just drived it into the commentary box. What a shot to win it.
Unbelievable scenes, and Sweden, it's an epic chase under lights, and they'll believe that anything is possible, really.
What has just happened? That is one of the great chases ever on the ECN network. The ECC keeps delivering these crazy night matches. I can't believe that shot. What a shot to win it.
And the amazing thing is, we are holding the ball right now that he hit. What a shot. Again, that length from Lee, it wasn't really in the spot that he wanted. I think it's a little bit too short. And we were scrambling for it. And there we go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Wow, unbelievable finish to the day. If you wanted the same, you'll find it right here. They win it with a ball to spare. Sweden 141 of 9.5, defeating Denmark 140.
What's going on?
Even better, I think you did save the monitor here because it was heading straight for it.
Yeah, it's hit the bar and then it sort of just missed the monitor. But yeah, unbelievable. What a day of cricket overall. Sweden have earned themselves a double chance. They will play the Dutch first thing in the morning.
How important was that buy off the first ball of the over to get Chowdhury on strike? He's the man that wanted the moment, wasn't he? And so now Sweden, with a win like that, they'll feel like that they can do this.
I can't believe that chase. That has given them a world of confidence. And Denmark, well, they'll have to lick their wounds. They'll be playing the finish tomorrow in the Eliminator.
Yeah, so yeah, we can kind of confirm now that the top 4 is pretty much set. We'll have a look at that. Sweden, they're pretty excited. And they're the ones that actually started the jumping over the fence. It looks like to be more on the Danish side of things. I think that they weren't particularly happy the way that things ended up there. So we can tell you Netherlands will take on the Swedish team in the qualifier tomorrow, the first game of the day. Finland, Denmark in the 3 versus 4 match. And of course, qualifier 2, Group B final in match 24. The winner of that goes through to Championship Week 5. So join us again for an exciting day of action, no doubt. Finals day always brings it. 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. Oh, well, let's roll the videotape because it was Sher Ali who was making waves early. That one went up to the bar. And Dash was quiet early, his opening partner. Didn't have to do much as Sher was bashing him all over the place. But then Dash got going with a couple of his own. And Sweden, they were up and away in this chase. And, well, it would be a chase to remember, Corey.
Yeah, a chase to remember. The stroke play early by Dash and Sher Ali was pretty phenomenal. They got them ahead of the game remarkably, and they just backed their ability to hit the long ball. We were ducking for cover, and that was maybe a little glimpse into the future because we were ducking off the last ball as well. And Sher Ali, some quality hitting from him. The way he strokes the ball over the offside is something to behold. I have to give the Swedes a lot of credit, especially that top order, because they got them ahead of the game. And when you get ahead of the game, Vinny, you always feel like you've got a chance.
Yeah, that's true. But I said, more often than not, runs on the board hold up in that situation because the batting team, you've got to get it just right, don't you? Christensen does on the second attempt there, but you can see that Sher, he was upset, but with Dash going, this was an important kind of phase in the game, wasn't it? Especially when they lost Nusratullah Sultan pretty cheaply to a pretty tame dismissal off a full toss. You thought that it spelt trouble for Sweden, but Azam Khalil and Shazib Chowdhury came together and they really moved the game forward quickly.
Yeah, they did. I mean, we were talking about batsmen need to come in and hit a 6 early in their innings just to keep the momentum going. That's exactly what happened. And it was some crazy running right at the back end for Khalil to lose his wicket. And good work from Mahmood, the bowler there, to get back to the stumps. But in the end, Chowdhury and his partner, the way it was Nawaz, wasn't it? That shot there off your first ball, credit to you.
Yeah, and didn't hit too many more after that, Nawaz, in fact. But the thing was, Chowdhury is a bit of a night game specialist. Remember, the final is under the lights tomorrow night as well at Sweden. Well, they couldn't believe it. The last ball, incredibly, ends up here with us. There we go. And, now we know what happened to the fence. And I was scared you were going to throw that one back. That's why I grabbed it off you so quickly. But this one lives with us now.
Just a control freak, Vinny. That's my ball. I picked it up first.
You know what? There you go. You can have it. Anyway, what I can tell you about this chase, 26 for Dash, but it was Sher Ali that
can we get that back up? But did you see that? He went jumping over the fence and then collapsed and he went rolling down the hill.
I do want to see that again. Sher Ali 50 off 18. He was the difference maker early, wasn't he? And Nusratullah Sultan 1 off 2. Couldn't do too much. But Khalil came to the crease. He was able to score pretty quickly. He ran himself out for 21. But Chowdhury, the hero, 25 off 10, including the 6 that won it for Sweden off the second last ball of the day. Nawaz chipped in with a handy 10, including a 6 first ball. That just took a little bit of pressure off. Well, with the ball, there were some good performers in there. Karimi again, fresh out of luck. No one can take a catch off him at the moment. He finishes none for 9. All the wickets went to Mahmood in the 6th. Abdullah Mahmood, that is, 3 for 17. He certainly was effective. You got a feel for Adam Lee a little bit at the end, although I do think on reflection didn't really get his lengths right.
Well, I'm just doing the math. The spin bowled 5 overs for 38. So in 29 balls, they went for 103 the pace. That is insane. Incredible game. And Denmark that went down to Sweden, don't forget, the first game of the tournament. They go down again. And, well, certainly a game to remember. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining us wherever you're watching from around the world. I hope you feel as excited as we are about finals day because it's not too far away. We'll be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. Well, there's Corey. There's the match ball. And I actually thought, I was a bit worried it was coming this way. It actually looked like a genuine catch. And it's one, to be fair. It went right between us. I stepped aside so you can get 2 in the day. Where did it hit?
It hit behind this. We got a monitor here. I won't try and pick it up. But
I think we got lucky that nothing got broken, to be honest.
We did. So our crew at Spring Productions, we know they don't like it when their stuff gets broken. So that was a collector's item, really. It's like the one that Barry Bonds hit, right, for his record home run.
Just a nice reminder at the end of the day. I caught one of these, so it makes it a really special day.
You can keep that one, and I'll charge you later. But I want to say big thank you to all of you for joining us. It's going to be a big day tomorrow as we'll see Netherlands versus Sweden in 1 versus 2. We'll get to see Finland versus Denmark. Just shows you the margins. I mean, 1 ball determined who was 2nd and who was 4th in that game. So, I mean, it shows you how close it's been. Netherlands, it's theirs to lose, really, after what we've seen, but we know that surprises happen, and we've seen it happen before. Remember when they lost to Portugal last year, for example, when no one really expected that. And Netherlands, of course, I think they didn't quite even make the final last year. I think they finished in 3rd overall, right?
Belgium got them,
in the end. So, look, anything can happen. I want to remind you, go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. You can check out those scores and match times. The stats as well are really good if you are playing fantasy cricket. Our social media at European Cricket, great place to go as well. Keep your finger on the pulse. Big thank you from all the blue crew here. Obviously, our crew at Spring Productions, all the players, officials, all the spectators in the fan zone. I hope you had a great day. We had a great day calling it. On behalf of Rico Full, who is back at the hotel relaxed, I'm sure he enjoyed that final as well. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers. Have a happy and a safe rest of your evening. But come back tomorrow and be well rested. It's going to be a huge day in European cricket. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. We'll leave you with some highlights today and back tomorrow with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.